Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku became Iron Man and fell in love with Mei. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is the new Iron Man by Wolf-sama 8. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. We see a small bruised 5-year-old Izuku, watching heroes on the TV. His eyes shines in wonder seeing them save people, seeing people actually be happy to see them. Izuku turned around and looked at her mother, who had a scared look over what Izuku asked. Izuku. Mom. Can I be a hero even though I'm quirkless? Inko. I'm sorry Izuku. But you are quirkless, you can't be a hero. Years later Izuku opened his eyes from that recurring dream. He was awakened by the sound of his alarm clock. Izuku's phone. You are my way of life, the only way I know. You are my way of life, I'll never let you go. Izuku grabbed his phone and turned off his phone. He sat up straight in his bed, looking at his room. The place was filled with different weights, blueprints, gears, you name it. Izuku took a small breath as he looked at the calendar. Izuku. Last day of school. Let's do this, Izuku said softly to himself. As he got dressed for a run and went to the living room, he froze for a second seeing his mother there. Inko froze just as Izuku did, seeing him up before she could leave. Inko. My boss called me in early, Izuku. Izuku didn't respond back, he just put on that fake smile that his mother knew was fake and walked past her. Izuku started making an all-natural protein shake. Inko stood there looking at her son. She wanted to talk to, ask how was school, what's he's gonna do today, anything. Izuku. I'll be home late, Izuku simply said, as he grabbed his shake and walked past Inko. He reached her hand out to stop him, but stopped herself at the last minute, and pulled her hand back. Just as she got the courage to open her mouth, she heard the door closing. Inko stood there alone, with a sad sigh. Inko. Have a nice day. With Izuku after his run. Izuku made it to his safe space, the place where he can go and ignore the world. The junkyard. He walked to the gate, passing the guard a crisp $20 bill to let him pass. They didn't say anything to each other. As he opened the gate, Izuku walked inside and went to his makeshift laboratory. He looks at his watch. Izuku. Okay. I've got 2 hours of work before I have to go to the cesspool that dares call itself a school. Izuku thought as he went to work. Dismantling old cars, melting their metal, and creating something new from them. Izuku was building something, he was building a dream. And he'll be damned if he lets anyone wake him up from it. Before he realized it, the 2 hours flew by. Izuku clicked his tongue and looked at his project. Izuku. Why does time fly here, but in that hellhole it feels like an eternity? Izuku muttered to himself, as he took a quick shower in the emergency shower he built, to clean all the grease and dirty he had on his body. After that he put on his school clothes. And his backpack and he was off. Honestly, Izuku keeps more of his stuff here than he does in his mother's house. Scene change Izuku. Yup. A literal eternity. Izuku thought to himself, as he was reading an old book about robotics. Izuku was seated in the corner at the back of the class, with a smile on his face. He wasn't paying attention to what the teacher was spewing, more to the point, he didn't care. Heck, he didn't even remember his teacher's name. Teacher. Alright, who here is gonna be trying out to make it to UA? The teacher said in an excited tone. Every single person raised their hands, and started acting up excited. All but Izuku, who kept his gaze on his book. The teacher noticed this, and threw a piece of chalk to him, a piece that Izuku caught without problem. Teacher. So glad to have your attention Midoriya. Now tell me, are you going to apply to UA? Izuku. Does UA have an engineering program? Izuku asked, not taking his eyes off his book. Everyone was snickering at the notion of Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless of their class making it to UA. The teacher looked completely flabbergasted. Teacher. I don't know Izuku, then I can't answer. Izuku said, closing the book he was reading, and giving his teacher his full attention, one last time before he leaves and forgets him 5 seconds after leaving the building. The teacher trembled a little, since Izuku had that ever-present smile on his face. Izuku. Since I'm going to whoever has the best engineering program in Japan, if it's UA then I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Is there anything else? Or can I go back to my book, and minding my own business? Izuku asked, with absolutely no emotion behind his voice, which just made his smile all the more creepy, just as the teacher was about to speak, before the rapid dog decided to speak. 3 Bakugo. Please, all the people here are extra. I'm the only one making it to UA, so quit trying to act like you don't care, Deku. Izuku. You heard him, Deku, stop trying. Now as for me, Izuku Midoriya. I'm not trying to do anything. Izuku said, flipping the page of his book, not giving the rabies-infected dog to get to him, which just pissed Bakugo off more. Bakugo. You say that, but I know your secret, you want to come to UA to become a pro hero. Izuku. Bakugo. I told you that, when I was fucking 4 years old. You don't think that in that time, I've matured and accepted my limitations? Oh wait. You would have no idea about that, since you decided that you couldn't spend time with a quirkless. Izuku said, with a hint of anger in his voice. Bakugo slammed his fist on the table, furious that Izuku implied they were once friends. But the teacher took control of the situation. Teacher. All right, both of you calm down. It's only 20 minutes till the bell ring. I doubt both of you want to spend your last day of the school in detention. Izuku. You mean my last day, since everyone here knows you have such a hard-on for Bakugo, that you let him get away with murder. Izuku said, flipping to another page. He didn't finish reading the page he was on, he did it to add dramatic affect to what he just said, and seeing as people gasped at his audacity, it was more than worth it. After detention, Izuku. Totally worth it. Izuku said to himself, putting his headphones in, and walking out of his old school through the back. Being that he knows the blonde dog is waiting for him at the entrance, he was so predictable. As soon as the music started. Izuku's headphones. Honey came in and she caught me red-handed creeping with the girl next door. Picture this. We were both butt naked. Izuku started to jog again. He still had a lot to do before the day he'll prove everyone wrong. Izuku's headphones. Banging on the bathroom floor. How could I forget that I had given her an extra key all this time she was standing there? She never took her eyes off me. Scene change. It was the dark of night, and Izuku had a welding mask on. He was adding the finishing touches to his project. He was tired. But there was something fueling him to keep going. Flashback. We see a little Izuku on the ground crying, as Bakugo and other rats decided it would be fun to use Izuku as target practice. Bakugo. Look at the loser, he wants to become a hero. Izuku. I will become a hero, Izuku said, sniffling. Bakugo frowned and used his quirk against Izuku again, causing the boy more pain. Bakugo. Don't be stupid. A quirkless can't be a hero. Back to the present. Izuku poured the melted car metal into the mold. He almost burned himself. But he ignored it and kept working. He couldn't stop. Not now, not yet. Back to the past. We see Izuku in the quirk doctor's office, waiting excited. Soon he was either gonna have telekinesis like his mother, or fire like his father. Inko. Are you excited, honey? Izuku. Yeah, after I get my power I'll become the greatest hero ever. Izuku said, jumping up and down with excitement. Inko chuckled softly as they waited a bit longer. Soon enough the doctor came in, a bald Eggman-looking guy. He sat down on his chair, looking at his file, and then looking at Izuku and Inko. Doctor. Look, I'm gonna be brutally honest. Izuku Midoriya was born quirkless. He didn't inherit either of your or your husband's quirks or develop an amalgam of your powers. Inko. Oh god. Inko whispered softly. Izuku was looking at the doctor shocked. He felt as if he was pistol-whipped. He still held on to some desperate hope, that only a child that age could have. Izuku. But can I still be a hero? Even quirkless? Doctor. Sorry kid, but a quirkless can't be a hero. Back to the present. Izuku was now working on the wires of his inventions, making sure it wouldn't blow up, and take his arm with it. He couldn't afford any failures for the exam. Back to the past. We see Izuku in his room. He was watching a live interview of his favorite hero All Might, waiting nervously for his question to be picked. Mitch. All right. Here's one from Green Boy All Might fan number 1. All Might. Man, that name rolls of the tongue. All Might said with a chuckle. The audience joined him in the laugh, since like the sheeps they were, if their god did something then it must be gospel. Izuku had his eyes glued to the screen, since that was his question. Mitch. All right, it says here, hi All Might, I'm your biggest fan, I have a huge collection of your merch, but that's not what I wanted to say, I'm just nervous. My question is, my friend is quirkless. And he wants to be a hero. Can a quirkless be a hero? Since you always say that anyone can be a hero. Mitch finished. He looked as if he ate sour grapes, and he wasn't the only one. All Might sighed, and leaned forward on his chair. All Might. I did say that. But your friend is thinking of being a hero like me. What I was referring to that is that everyone can be a hero, by simply helping others, like helping an old lady cross the streets. But a hero like me. Tell your friend that I'm sorry if I gave him false hope. But a quirkless can't be a hero. Izuku turned off the TV, and looked down. His hands were trembling, not with sadness mind you, but with anger. He screamed, and started destroying anything All Might in his room. He looked at the huge All Might poster, that was even framed. His breathing became more and more angry till he pushed it out of the wall, breaking the glass. Back to the present Izuku. Can't, fucking can't. I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna show them all, what the human spirit can do. Izuku yelled, to keep himself motivated, as he started working on the bombs. This was gonna be a long night for the boy. With Inko we see her eating alone in the kitchen table. She looked in front of her, where Izuku's food was getting cold. She sighed sadly, and looked back at her own food. She knew it was a foolish idea. Izuku hasn't eaten with her in years. Inko. Remember, he said he was gonna be late. We'll eat together another time. Inko lied to herself, to make herself feel better. I didn't really work, since he didn't even believe it herself. So she just ate her meal alone. 5 Scene change. The morning of the UA exam we see Izuku finishing his jog. He walked to the entrance of the junkyard, and much to the guard's surprised, the boy smiled and waved at him. Izuku. Yo. Jim, how you doing? Izuku said, smiling to the guard of the junkyard. Jim looked confused, since it's not often that they talk. Jim. As good as I can be, I suppose. Is something the matter? You don't normally talk to me. Izuku. Just excited. Today's the big day, Izuku said with a smirk. A tired smirk with the bags under his eyes. But a smirk nonetheless. Jim. And what day would that be? Izuku. It's entrance exam, I gotta show them something that'll really impress. Wanna come see it? Jim. Sure, might as well see what you've been doing with the junk cars that are around here. Jim said as he followed Izuku to his little laboratory. Izuku turned on the light, and both saw Izuku's invention, the stuff he's been working on for so long. Izuku. Okay, after months it's finally done. Jim. And what in Sam Hill am I looking at? Jim asked, looking at the monstrosity in front of him. Izuku ignored him again first, as he walked up to his invention and put it on. Izuku. My ticket into UA. We see Izuku on the train. He could feel everybody's eyes on him, since he was wearing a huge metal suit. He looked up at everyone, and gave a nervous chuckle, playing with his fingers. 1. Izuku. I'm going to an anime convention. I'm a mecha. Izuku said. That seemed to satisfy a lot of them, and they went back into minding their business. Izuku gave a small sigh in relief, and remember his self-help tapes. 2. Izuku. People will only respect you if you respect yourself. If you respect yourself, you have nothing to be nervous about. Izuku remained himself over and over, trying to calm down over what he was doing. Today was his big day. His make or break moment, and he's not gonna let nervousness get in his way. 2. Meanwhile with Nezu, we see him and the other teachers looking over all the applicants for the hero program, when Nezu spotted Aizawa throwing one out. Nezu. What was the problem with that one? Aizawa. Just another quirkless, wanting to become a hero. Aizawa simply said, causing some to chuckle at the ridiculous notion. Nezu wasn't one of them. He got off his chair and grabbed the file. Nezu. Izuku Midoriya, rather high grades, decent dream. Aizawa, did you read further along after he admitted he was quirkless? Aizawa. I did not, since it's the same thing every time. I know I don't have a quirk, but I'm still gonna give it my all, or some crap like that. 2. Aizawa said with a sigh. Don't misunderstand him. Aizawa isn't a racist against quirkless, it's simply that he's seen this game over and over and over again, so he's tired, of seeing those kids getting hurt, just for daring to dream for more. Nezu just nodded, and gave Aizawa back the file. Aizawa took it and looked at Nezu with a raised eyebrow. Aizawa. You're kidding, Nezu. I am not. Let's give this boy a fair shake. I've read what he has to offer and I'm intrigued. Now go on, put it with the rest, since if you don't I'll have to pull rank, and you know how much I hate to do that. Nezu said with a cryptic smile. Aizawa looked at it to see what he meant, and he rolled his eyes. Since Nezu ripped that part out, he wanted it to be a surprise for all. He placed the file with the rest of the contested and went back to work. Nezu looked at the piece of paper in his hands. Paper. I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna give it my all. Since I know that won't be enough, all that'll get me is pity. No, I have something that will actually make up for my disability. A suit. A robotic suit I made by myself. All I ask is for a chance to prove myself. Nezu, you got your chance, Mr. Midoriya. Let's hope you don't let it go through your fingers. Back to Izuku. We see Izuku at the entrance of UA. He stopped walking and just looked at the entrance for a minute. After so long, it was finally time to prove himself. He was about to keep walking when he heard something. He looked down and saw a pink-haired girl looking at his suit. Izuku. Can I help you? Mei. You wired this wrong. Mei said simply. Izuku looked offended, and was about to tell her to piss off, but in a matter of seconds, Mei took out a panel and started to fix what she saw wrong. Izuku. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Mei. Fixing the error. Mei simply said, not looking at Izuku. Izuku looked annoyed and was about to leave his suit, and he saw what Mei was fixing. He cursed under his breath, since sure enough the wires were placed wrong. If Izuku were to use the super strength of his suit, it would explode in his hand. It took Mei 5 minutes to fix what Izuku spent hours making. She put the panel back into place and walked away without a word. Izuku. Wait. Izuku said, walking up to her. Mei turned around and looked at him. Izuku took a breath. He wasn't nervous that a girl was looking at him, of course not. That would be ridiculous. It's probably what he ate last night. Yeah, that's it. 4. Izuku. Thank you for fixing that. Mei. Okay. Apart from that, you did a good job with this baby. Well, mostly. I can see other parts where you did a not so good job, but Dad tells me to leave things alone, unless people ask for my help. You didn't ask for my help, so I'm supposed to say sorry. I'm sorry. Mei said. Her tone went from genuine excitement talking about mechanics, to almost uninterested when it came to apologizing. Izuku nodded and looked at the entrance of UA. Then back at Mei, who was looking at him confused, since no one ever talks to her. She wasn't used to it. By now the person who would talk to her would just walk away. Izuku. Would those part affect me in the hero exam? Mei. It's mostly cosmetic. If they were to punch you in the chest, the metal could pierce your chest. Also the back is your weakest point, seeing as it has so many openings for your opponent to attack your skin. Mei went on describing the flaws in Izuku's design, and much to her pleasure, this robot boy listened to her, but more than that, he countered her arguments. By the end there, she was smiling like she does when one of her babies doesn't explode. Mei. Note to self, tell Mrs. Sarah that I talked to somebody today. 3. Mei thought to herself, feeling happy, which was strange for her since she wasn't building one of her babies. Both of them didn't notice a brown-haired girl walk past them. No one could know, but this little interaction changed the course of Izuku's destiny, romantically at least. After another 5 minutes of talking about mechanics, Izuku looked at the time. Izuku. We should go. The exams are gonna start soon. Are you here for the hero exam? Mei. No, I'm here for the support course. Goodbye, robot boy. Mei said, walking away. Izuku watched her leave and then went to his exams. Though he was a little disappointed in himself for not asking for a name. The written portion of the exam. The writing portion was a breeze for him. Since you don't build a fully functional robot suit without knowing a thing or two about mathematics and other subjects. So he saw himself getting top marks, beating a girl with the last name of Yaoyorozu. Midnight. Miss Yaoyorozu, I recounted now 3 times. You've got second place. Momo. B, but that cannot be possible. Please at least give me my test, and the test of the person who got number 1. I need to see where I went wrong. 3. Momo said desperately. She still couldn't fully accept that someone was able to beat her in a battle of intelligence. She needed to see how, or else she might go mad. Midnight. That's not allowed. Please head to the next part of the exam. 1. Izuku. Don't be afraid to stand up for yourself, or for others. Izuku thought to himself, again repeating what he heard in those self-help tapes. So with a nervous step, he walked forward. Izuku. Excuse me, Midnight. Yes, Midnight asked with a sigh at the end. It was bad enough with one applicant, she hopes that this one doesn't also want a peek. Izuku. Sorry to interrupt. But, both of them found this robotic boy weird, when he stopped talking and started doing some breathing exercises. Izuku. I'm the boy who scored number 1, if I allow her to look at my test. Would that be okay? Momo. Yes, will it? Momo said with a bright smile, looking at the teacher. Midnight looked at the two, and she decided that she didn't want to keep dealing with this. Midnight. Fine, but make it quick, the next group of contestants will be here in 10 minutes. Momo. Yes, thank you so much. I'm sorry for being a bother, both of you. It's just that well. Momo tried to explain, but Izuku raised his hand and from the look on the eyeholes in his suit, the boy looked like he was smiling. Izuku. I get it, how can you improve, if you don't even know where you went wrong right? Momo. Yes, you get it. Oh dear, where are my manners? I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo said nervously, with a quick bow. Izuku did the same thing, though his was much slower seeing as he was in a robot suit. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, a pleasure. But please just call me Izuku. Momo. Nice to meet you, Izuku. Don't suppose that I can see your face? Momo asked with a bit of hope in her tone, but Izuku just shook her head and started walking away. Izuku. Maybe one day. But for now, I would rather keep that a secret. So for now, goodbye. 10 minutes later with the other contestants. Bakugo slammed his fist on the table, glaring at the name on the scoreboard. Bakugo. What the fuck is that Deku doing here? 1. With Izuku. We see Izuku sitting down, waiting for the other groups to arrive. He did get some side-eye from some people, but Izuku ignored them. With Nezu, we see him watching the student that intrigued him so much, sitting waiting for the second part of the test. Aizawa and the other heroes' teachers were with him with exception of Mike and Midnight. Much to Aizawa's enjoyment, since it meant he could have a few minutes of silence. Aizawa looked at the robot walking with the other students, and then at Nezu who was smiling. Aizawa. That's Midoriya, isn't it? Nezu. Indeed, you must admit that you have to be intrigued by the boy. Someone who spends so long to build himself a suit, surely has the drive to make it in the hero course. Nezu said excitedly. In his eyes Izuku is the diamond he's been waiting for decades. Finally a chance to show the world that anyone can truly be a hero. Aizawa just gave a short grunt as a response. Aizawa. Maybe. Let's see how he does first. Toshinori. Who are you talking about? Toshinori asked with a kind smile, but a bit nervous, seeing as this was his first official day as a teacher, and he wants to make a good impression. Aizawa and Nezu spared him a glance, and then looked back at the robot boy. Nezu. This boy, that has the potential to be my personal student, ha 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 ha. Teachers. Creepy. All the teachers thought. They know it's horrible to think it. But they kinda wish that Izuku doesn't make it, not for any ill will towards the boy, they just didn't want Nezu to have a successor. Toshinori looked at the boy in question, confused at what he was wearing. 6. Toshinori. Why does he have a robot suit? Nezu. He's quirkless. He built himself by his word, a robot suit. That gives him super strength, amongst other things, he added to it. Nezu said, more and more intrigued with the boy, how he built it at such a young age, and by the look of the machine, at such a cheap price. Toshinori. Quirkless. Nezu, sir. Nezu. Before you speak, Toshinori. Nezu said, since he knew where the line of thinking the number 1 hero was going. Nezu wasn't gonna allow him to ruin this for Nezu. Nezu. Know that you are a completely new teacher, and at the bottom of the food chain. Your opinion is less than worthless to me. 8. Toshinori. Noted. Toshinori said and kept quiet, not wanting to ruffle any feathers so soon. So he concentrated on the applicant that was his successor for AFA. It was time for the second part of the exam, the practical part. He was listening to the teacher explain the rules he already memorized by heart at this point, when some guy with blue hair stood up with his arm raised. 2. Iida. Excuse me, but in the packet, there are listed 4 types of robot villain, but you have only stated 3, is this a misprint? Because if so that would highly disgrace UA. And you. Iida said pointing at Izuku, who unlike Iida was actually paying attention to the teacher. Izuku moved his head to look at the angry, Sonic not Sonic, but Sonic the Hedgehog rip-off. 2. Iida. What in God's name are you wearing? If you can't take this seriously you better leave. Izuku. First of all you, entitled, born with a silver spoon on your mouth blue Power Ranger looking motherfucker. 1. Izuku said with a growl at the end and loud enough in his tone, so everyone could hear it. It's a good thing that he installed a voice scrambler so Bakugo who was next to him didn't realize it was him. Izuku kept his gaze on the blue hair boy. 2. Izuku. If you would have actually read the packet, instead of skimming it trying to find an error. To make yourself look good. You would have known that the final robot is worth 0 points. It's only there to see what we will do when faced with something stronger than what we can handle. Izuku said in an angry tone. Iida looked offended but the teacher coughed to get everyone's attention. Mike. Thank you listener number 7254. You are completely correct, the magic of actually reading is amazing don't you think so listener 7111. 7. The teacher said, making Iida feel embarrassed and sat down, keeping quiet for the rest of the explanation. After that they got on a bus that'll take them to the fake city. Izuku was sitting at the back when someone came up to him. Momo. Hello. Mind if I sit next to you? You're kinda the closest thing to someone I know in this bus. Izuku. Sure, but it'll be a tight fit. Izuku said. Moving to the side, Momo sat down rather comfortably and gave Izuku a kind smile, that Izuku reciprocated, although Momo couldn't tell. Momo. I would say rather cozy. So, if you don't mind just rudeness. Why the suit? Izuku. The best way I can explain it, is that my ability isn't really suited for fighting robots, so I would fail the practical exams if I didn't think outside the box. 3. Izuku said in half-truths, but Momo accepted that, and kept looking at the suit. And the more she looked at it, the more she didn't like it. Not for any bad reason, it wasn't symmetrical for her liking. 1. Izuku. Okay. Moment of truth in just a few minutes. You're fine, you've done everything right. You'll make it, just remember to breathe. Scene change. We see him in the fake city. Waiting for the gates to open with everyone else, everything he's worked so hard for, every time he broke a bone, burned a part of his skin. Having things explode on him, again and again, and again. It all led up to this singular moment, he can't fail, he simply can't. Izuku. Siri, status. 7. Siri. Systems operating at 100% battery has 89% battery left. 2. Izuku listened to the robot voice, he didn't make a robotic assistant, he didn't have the money or the resources for that. He simply hooked up an old iPhone he found in the junkyard to the suit. The gates started to open, and Izuku didn't wait a single second, he ran inside and destroyed the first robot he saw. He heard the teacher in the background but he didn't pay it much mind, as he went to look for the next one. All Might's successor Pav Mike. Well, what are you waiting for? In real life there is no countdown. That robot boy already destroyed a 3-pointer. Better make that too. Hearing that made everybody run inside, like cattle to the slaughter. They were pushing other students around, just to get inside faster. I used OFA to jump over them to find a robot. I saw the robot boy punching a 2-pointer and concentrated on finding my own patch to destroy before my time was up. Back to Izuku. Izuku raised his arms and activated his flamethrowers, with fire so concentrated and hot that it burned the robot's face and operating system. Siri. Warning, gas for the flamethrowers, at 20% Izuku. Damn already? Hey Siri. Add to my note that I need to make the flamethrowers conserve more gas. 2 Izuku said, running off for his next target. He ran fast and blocked a 3-pointer shooting other contestants. Izuku. Don't stand there, run, student, thanks man. Izuku heard the student say, as they ran off to take care of a 1-pointer, or maybe a 2-pointer if they're lucky. Izuku walked up to the shooting 3-pointer, his armor resisting the bullets without difficulty. He grabbed the robot's face and squashed it. Siri. Note added. Anything else I can help you with? Izuku. Battery life, Izuku asked as he shakes his robot hands to get out some of the oil the head squeezed out. Siri. Battery at 72%, aid Izuku. Okay. Izuku said, as he ran to another target. With the teacher's Nezu. My, for a quirkless he's doing marvelous work. What's his score? Aizawa. Currently number 3 behind Momo Yaoyorozu and Bakugo Katsuki. I'll admit he's not awful, he's even helping other applicants. 2 Aizawa grumbled as they watched the match, and made decisions on who's in and who's out. All Might was frowning, he should be looking at his successor. But his eyes fixated on the robotic boy. All Might. He could still hurt himself, what will he do when the battery on that thing runs out? Nezu. Nobody cares for your opinion, Toshinori. So shut it, I doubt his battery will run out by the time this test is over. 5 Nezu said without even looking at Toshinori. Toshinori for his part, just bit down on his lip. He couldn't help but feel inadequate seeing this boy do something he couldn't. Nezu. I mean, just look at him. He's able to defeat 3-pointer Venators, without much trouble. How? How did he build a suit that could do that? Oh, the curiosity is killing me, ha 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 ha. Nezu said while laughing, causing everyone to feel fear for their evil god Nezu. They watched the show for another 10 minutes till it was time. Nezu. Power loader. It's time for the big boy to make his presence known. PL. Yes sir. PL said as he pressed a button. The fun was about to really begin for Nezu. With Izuku Siri. Warning. Battery at 32%, Izuku. Already? Damn. This suit really sucked out car batteries like it's water. Siri, go to power saver mode. Izuku commanded, as he went instead to deal with 1-pointer for the remainder of the test. That was his plan, until he stumbled. The ground started to shake. The sun started to be blocked. The contestants looked up, and saw the giant robot otherwise known as the 0-pointer or the Executor. Izuku. Run, it's Godzilla. It looks like Godzilla, but due to international copyright laws, it's not. 4 Izuku was surprised, and saw a boy with purple hair, close to him pointing at the 0-pointer. 2 Izuku. Still, we should run like it is Godzilla. Purple hair boy. But it isn't. 6 The purple hair boy added. Both looked at each other and laughed. Izuku. PFFF. Izuku Midoriya, call me Izuku. Glad to see an Austin Powers fan. Shinso. Hitoshi Shinso, just call me Shinso, but seriously, we should run. Shinso said, looking around them, as other contestants were running away scared of the huge robot. Izuku nodded calmly. Izuku. Oh yeah, definitely. Help, my foot is stuck. Both of them looked and saw a brown hair stuck, and the 0-pointer was walking towards her. Both of them didn't wait and ran to help. Izuku. Siri, turn off the power saver, all power on the arms. Siri. Confirmed. Shinso heard from behind him, but didn't have time to question, as he made it to the girl first, and he started to take the debris out of her foot. The sun was blocked by them. They looked up and the foot was about to squash them. Shinso got on top of the girl to protect her, but the pain never came. They looked up again, and saw the robot boy with his arm raised, holding the foot, stopping it from squashing them. Izuku grunted as the suit started to overheat and fast. Izuku. Don't just stand there, hurry up. Shinso. Right. Shinso said, as he continued taking the debris off the girl. Once he did, the girl tried to run, but fell. She twisted her ankle. Shinso. Here. Let me help you, Siri. Warning, warning, battery power dropping rapidly. They all heard. Izuku clicked his tongue, and tried to find a solution. Shinso grabbed the girl like a princess and ran out of the way. With the teacher's Toshinori. Sir, the robot is malfunctioning. That boy is gonna get hurt. Nezu. No one is to move. If he's to become a student with his disability, he'll need to think outside the box. I want to see what he does. With Izuku Siri. Warning. Battery at 15%, 14%, 13%. Izuku. Siri. All power on the legs, Izuku said. As Siri transferred the energy, Izuku started to buckle under the weight. When he heard the ding that it was done, he gave a scream and jumped with every speck of energy the car batteries had left. It wasn't enough to destroy the robot obviously, but it was enough for Izuku to make the machine fall on his back. The robot moved side to side, but like a turtle, he couldn't flip itself back up. Izuku took a huge breath of relief. Siri. Warning. Battery at 0% powering down. Izuku heard, and felt the machine become 3 times as heavy. Izuku grunted and slowly moved by himself. Izuku. Note to self. Make Mark II a lot lighter. Shinso. Hey Izuku, you good? Izuku heard. Izuku walked slowly to the source of the sound, and half raised the arm with a soft chuckle. Izuku. I'm alive. So no, Shinso. Honestly mood. 2. Shinso said with a chuckle, as he walked to Izuku to meet him halfway. Ochako looked between the two who saved her. Ochako. Thank you for saving me. Both of you. Izuku. My pleasure. Izuku Midoriya, call me Izuku. Izuku said with a small wave. Shinso nodded and looked at the brown hair girl. Shinso. Hitoshi Shinso. Just call me Shinso Ochako. Uraraka Ochako. Call me Ochako. Ochako said with a smile that Shinso found cute. It reminded him of a cat's smile. 6. Announcement. The test is over. Those who are injured report to the recovery girl. Shinso. I believe that's you. I'll take you there. Shinso said with a nod to himself. Ochako nodded in appreciation, and then looked at Izuku. Ochako. Thank you. Midoriya, are you injured? Izuku. Nothing nah. Just a bit hot. I'll see you too, if we all make it to Ua. If not, then good afternoon, good evening, and good night. 4. Izuku said as he started to walk away to the exit. He did his best, he just hoped it was enough. With the teacher's Nezu. Ha 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 ha. Toshinori. Is this normal? Toshinori asked, looking at Nezu. He looked like he was having a whole episode, looking like the Joker with how hard he was laughing. Aizawa. Only when he gets excited about something, so very rare. Nezu. My oh my, this boy has so much potential. I must speak with him. Aizawa, I'll be the one to deliver the letter personally. Nezu said, walking away to his office. He has so much to do. In just a few days. Aizawa looked at his boss leave. Aizawa. So, you're gonna put him in the hero course, huh? Nezu. Oh heavens no, he'll be going to the support course. It's been 2 weeks since the entrance exams, and Izuku was a nervous wreck. He kept waiting and waiting for the letter to come. One with Izuku, we see Izuku in his version of lifting weights, which was lifting heavy parts of cars, that he welded together. With trembling hands he placed the weights back on its place and sat down with a sigh. He moved his bandaged left arm around a bit. Izuku did in fact hurt himself. He sprained his left arm, and had first-degree burns around his body, but apart from that, he was completely fine, grabbing a small towel with his right hand, and cleaned the sweat of his face. 11. Izuku. Okay. It's fine, you're totally fine, the card should arrive soon. For now I need to keep fixing the Mark I, and the errors that Pink Head saw. Izuku muttered to himself, as he walked into his workshop. To his surprise he wasn't alone. There sitting looking at his blueprints was a white rat, that Izuku knew who it was, and he was Godsmack. Izuku. N. Nezu. S. Sir W. What are you doing here? Nezu. Oh. Well, I went to your house, but you weren't there, so I came here. 7. Nezu said, turning around and giving Izuku a smile. Izuku took a few calming breaths and he centered himself. Izuku. I see. I want to know how you know of this place, but part of me doesn't. Nezu. A wise choice to listen to the part that doesn't. Now as for the reason I'm here, I'm sure you know why that is. 2. Nezu said with a calm smile, looking around. This boy has clearly been many hours, days, months, heck years of his life in this place. It just had that feel about it. Izuku nodded, feeling a bit nervous. Izuku. Why? Yes. To tell me if I made it or not. But seeing as you're here in person, that has to be a good sign, right? Nezu. That depends entirely on you. But before that, tell me, how did you come about this suit? I know you built it with car parts, but what inspired it? Nezu asked. Izuku looked around and found what he was looking for. He took out an ancient newspaper and gave it to Nezu. It had a report of a man named Ironman. Izuku. Sir, do you know of a hero named Ironman? Nezu. Can't say I do. Is he some new hero? But by the look of this paper, I know that guess is wrong. Nezu said, reading the newspaper, or trying to. The words were almost unintelligible. Izuku. Old hero. A 3,000 years old hero. Before quirks officially appeared. Back when mutants like the bunny hero Mirko would have been discriminated against. Back when being quirkless wasn't treated as a medical disability. He was a completely quirkless person. But a once-in-a-lifetime genius, since he built himself suits like mine, to save people. That, sir, is my inspiration, to be the new Iron Man. Nezu. I see. So you are walking in the footsteps of giants, a forgotten giant. But a giant all the same. Nezu said, understanding this boy a little better. Izuku rubbed the back of his head and he nodded with a bit of a nervous chuckle. Izuku. Yes, sir. There's more to it than that, but I would rather keep that to myself. Nezu. I can respect that. But let me say I've done some research on you, and I'm quite impressed. Nezu said, and he could tell that those simple words affected Izuku so much. But Izuku kept his feelings hidden, and just gave a short nod. Izuku. Thank you, Sir Nezu. A quirkless boy, who for all his life he was told he couldn't be a hero. And yet here you stand, with proof of concept that it is possible. Nezu said, looking at the machine that Izuku built. It was dismantled and being fixed, but it was there. Izuku shared Nezu's gaze, looking at his life work. Izuku. Yes, sir. Nobody believed me. Not the doctors, not my teachers, not my auntie or uncle, not even. Izuku said, his tone rising. He almost yelled. But he composed himself and took a few calming breaths, speaking in a much calmer tone, but still a bit of a bite in the back of his tone. Izuku. Not even my mother. Nezu. My condolences. It couldn't have been easy. Nezu said, in a tone that just told Izuku that Nezu has been there. He can only imagine. But his curiosity for his future overtook everything else. Izuku. But sir, answer me. Was my proof of concept successful? Nezu. Mostly. Tell me, what fuels this Mark 1? Nezu asked. Izuku pointed to the power source. 4 car batteries all connected together, to make some sort of Frankensteinian monstrosity that somehow worked. Izuku. Old car battery parts, sir. Nezu. I imagine that they don't last long, do they? Nezu asked, walking up to the batteries and inspecting them. That's when Izuku's smile faltered a little, as he rubbed the back of his neck. Izuku. No, sir. They didn't even last an hour of intense usage. Nezu. And now you see the pickle I'm in. Since in theory your suit works, but in practice, what kind of hero can only last less than an hour? 13. Nezu asked. Izuku nodded in agreement, but he didn't give up. He went to his work table and took out a journal, giving it to Nezu. He looked at it, and inside of it were different theories on how to power the suit. Izuku. But as I said, it's a proof of concept. I'm currently working on a different form of energy for the suit. Though admittedly it's only in the thinking stage. Nezu. Very true. But until then I cannot allow you to enter the hero course. Nezu asked, and turned around looking at Izuku with a smile that gave something that Izuku hasn't seen anyone give him, except for the mirror. Hope. Izuku. But that smile on your face tells me you have other plans for me. Nezu. Indeed I do. Since while you proved that it can be possible, you are limited with what you can use, car parts can only get you so far, I imagine. Izuku looked around with a crooked smile and nodded in agreement with a shrug. Izuku. You would be correct, sir. But for it to have gotten me this far is an accomplishment. Nezu. Agreed. So let me tell you a word of mouth secret. The entrance exam isn't the only way to make it into the hero course. Nezu said, as cryptic as ever. This got Izuku's attention as he thought what he meant by it. He placed his hand on his chin and rubbed it in thought. Izuku. And that secret way is the way you want me to enter. Nezu. My, quite the smart young man you are. Yes. For you see, if you can make it to the finals of the sport festival, that will give you the chance to join the hero course. Nezu said, and he saw he got Izuku's attention, but more importantly than that, his determination. Izuku. I see. But until that day comes, Nezu. You go into the support course. There you'll have access to better equipment and materials than what you currently possess. Nezu said, giving Izuku his hand as a handshake agreement. Izuku didn't even think twice and he shook Nezu's tiny paw hand. Izuku. That's a setback to my original plan. But a fantastic setback. I agree. 7 Nezu. Then Izuku Midoriya, let me be the first to welcome you to UA. You'll get the official letter on the mail in a couple of weeks. Now I expect big things from you. I do hope you do not disappoint. Nezu said with a smile. Izuku smiled back tough. His was a bit more wobbly, as he held back tears of relief. Happiness? Tiredness? He really couldn't tell you. Izuku. I'll be sure to meet your expectations and surpass them, sir. Nezu. That's what I like to hear now. Excuse me. Both of us have lots to do, and so little time to do it. Nezu said with a chuckle, as he took his hand back and started walking away. Izuku bowed to him as he left. Izuku. Of course, sir. And thank you for taking a shot at me. 2 Nezu. No need to thank me. I've been waiting for someone like you to come. For a very long time, Mr. Midoriya. Now, remember that you'll be representing the 20% of the population. Nezu said as he left. Izuku took a few steps back and sat down on his old worn-down couch, and started running his finger through his hair. Izuku. I made it. Holy crap, I made it. Izuku muttered to himself, as he started to chuckle softly. That chuckle started to get wet. And Izuku started to cry, with a smile on his face. Just feeling overwhelmed with the situation. Since after so long, he was finally given a chance. Meanwhile with Mei, we see her in her therapist office. She was swinging her legs side to side on her chair, while Mrs. Sarah wrote something. Mei was squirming in her seat. Wanting to do something, even if it's just walking. But if she does that, she won't get candy. When Sarah finished writing, she gave Mei a piece of candy. Mei took it and ate it happily. 4 Sarah. Okay. So your father told me that you went to the O entrance exams. How did that go? Mei. Oh, it went well. I had to take an exam. I got to show some of my babies. I talked to a boy, and then I had to go to the bathroom, since I forgot to go at home. Mei kept talking about every detail of her day that day, but Sarah stopped writing and looked at Mei, shocked at one specific thing she said. Sarah. Wait. Go back. You talked to a boy? Like a human flesh boy? Mei. Yeah. Well, he had a robot suit on, but I'm sure he was a boy. The robot, sir, it was neat. Though it did have a few errors, I just had to fix. 3 And as soon as the excitement for Sarah came, it went, since she knew what that meant for Mei. The girl didn't know what personal space meant. Sarah. Mei, tell me you didn't invade his privacy without permission. Mei. Okay. I won't tell you that. But it's fine, since he was grateful. We even talked about mechanics. He told me a bit about how his baby works, and I told him about the baby I was gonna show in the practical exams. 6 Mei said with a smile. She took a small fidget spinner from her pocket and started playing with it, to just be able to do something with her hands. Sarah. Well, that's nice. Did you get his name? Mei. I did not. Oh, I'm sure I ask around the school, somebody will know. Mei said with an innocent smile, that just made Sarah want to pull her hair out. She took a shuddering breath, and forced a smile. Sarah. Mei, no, remember we talked about this. Strangers can have bad intentions. Mei. Okay. So, now that I'm gonna be going to UA. Mei said, leaning closer and closer to Sarah, but to her disappointment, Sarah shook her head no. Sarah. No, you know the deal. Make at least 3 friends, and then I'll talk to your father about giving you less sessions with me. Mei. But it's so hard, Mei whined. No longer could she stay still. She got up and started pacing around the room. Sarah made it almost the whole session without getting up, a personal best for her. Mei. People don't like talking about building babies. They only care about makeup, or boys. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? It's not my fault they're stupid. 4 Mei rambled on about the things girls her age talked about, and how she just didn't get it. Sarah sighed, and gave Mei another piece of candy to calm down. Sarah. Mei. We don't call other people's interests stupid. Mei. But they are. Why can't everybody just talk about making babies? 4 Mei complained while dragging her feet. Sarah gave a sigh that turned into a chuckle and smiled at Mei. Sarah. Please. Don't phrase it like that when you're talking to other people, I'm begging you. Now as for you. Here's what's gonna happen. You are gonna read those books I gave to you, and you are gonna prepare yourself for UA and make a friend. Just one friend. If you can do that, I'll talk to your dad, and you'll only have to come here twice a week instead of 3 times a week. Do we have an understanding? Mei. Yes ma'am. Mei grumbled. They talked a little more, before Mei's time was up, and she left like a bullet train to the car. While her father Shu Hatsume talked to her. Shu. So? Anything new to report? Sarah. Well, she talked to a boy, so there's some progress? Sarah said, and she could see the shock and hope built up in his eyes so fast. Shu. A human flesh and blood boy, right? Sarah. Yes. She met her in the UA entrance exam. But I'm confident that she'll make friends in UA. Sarah said, she said some other things, but Shu didn't hear anything. All he could think of is that this boy might finally give Mei an honest-to-God friend. So as he was walking to his car, he did the only thing he could think of. He prayed. 3 Shu. God. Please, I don't ask you for much, well apart from my pony winning the game in the racetracks. But please just make that boy make it to UA, for Mei. She needs friends, even if it's only one. You should know you made her. Do that and I promise. I'll stop gambling for a whole year. It's been weeks since the last chapter. Since then Izuku has been doing only 2 things, training physically and fixing his robot suit. With only once in a blue moon coming back home to get something. This was one of those times. We see him in his room, packing up some papers with his ideas. When an idea popped into his mind. 1 Izuku. Wait. Maybe that could work, Izuku muttered to himself, as he grabbed a blank piece of paper and an ink pen. While Inko was behind the door, she had different pamphlets for school choices. She took a breath and knocked on the door. 4 Inko. Izuku. I'm coming in. Izuku. Izuku stopped writing for a second, but then went back to writing like she didn't say anything. Since Inko didn't hear a no, she took it as an okay sign to come inside. She opened the door and sat on the bed, nervously playing with the pamphlets, while looking at the back of Izuku's head, but she did catch a glance of him with that pseudo-permanent smile on his face. Inko. So. School been done for a while. Going into high school, it's a pretty big deal, huh? I know it was for when I was your age. Though that was like a million years ago. Izuku. Izuku kept ignoring his mother, letting her sit on those self-deprecating jokes. He just kept working and smiling, not even acknowledging her. Inko coughed a bit and took a breath. Inko. And I think it's time for you to start thinking of where you'll want to go to high school. You could go virtually, I heard that's all the rage these days. Oh. Or this nice vocational school. 3 Inko flinched when she heard Izuku's pen snap. It wasn't a wooden one, it was a pure metal ink pen. Izuku rolled his chair and grabbed a few handy wipes to clean his hand. Never once acknowledging her, but she knew he heard it all, seeing as the smile never left. Inko remained firm. Well, as firm as she could be, which wasn't a lot, but it was something. Inko. Now Izuku, I know it's not the best option, but given your condition, it really is a good option. I mean, in just a few years, you could be like a mechanic. Be your own boss. Doesn't that sound like something? You could have an actual career to be proud of. It's an honest living, way better than being a cleaner like me, Izuku. Izuku opened a drawer and handed Inko a letter. Inko looked at it and then looked back at Izuku, who was back to work. With a sigh, she opened it. She flinched a little when a hologram of a white mouse appeared. Nezu. Hello Mrs. Midoriya, if you're seeing this it must mean that you started to talk about Izuku about high school choices. Inko. I'm so confused, what am I looking at? Inko asked, but as always Izuku didn't acknowledge her existence. With a sad, she kept watching the video. Nezu. Well, you don't have to worry about that, since your boy has already been accepted into UA, in the support department. Inko. What? Inko said, completely shocked, looking at the back of his son's head. And then at the hologram. Not being able to believe it. Nezu. Yes, you've raised quite the intelligent boy, Mrs. Midoriya, so filled with potential. I'll be seeing your boy on August 26th for his first day of school. And Izuku Midoriya, if you're watching this with her. Again, welcome to UA. You should be very proud of yourself. The video ended, and both of them just stood there in silence, Izuku just trying not to show emotions, after Nezu acknowledged his accomplishments. And Inko just plain shocked that her boy made it to one of the most prestigious schools in the country. She didn't know how to react. She flinched when Izuku closed his briefcase and started walking out. Inko stumbled on her feet, but caught up to Izuku. Inko. Izuku, wait. Please wait, Izuku. Izuku had his hand on the doorknob, but stopped. Inko saw this as a good sign and she took a few breaths to compose herself. Inko. Well, I don't know what to say. What can I say? Wow. Just wow. We should celebrate. I can make you some katsudon. Izuku. I already ate. Izuku said. There was no emotion in his voice, no feelings in his eyes, and that smile that Inko hates so much, never leaving his face. Izuku the door and left. Inko almost wished that he slammed the door, but he didn't. He closed it completely normally, which just made her guilt all the worse. 3 Inko. I'm proud of you, 7 Inko said softly, as she felt her heartache get bigger. Her son just accomplished something incredible, and she couldn't even muster up any congratulations or I'm proud of you when he was here. With a shuddering breath, she went to the sofa and just put her hands on her face. She wasn't crying, she was in that stage just before crying, where your breathing is ragged. She must have stayed like that for almost 10 minutes till the door was slammed open. Inko already knew who it was. Mitsuki. Hey girl. My son just got his acceptance letter from UA. What happened? Was it Hisashi? Did he complain about the child support? Let me call the bastard. Inko. It's not that, it's just Izuku's high school. Inko said softly, pinching the bridge of her nose to stop from crying. Mitsuki winced and sat down next to Inko. Mitsuki. I take it, he didn't take the whole vocational school all that well? Did you tell him about being a mechanic? You know it's really an honest, decent living? Inko. Wait here. Inko said, getting up and walking to Izuku's room to get the UA letter. She came back with it, and Mitsuki looked confused. Mitsuki. Hey, that looks like the letter Katsuki just got. With Izuku we see him walking to the junkyard with a smile on his face. He was angry, he wanted to frown. But he kept the ever-present smile on his face, for the public to see. Izuku. Keep smiling. Remember, stay in control. Izuku thought to himself, as he heard someone grunting. He turned and saw a boy with purple hair getting beat up. Izuku didn't waste time, he ran to them, grabbing a trash can while he ran and hit one of the boys in the head with it. When the other boy turned, Izuku throat punched him, making him crouch down holding it. Izuku. Hey man, are you okay? I don't know who you are, but. Izuku hit the boy with the trash can again, making sure he stays down, groaning. He glared at the other one, who flinched and left running. Shinso looked at the boy surprised, and got up. Shinso. Yeah. These guys are you classmates of my old school. I'm Izuku. Hitoshi Shinso. I know who you are. I'm the robot boy, from the entrance exam, remember? Izuku said with a more sincere smile. It took Shinso a second, but then he remembered Izuku. To Shinso. Oh, yeah. Hey, glad to finally see your face. Wanna get out of here? Knowing Arai, he's gonna come back with more of his buddies. Izuku. Oh, yeah, let's go. I know a place where they won't find us. Izuku said, as he kicked the boy on the ground a little to make sure he was alive. Both of them heard him groan. It was good enough for them, and they left the alleyway. Shinso. Cool. Thanks man Izuku. No prob. Us bullied kids have to stick together, you know. 4 Izuku said with a morbid chuckle. That Shinso joined him in, as they walked past the cat cafe Shinso was originally going. Shinso. You were bullied? You built a robot suit, that's like the coolest thing ever. Izuku. Quirkless. It really is sad, that's all I need to say. For you to know why, how about you? Izuku asked. Shinso was gonna lie. But after hearing the word quirkless, he decided there wasn't any reason. Izuku has it just as bad as he does. Shinso. I have what people consider a villainous quirk. Izuku. Wonder who has it worse. Izuku said. Both snorted at the question, since they knew both got screwed over by life. And worse by living in Japan, a place not known for liking people who are even a little different. Shinso. Let's call it a draw. So where's this place anyways? Izuku. My workshop. Back to Inko. We see them still in the living room, only they upgraded and had a 12-pack of cheap beer on the table, with half of them already gone. 1 Mitsuki. Holy shit. Mitsuki muttered. She just finished rewatching the hologram for the 5th time. While Inko watched at Izuku's score. Inko. He made it 1 RST in his written test and 3rd place in his practical test. He probably had to build something, right? If he's going to the support course, he must have built something. Mitsuki. Holy shit was the only response Mitsuki could give, still shocked that Izuku Midoriya actually made it into UA. And then the guilt set in, since the vocational school was her idea. Mitsuki. Oh god. Please tell me he showed you this, before you showed him the pamphlets. Inko. You caught me about to cry. What does that tell you? Inko said with a frustrated sigh, as she drank beer number 3. Mitsuki winced, rubbing the back of her head. Mitsuki. Oh Inko, I'm so sorry. Want me to talk to him? Tell him it was my fault? Inko. Wouldn't make a difference, he still wouldn't talk to me. Or show any emotion other than that fake smile he always has on. 1 Inko said, giving a groan in frustration. She took another swing of her beer. She wanted to drown her sorrows. Mitsuki. Well maybe. Inko. I'm not gonna hit him, Mitsuki. That may work for Katsuki, but it'll just make things worse with Izuku. 9 Inko muttered, looking at the photos on the wall. There were so few of them, and the ones she did have were all of Izuku with that fake smile. It turned her from an angry drunk to a sad drunk. Mitsuki. Sorry. I just wish I could help you. Inko. You and me both. I'm just scared Tsuki. I'm scared that he'll leave after he's 18 and I'll never see him again. 1 Inko muttered, sinking herself on the couch. Mitsuki, being the extrovert she is, hugged Inko's shoulder and pulled her back up. Mitsuki. Come on, he's not gonna leave you, he's your son. He knows you love him. 12 Inko. Sometimes I wonder if he even loves me, Inko muttered, finally reaching who she always becomes when she drinks, the depressed drunk. Mitsuki gave a loud snort of indignation. Mitsuki. Inko. No, you know he does, Inko. Do I? He never talks to me. He's almost never here. He never picks up my calls. The most I can get out of him is an "I'm safe" text before he leaves me on read, while he's only God knows where. So do I really know if he loves me? Or is he just waiting for an excuse to leave me and never look back like Hisashi did? 8 Inko said. As the waterworks started to happen, Inko started to ugly cry and fast. Mitsuki took the beer away from Inko and hugged her tighter. 1 Mitsuki. Okay. I think you've had enough beer for today, and it's not even noon. 3 Inko. It's my day off. Let me wallow in my misery, not like I've got anyone here to see me like this. Inko said, trying to get her beer back, but Mitsuki basically had her in a hug burrito. She couldn't move. While Inko was a sad drunk, Mitsuki was a touchy drunk. Mitsuki. I'm here, Inko. And I've also seen you shit-faced at a Metallica concert, so you can't judge me. 2 Mitsuki. It was their goodbye tour, you ass. Inko just giggled as they stayed like that until they both passed out. Masaru would later find them like that, and make sure they don't choke on their own throw-up, but for now, they just cuddled together. A few weeks after the last chapter with Bakugo Katsuki, we see him in a foul mood. He's been in a foul mood for weeks. You might be wondering why. Flashback Katsuki. What do you mean that Deku is gonna be in UA? 3 Bakugo asked, furious as he slammed his fist on the table. That got him a hit behind the head. Mitsuki. Don't you take that fucking tone with me. And what did I say about calling Izuku that? Masaru. Okay. Let's all calm down a minute. 3 Masaru said with a nervous smile, as always being the bridge between his wife and his son. Both mother and son scoffed and crossed their arms. Mitsuki. Fine. Look, I don't know what your attitude is. But knock it off. The world doesn't revolve around you. If Izuku made it to Ua, you should be happy with your friend. 2 Katsuki. Tisk. Katsuki only clicked his tongue and left the house, slamming the door so hard he cracked the small mirror on top of the door. That only made Mitsuki more furious. Masaru sighed and went to grab some tea to calm his wife down. 3 Back to the present. Bakugo has been looking for Izuku to force the Lil Quirkless to drop out of UA, since Katsuki was supposed to be the only student in their class to make it in. And he won't have that Deku ruin his plans. Bakugo. Where the fuck are you, Deku? Meanwhile, with Izuku. We see Izuku on a homemade treadmill, just outside his laboratory. He was running at a steady pace. He could see the almost rebuilt Mach 1 and couldn't help but let his mind wonder at the day that changed his life for the better. 3 Flashback. We see a small Izuku alone. He was in a forest alone, walking deep into the forest, so no one would be able to find it. Since Izuku was currently in the Aokigahara forest, with only one thing on his mind, the end. Izuku. This is for the best. I'll be able to get a quirk in my next life. 6 Izuku muttered softly to himself, as he stopped walking and looked at a big tree that won't break under his weight. With a soft sigh, he started climbing when he closed his eyes tightly, since some red light was blinding him. Izuku. Arg. What was that? Izuku said softly, as he climbed down and looked around, trying to find the source of the light. He found it coming from inside of a cave that looked like it once had a door in it. Izuku dropped the rope and walked inside. To see what was inside of it, he might as well satisfy his curiosity one last time. He walked down the flight of stairs, and the lights suddenly turned on, blinding Izuku for a second. Jarvis. Hello, sir. Can I help you? 3 Izuku. Who's talking right now? What is this place? Izuku asked, rubbing his eyes as he heard more lights turning on, as the voice spoke again. Jarvis. My name is Jarvis. It stands for, just a rather very intelligent system, in English. This place is Master Tony Stark's Emergency Workshop, Japan Edition. 5 Izuku. Tony Stark? Izuku asked, opening his eyes, and what he saw made his eyes widen. This place was indeed a workshop. Sure, the tools and machines looked rusted, and the screen that was talking to him was cracked, but Izuku could tell that this place meant something. He walked further inside, and sat down on the chair in front of the machine. Jarvis. Tony Stark is my creator. He is the hero known as Iron Man. Izuku. Hero? But I've never heard of him. Are you sure? Izuku said softly. The computer screen got quiet for a few seconds, probably analyzing what Izuku just said. Jarvis. A moment. While I update Izuku. Okay. Can you show me videos of this Iron Man while you update? Jarvis. Certainly, Jarvis said, and he showed Izuku everything he could, though a lot of the videos were too corrupted to be seen. But Izuku caught the general gist, and to say he was shocked would be the understatement of the century. Izuku saw this Tony Stark build a robot suit, and using it to save people. He became a hero without a quirk, without a mutation, nothing but his own intelligence. Izuku doesn't know how long he's been watching the videos, but Jarvis' voice brought him back to reality. Jarvis. Oh dear, it's been 3,000 years since I last was used. And my analysis says that Tony Stark and his descendants have all died out, and by the looks of it, this is the last remaining lab that's still operational. 11. Izuku. Oh, I'm sorry, Izuku said softly, since the AI voice sounded legitimately sad. Izuku looked around at the robot suits in the walls. They were all rusted and unusable, but they filled Izuku's heart with such wonder. Izuku. Jarvis, if I could be so bold to ask, could I become a hero? Could I be the new Iron Man? Jarvis. You wish to activate Project New Legacy? Jarvis asked. Izuku looked confused, but hopeful, since that wasn't a no, so with a small gulp he continued the conversation. Izuku. What's Project New Legacy? Jarvis. Master Stark's contingency plan, if Iron Man was ever needed again, and he was dead. Tell me, do you believe that the world needs Iron Man? There are already a number of heroes out there. 3. Jarvis said. Already he was testing the boy's resolve, and he did not disappoint, since he spoke with such passion, or desperation. But either way, he spoke with deep emotions in his tone of voice. Izuku. Yes, But none of them are quirkless. The world needs Iron Man, the world needs a quirkless hero. To give hope for that 20%, please let me be that hope. I'll do whatever I need to do. Please. Jarvis. Very well. To start you must study robotics, mechanics, and a number of other things before I'm allowed to give you the blueprints to the suits. Jarvis said, making Izuku lean back on the chair. It cracked a little, but Izuku didn't hear it, he was just letting it all set in. After so long, he finally had a shot at becoming a real hero, without a quirk. Izuku. Okay, just tell me what books to read, and I'll do it. Jarvis. Searching for current books on all the subjects. You must also train physically. To operate the suits, it takes a lot of physical strength. Should I also download for you a meal and exercise plan? Jarvis asked. Izuku looked at his body and touched it. It was soft, not a toned muscle to speak of. Izuku looked up at the cracked screen with nothing but determination in his voice and in his tone. Izuku. Yes, everything I'll need, give it to me. I promise I'll make Tony Stark proud. Back to the present. Izuku. I won't be Iron Man, I am Iron Man. 5. Izuku thought to himself to keep his determination up. It's been years since that day. Izuku has been studying non-stop, he's been physically training non-stop, and the fruits of his labors are finally starting to bloom. Izuku kept running when he heard someone calling his name from behind him. Shinso. Yo Izuku. Hope you don't mind that I'm back. Izuku. Nah, I did say you can hide here, whenever your bullies are acting up. Izuku said, turning off the machine, and turning around. To say Shinso was gobsmacked would be an understatement. Izuku was ripped. Izuku for his part didn't notice anything wrong, and just grabbed a towel and started cleaning himself. 1. Shinso. Man, you're making me a bit insecure about my body. Izuku. Then train and get a better one like I did. 2. Izuku said simply, looking at his numbers, and he clicked his tongue. His time was fine, but it needed to be better. Izuku needed to be better. He was taken back to the real world, when he Shinso sigh. Shinso. Yeah, like it's that simple. Izuku. It really is. Hell, you're still planning on making it to the hero course, right? Izuku asked, looking at him. He saw the determination behind the purple-haired boy's eyes. Shinso nodded, as his hands were made into fists. Shinso. Fuck yeah, nothing gonna stop me. Izuku. Okay, then what training do you do? Do you do like any to speak off? 4. Izuku asked, trying to be nice, but he looked Shinso up and down. He didn't have a lot of muscle mass to speak of. Shinso thought about it for a second, and rubbed the back of his neck. Shinso. I mean, I go on jogs. 1. Izuku. Yeah, you lost the argument. Izuku said firmly. He then placed his hand on Shinso's shoulder, and gave the boy a scary look on his face since his eyes showed sternness, but his smile never left his mouth. Izuku. Shinso, we are both at a huge disadvantage already. We need to train 3 times as much as those assholes with flashy quirks. How do you expect to make it, if you don't at least train your physique? Shinso. Okay, you got a point, Shinso said with a sigh. He shook Izuku's hand off his shoulder and just shrugged, looking frustrated. Shinso. But what can I do? I can't afford a gym membership, or equipment. Izuku. And you think I can? Look around, dude. Everything I have, I built from car parts, from my suit, to my exercise equipment. Izuku said, and Shinso hated to admit, that the green-haired boy did make a good point. Izuku. If you're always looking for an excuse, you'll never be a real man, dude. Since you'll always be blaming other people for your faults. 1. Shinso. And you don't? Shinso asked with a small smirk. Izuku chuckled and pointed to his robot suit, the Mark I. Izuku. You have seen my robot suit, right? Their words, their actions, all it does is fuel me to prove them wrong. I'm not gonna give them the chance to just ignore me. I'm gonna make sure I'm heard. 1. Izuku said, and for a second Shinso thought that the smile disappeared from Izuku's face, but it didn't. His eyes did become more angry, more determined. Since in Izuku's mind he was going up against the world alone. And it's not far from the truth. Izuku. If you don't have any equipment, Do exercises that don't require it. You want to lift weights. Grab 2 jugs and fill them with water. Or you know the simplest option. 1. Shinso. And what is that? Shinso asked. Izuku moved aside and showed Shinso his treadmill. The thing looked like you would need a tetanus shot if you're not careful. Izuku. Swallow your pride, and ask me for help. UA is like 2 months away. And the sports festival is our only shot into the hero course. There's still time for you to get stronger. But only if you put in the work. Shinso. Izuku. Can you help me? Shinso asked with a sigh. Izuku nodded and grabbed Shinso's hand, shaking it. Izuku. It'll be my pleasure. As of right now, I'll be your unofficial gym buddy. Meanwhile with Kirishima, we see the black hair boy stop walking and look up at the sky. Mina looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Mina. Kiri, is something wrong? Kirishima. No, something beautiful just happened. I felt it. A new gym bro friendship was created. 5. Kirishima said softly, with a single manly tear falling from his cheek. Mina rolled her eyes, and grinned at him. Mina. That's nice, so. Don't forget you lost the bet. You gotta paint your hair red. 3. Kirishima. Arg. Come on Min, it'll look horrible on me. 2. Kirishima whined, but Mina ignored him and started to whistle, as they walked to Walgreens to get some hair dye. Mina. A deal's a deal. Back to Izuku and Shinso. Izuku. First of all catch. Shinso. Is this a Walkman? Shinso asked, looking at what he had in his hands. Sure enough, it was a Sony TPSL-2 Walkman headset. One that Izuku refurbished, and some tapes. Izuku. Yup, and some self-help tapes. To become better physically, you need to be better mentally. And your self-worth is in the toilets. 2. Shinso. Fair enough. Fine, I'll listen them, Shinso said, putting the machine on his pocket, and the headphones around his neck. But Izuku shook his head. Izuku. More than that. Take the words of that man to heart. If it wasn't for those tapes, I wouldn't have had as much motivation as I do now. Now as for the next step. Let's see what I have to work with. Shirts off and let's get to work. 2 months time skip. 1. It was a rare blue moon. Izuku was back at home. He was getting dressed for his first day at UA. While Inko was in the living room, she was sitting on the sofa, with a kamara in hand, waiting to see Izuku off. And if she's so lucky, to maybe have a picture of him. The doorbell was rung, so Inko knew it wasn't Mitsuki. Inko. Circa. Coming. Inko said as she got up and opened the door. She was confused when she saw a boy around Izuku's age with purple hair in a workout outfit. Inko. Hello, can I help you? Shinso. Yeah, is Izuku ready? We're gonna head to UA together. Shinso asked with a small smile. Inko looked at this boy shocked. He couldn't be. Could he? Inko dared herself to ask. 2. Inko. I'm sorry, but are you, are you a friend of my son? Shinso. I guess you can call us friends. Yes, nice to meet you, I'm Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso said. He was feeling a little uncomfortable with the look Inko was giving him. It was one of just straight-up bewilderment. Inko shook her head, and gave Shinso a big but very nervous smile. Inko. It's very nice to meet you too. How long have you two been friends? Shinso. Well, we met at the entrance exam for UA. So just a few months. Shinso said, rubbing the back of his neck in thought. Inko was still a little out of it, but to be fair to her, Izuku doesn't share anything about his life with her, so she earned this. 4. Inko's shocked face. Oh how nice. Well, if you ever want to see my son, you can come on by. Our door is always open. Izuku. Sorry I'm late. Needed to make sure I had everything. Inko turned around to look at her son, but of course he was talking to Shinso, not the both of them. She looked at her son in his workout clothes, a new backpack filled with who knows what and that ever-present fake smile that he never takes off. She couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Izuku. Let's go. It's a long jog to UA. Got your uniform? Shinso. In my backpack. It was nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. Shinso said as he started to walk away. Izuku didn't even spare his mother a glance. When Inko touched his shoulder, Izuku shoved the hand away, making Inko flinch and take a step back. Inko. I just wanted to wish you luck, and take a picture. This is your first day after all. Page. Please. Izuku. Izuku dropped his backpack, moving it out of view, and looked at Inko waiting. Inko flinched, stumbling a little, almost dropping her Kamara. She took a breath to calm herself, and took the picture. She wishes she could say, she's happy with it. But she can't, not while Izuku has that fake smile on his face. She was about to ask for another one, but she heard the door closing. She again missed her shot. She sighed sadly, and looked back at the picture. 4. With Izuku, he caught up with Shinso, as they started walking down the stairs. Shinso spared him a glance. Shinso. I'm guessing there's bad blood with your mother and you. Izuku. I'm a quirkless boy, wanting to be a hero. How do you think she reacted? 16. Izuku said with a fake chuckle. Shinso is still not completely used to Izuku's never-ending smile, and found that a little creepy. Shinso. Ouch. Can't say I have that problem, my parents love me. Hell, they have quirks similar to mine, and want me to become a hero, to show the world that it's not the quirk that makes the villain. Izuku. Lucky you. Alright, ready to do this. Shinso. As I'll ever be. But why are we up so early? Shinso complained. The sun was just coming up. Izuku looked at the distance with a small smirk. Izuku. Because it's an hour and a half jog to Ua. Shinso. Whoa. Why the hell are we jogging instead of taking the train? Shinso asked. Izuku shook his head, disappointed in Shinso's idea. He still has ways to go, before he's fully deprogrammed by that mindset. Izuku. Because people with flashy quirks get that luxury. We do not. We need to train every chance we get, if we want to make it to the finals of the sport festival. Shinso. Okay, you're right, Shinso said with a sigh. Izuku tapped Shinso's shoulder to give him some support, and then put on his earphones to start his jog. Izuku. Fantastic, now earphones on. Music on shuffle and let's get this started. Shinso. Let's do it then. Shinso said, as they started to jog to Ua. This another step for them to make it to the hero course, and Izuku was gonna make sure that they both make it. Since he's grown to like Shinso's company. Later. Izuku. We made it. Let's take a minute and just take it all in. Shinso. Okay, Shinso said, as they both stood there looking at the entrance of Ua. Izuku felt pride for himself. All his work was made for this moment. While Shinso felt nothing, this was just not his kind of thing. So he just waited for Izuku to get something out of this. Izuku took a deep breath and started walking inside, with Shinso next to him. Izuku. Look around, Shinso. They don't realize it, but everyone here is gonna see legends be born soon. Shinso. You certainly have a high opinion about yourself. Shinso said with a small chuckle as he glanced around. People were staring at them, but mostly because they had exercise clothes on instead of a uniform. Izuku. I said legends plural, my friend. One for the quirkless, and one for the villainous quirks. Shinso. If we make it, chances are slim for me. Shinso muttered with a frown, that made Izuku's eyebrow to furrow. But since he was in public, his smile never left his face, no matter how much he wanted to frown over what Shinso just said. Izuku. Smile, my friend, that pessimistic attitude has no room in your mind. If you stay negative, you'll miss the forest for the trees. 5. Shinso. Izuku, dude, you're the exception to the rule. We've both got dealt a bad hand. And the majority would react like I do. Being pessimistic. 1. Shinso said as they walked inside. Since Shinso was covering his view, Bakugo Katsuki missed Izuku. Izuku for his part smiled at his friend, and wagged his finger in disagreement. Izuku. Correction. The lazy will react like that. And you are not lazy, you are still fighting for recognition. And we'll get it, as long as we keep fighting. Shinso. What it must be inside your head. Shinso said with a chuckle. Izuku joined him in the chuckle, though Izuku's was a lot more bitter. Izuku. Trust me, you don't want to go inside there. It's not a pretty place. Now come on, we gotta hit the shower. Last thing we need is to smell like hog ass. 6. Izuku said with a chuckle. Shinso nodded in total agreement, but then he looked at Izuku a little confused. Shinso. Wait, how do you know this place has showers? Izuku. I don't, but my new workshop does. Thanks to Nezu, I got a new workshop with a better bed, couch, shower, hell even a bathroom. If I could make Uber Eats drive at the door, I would never leave the place. 4. Izuku said with a small grin, since any excuse to not go home he'll take it. Shinso looked at him a bit surprised of all the things Izuku has gotten. Shinso. Damn, he gave you all that. Izuku. He expects big things from me. Nezu. Indeed I do. Nezu said out of nowhere. Izuku and Shinso were taken by surprise and screamed. Izuku and Shinso. Ah. 2. Nezu. Oh dear, did I scare you too? Nezu said with a smile identical to Izuku. Izuku chuckled, his smile never leaving his face. Seeing both beings smile like that really creeped Shinso out. Izuku. Surprise would be a more accurate word. Nezu sir. Nice to see you again, this is my friend Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso. Hello Principal Nezu. Shinso said with a small wave. He flinched when the smiling chimera turned his head slowly towards him. 1. Nezu. Ah yes, I've read your file. I must admit that you have a very powerful quirk, stronger than a few of the students in the hero course in my opinion. Shinso. Let me guess. I didn't make it, because I could barely destroy a one-pointer. Shinso said with a sigh. His grades were average, his physical results were abysmal, it's a miracle he made it to general studies. Nezu just nodded with his smile becoming brighter. Nezu. Completely correct, but it seems that you are training with my pupil. Izuku. Shinso. Pupil. Izuku and Shinso said, both were completely flabbergasted. Izuku was almost shocked enough to stop smiling. Almost, but not quite. Nezu for his part just chuckled. 1. Nezu. Yes, pupil. Tell me boy, why else do you think I've given you your own workshop? Something that is only given to second year and beyond. 2. Izuku. Never gave it much thought, you know what they say, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. But sir, you really want me to study under you? Izuku asked with a raised eyebrow, curious why someone as Nezu would be interested in a quirkless like him. Nezu. Indeed I do. Since I see myself in you boy, no flashy power to speak of, only intelligence. And yet look what you've achieved with just that. I want to nurture that intelligence into something more. 1. Izuku. I'm a bit speechless sir. Izuku said in a soft tone. He can't remember the last time anybody believed in him, and Nezu has been showing him nothing but support. Nezu. That's quite alright. Just don't expect me to go easy on you. All your homework, all your tests, will be given by me, you will also receive more work than the others. And I won't accept anything less than a 90%. Am I clear young man? Izuku. Yes sir, I'll try my best not to disappoint you. Izuku said with determination behind his tone. Nezu nodded in approval. Shinso looked at the two and coughed to get their attention. Shinso. Sorry to interrupt. But what about me? Nezu. Oh, yes. Sorry about my Mr. Hitoshi. You see, while your ability is quite powerful, your physical powers are laughable at best. You need to train more physically, if you want a chance at the hero course. 4. Nezu explained, and Shinso couldn't see the flaw in his logic, since he naively believed that all he needed was his mind control ability to become a hero. Shinso. Yes sir, your pupil made that very clear. He's been training with me. Izuku. Yes, since we both have the same goal. It'll be easier if we work together. Izuku said with a confident smile. Shinso nodded and smirked a little, but both Izuku and Nezu could tell that it was all bluff. Nezu. Oh, how so? Since only one of you can win the sport festival. Izuku. But you never said I needed to win to make it to the hero course. You said I needed to make it to the finals. So me and Shinso agreed that we'll help each other make it to the finals together. Hell, just to be cocky. We won't just make it to the finals, we'll make it to the final match of the final competition. Whatever that may be. Izuku said with his smile becoming bigger and bigger that it even freaked Nezu out a little, especially with those insane eyes he had on. Though he was a little proud that Izuku found a loophole in the loophole, so he laughed. Nezu. Ha 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 ha, now that's the spirit I like to hear. But tell me, since I'm curious, what kind of training have the two of you been doing? Shinso. Well, apart from intense cardio and weightlifting, we've also been practicing fighting. Last time. 1. Shinso. Well, apart from intense cardio and weightlifting, we've also been practicing fighting. Flashback. Izuku. Get up. We ain't done. Now get up. Izuku said with a growl. We see Shinso on the ground groaning, while Izuku was looking down at him. Izuku's feet never stopped moving as he walked around him doing the alley shuffle. 6. Shinso. You ain't. I am. I can't go anymore. Izuku. Then you'll never be a hero. Since imagine that I'm a villain. If you give up, I'll go and harm innocent civilians. Real heroes fight until they pass out, and you are still conscious. So get the fuck up. Izuku said firmly, his smile never leaving. Shinso nodded slowly and with trembling legs, he got up. He got his fists up, but there was no form behind it. 1. Shinso. I gotta know, how you get so good. Izuku. YouTube videos, and whatever book on fighting I could find. Don't get me wrong, if I face someone who knows how to fight, I'm screwed. But this will hold me over till I can get better training on the hero course. Anyways, found out of this old fighter called Muhammad Ali. The man was so powerful that he could beat an old hero called Superman. So I copied his style, to the best of my ability and availability information. 4. Izuku said. Of course Izuku had no way to know that, that was just a comic book. But to Izuku, it was real and that all that mattered. 14. Shinso. Then shouldn't you show me those videos and books, so I can practice and then we fight? Izuku. Yes and no. Yes I will, but not yet. First I wanted to see how well you fight. And also to teach you how to take a real punch. We ain't stopping till you pass out, now come at me. Back to the present. Nezu. Lovely, well you two should hurry to get showered and changed. Class are to start soon. Also what's that over there? 1. Nezu pointed. They looked but saw nothing. They looked back at Nezu but he was gone. They looked at each other and just shrugged. They made it to Izuku's new workshop, and Shinso couldn't help but whistle a little. It was definitely modern, to what his old one looked. 1. 2. Izuku. Go take a shower first. I'm gonna do a few changes to that huge-ass computer in front of us. 1. Shinso. Bet, Shinso said as he left to the bathroom. Izuku walked up to the giant monitor and connected his phone to it, letting Jarvis take over the system. Jarvis. Hello Master Izuku. I see you've gotten an upgrade. Izuku. Indeed I have. But I've finished and tested out the Mark I, it was a success. I believe I earned the right for the next blueprint. Izuku said with confidence. Jarvis hacked Nezu's security feed and watched the entrance exam. Izuku heard the printer being turned on and he walked to it, grabbing the blueprints, but just like the Mark I blueprints, this one was also incomplete. 5. Jarvis. Indeed you did. They're in your hands as the unfinished blueprints to the Mark II, complete them to be worthy for the Mark III. Izuku. You got it. But till then, the Mark I will have to do. Izuku muttered to himself, as he looked at the large suit looking at him. Izuku looked at another way, and took his notepad out. He started to write the blueprint, trying to finish the incomplete parts. While he waited Shinso to get out of the showers, Izuku was too busy with the blueprints that he didn't notice Shinso finished until he touched his shoulder. Shinso. Hey you good? Izuku. Huh, oh, yeah, just looking at my next project the Mark II. Take a look. Izuku said showing the blueprints. Shinso looked at them for a minute. He didn't understand a lick of what the paper said, but did see a tiny detail. Shinso. Looks cool, but it kinda looks a lot more weak than the one in the entrance exams, which has to be the Mark I, right? Izuku. Right, you are my sleep-deprived friend. On both ends. But this one isn't for super strength, it's for super flight. 1. Izuku said with a big grin, thinking of all the ways he can help people with the power of flight. Shinso nodded but he did purse his lips a little in thought. Shinso. Ah, gotcha. But should you really can it? Super, flight. Since flight isn't all that super anymore. Izuku. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you fly without an airplane? Izuku said snarky. Shinso pretended to be deep in thought in that question, until he snapped his fifer. Shinso. Yes, it's called a helicopter. Izuku. Without any aviation vehicles. Izuku countered with a little twitch on his eye. Shinso repeated his process and shrugged. Shinso. Hang gliders. Izuku. That doesn't fucking count. That's falling with style. 2. Izuku corrected with a huff. Shinso just snorted as he started walking away to class. He waved his hand as a goodbye. Shinso. A wingsuit. 1. Izuku. Okay, I get it you ass. Izuku said with a huff. Shinso snickered as he walked away. He stopped at the door and turned around to see Izuku, not going to the shower, but back to his work. Shinso. Hee. Seriously though, looks cool. But take a bath, class will start soon. 10. Izuku. Fine, see you after class for training. Izuku said, putting his journal down, and reluctantly dragging his feet to the bathroom. Shinso. Like I have a choice, you would hunt me down, if I try to run away. Izuku. Hey, you wanted my help. Don't get pissy with me. Because you didn't realize that I'm borderline insane. That's on you. 1. Izuku said, turning around and looking at Shinso with a smirk that just creeped him out. This boy never stopped smiling. Shinso. Really? How do you figure? Izuku. Would a normal quirkless actually try to become a hero? 3. Izuku admitted with a shrug. Shinso didn't even need to think about it, he just nodded in total agreement. Shinso. Fair enough. Alright, I'm gonna go. Izuku. Later. Izuku said as they went their separate ways. Izuku entered the shade, closing his eyes, letting the cold water wake his body up. When it hit him. Izuku. That's it. Izuku yelled as he slipped and fell. Getting out of the shower, he got up naked, running to his journal and started writing on it like there's no tomorrow. 4. Izuku. That's how you made it fly, Mr. Stark, you were one hell of a genius. Izuku muttered to himself as he worked. His trained brain was on the right tracks. What still stumped him though, was the energy source for everything. Scene change. We see Izuku running. He was 5 minutes late to class, but it was worth it in his mind. It also didn't help that the school was like a maze. He ended up in the cafeteria before he finally made it to his classroom. He opened the door and had everyone look at his nervously smiling face. 1. Place. Name. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said with a grin, that people found cocky since he was late and had food on his hands, while some of them skipped breakfast just to be here on time. Place. Ah yes, Nezu's little project. You're late, Izuku. Indeed I am, and I brought you something to apologize for being late. Izuku said with a bigger grin, showing the bag of donuts and the hot cup of coffee. PL looked at it, and then at the student. Izuku couldn't see it, but he guessed that the man had a raised eyebrow. Place. You think a bribe is gonna stop me from putting this to your permanent record? Izuku. If it's hot coffee and 2 glazed donuts from the cafeteria, then yeah. I'm banking on the chance that your coworkers didn't leave you with anything in the teacher's lounge and the fact that you were a veteran teacher and you were just tired. So you're more willing to take bribes. Izuku said with a wink. The room was tense as everyone waited to see what the teacher will do. Most of them wanted him to give the smiling green hair boy a mark on his records just to wipe the smug smile off his face. But much to their disappointed, PL nodded. Place. You would be correct. Just put them on my desk and sit down next to a let's see who's available. Her. The girl with the pink hair. The rest of you, talk quietly with each other until I finish my bribe. I'm fucking starving. 5. PL said as he waved Izuku off. Izuku looked at the pink hair girl, and imagined his surprise when it was the girl who's been in the back of his mind for months. He gladly sat down next to her and looked at what she was doing. He couldn't help but chuckle. Izuku. Now is my turn to say what you did wrong. You switched the wrong cables, it'll blow up if you turn it on. Mei. Huh, what do you mean your turn? Mei asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku would have been offended if it wasn't for the fact that he never took the mask off in the test. So he just kept the smile on his face and chuckled. Izuku. Nice to meet you again, I'm Izuku Midoriya. The boy in the robot suit. Mei. Oh, nice to see you again. And you are wrong. There is nothing wrong with my cables. Mei said, looking at them. Izuku snorted a little when he heard Mei curse under her breath, and fix the wires. Mei. Those wires weren't wrong. It just looked wrong from your perspective. Izuku. Ah, gotcha, my bad then. So, you already know my name. Izuku said, trying to get a conversation started. Mei didn't look at him, she kept her eyes fixated on her baby. Mei. I do. Since when? Izuku. Didn't you listen when I walked in? The teacher asked me my name, and I did my whole bribe shtick. Izuku said with a raised eyebrow, but again Mei didn't look at him, just shrugged her shoulder. Mei. I did not. I was busy with something more important. Finishing my baby. Izuku. Your baby? Izuku asked, confused, looking at what looks like a pair of goggles. Mei nodded with a bright smile. Mei. Yes, my baby. Izuku. And pray tell, what does your baby do? Izuku asked, leaning closer to the device. Mei moved her hand to show it better to him. Mei. They give me enhanced sight. They're my goggle babies. My very first baby. 7. Izuku. Ah, I get that. Sentimental value and all that stuff. I feel the same way with my first invention. Izuku said with a grin. Mei looked at him with something Izuku hasn't seen in himself in years, genuine pure curiosity. Since what Izuku has is spiteful curiosity. Totally different. Mei. Oh, what was it? Izuku. A super toaster. That thing could toast everything to perfection, bagels, breads, you name it. Unfortunately it came to life and tried to kill me, so I had to do what I had to do. 8. Izuku said, making the whole story up. It took Izuku by surprise when Mei gave him a look that said, I know you're lying. 5. Mei. You're making that up. Izuku. I am. Doesn't make it a good story. You didn't even let me get to the part where it fuses with the other appliances in my workshop and wreaks havoc to Tokyo. Izuku said with a chuckle, putting that surprise in his back pocket for now. He'll dissect it when he's alone. For now, he forced the smoke even more. Mei. And how does the story ends anyway? Izuku. I tricked it into believing it burned a piece of bread. His main function, he can't handle it and it explodes. Like an American Hollywood type explosion. Izuku said, and his smile becomes a little more genuine, since he got the pink hair girl to laugh. Mei. That's the stupidest thing that I've ever heard. Izuku. Maybe, but it got a smile on your face, so I count that as a win. You know what they say, you are never fully dressed without a smile. And I must say, you have a very pretty smile. 9. Izuku said, and again Mei managed to surprise him. Since she didn't react at all to the small compliment, he even thinks that she didn't notice that he complimented her. Which she didn't. Decades into the future. Mei. Wait a minute. When we first met, were you flirting with me? 4. Mei asked, as she looked at Izuku. They were cuddling in the bed naked, after just having a fun night together. Izuku just looked at her and kissed her cheek. 3. Izuku. Yup, have been for years. Thanks for noticing. Mei. To be fair, I've gotten better at it. Now I don't need you to tell me, it's a compliment. Mei muttered bitterly with a small blush of embarrassment. Izuku just snickered as he petted her hair. Izuku. Shame, I found that very cute. Back to the present. Mei. So, what really was your first baby? Mei asked with curiosity. Izuku rubbed the back of his head in thought for a second, before speaking. Izuku. Ah, wouldn't call it my first, it was really a bunch of little things, all building up to one big thing. My Mark 1. That's what I call the robot suit. Place. Okay, I'm done. Hello everybody. I am Power Loader, but please feel free to just call me PL Sensei. And welcome to the first day of the next 3 years of your life. A few days since last chapter. 1. We see Izuku sleeping in his workshop. He's been working non-stop to finish the Mark II, so much so that he hasn't left the school for anything. When the clock hit 6, his alarm blasted out of his speakers. Izuku's phone. You can't see they're faking, they'll never be naked, just fill your drink with tonic gin, this is the American dream, so. Izuku took a deep breath and sat up straight, rubbing the tiredness out of his eyes. He yawned deeply and stretched while he yawned, until he heard something pop. Izuku's phone. Sip the gossip. Drink, till you choke. Sip the gossip. Burn down your throat. You're not iconic. You are just like them all. Don't act like you don't know, so sip the gossip. 3. Izuku grabbed his phone and turned off the alarm. He opened the mini fridge and took out a bottle of cold water, drinking it all in a single chuck. He got up and went to the bathroom to start his day. He looked himself in the mirror. Now that he was alone, he wasn't smiling. He moved his head side to side to see all the smile lines his face has. He splashed water on his face and forced a smile on his face, ignoring the slight pain of his muscles wanting a break. Izuku would give them none. Izuku. Okay, show time, Izuku said to himself as he brushed his teeth, took a quick cold shower to really wake up, a typical morning routine. Once he was done with that, he grabbed his earphones and cell, walked outside of his workshop, and started running around the school, to get some cardio in. Meanwhile with Inko, we see Inko taking her usual path home from the grocery store, a slight detour that allowed her to walk through the pleasant greenery of a park instead of along the smoggy roads of the street. It's not like she had to rush. Izuku would be gone wherever he always goes, and even if he was home, he wouldn't talk to her. There were leftovers in the fridge, so she didn't even have to cook dinner tonight. On her way through the park, she was accustomed to hearing the laughter and shouting of kids, along with the occasional barking of dogs being walked by their owners, but she was unprepared for a pitiful little meow from one of the bushes beside her. Inko paused, glancing around for the source. She crouched down, peering at the underbrush. Inko. Hello. Inko spoke softly. Another meow. With some squinting and tilting her head, she eventually caught sight of a pair of bright, round eyes. She was no expert on animals, but Mitsuki's family had a cat that she used to play with sometimes, so she was familiar with general feline behavior. With those memories in mind, she gently reached out and clicked her tongue. 2. Inko. Here, kitty kitty. Inko said. The cat seemed hesitant, but eventually she felt the press of a nose against her hand, and then another press as the cat rubbed its head against her. She cooed at the friendliness. Inko. Well, aren't you a sweetheart? Inko eventually was able to lead the cat out of the bush, revealing an orange tabby. Despite its lack of a collar, it was clean and round enough to seem well fed, suggesting it was a domesticated pet. Supporting that theory, when Inko picked it up, it immediately crawled up and curled up on her chest, right where her cleavage would be if she were wearing anything more revealing than her blouse and cardigan. Very friendly then, and happy to curl up with a human. 5. Inko. Why was it out here alone? Little baby, Inko asked the cat, as if it could respond back. She looked around the park, hoping for a human to pop out of the bushes as well and reveal they were taking their cat on a casual off-leash walk, as unlikely as that was. Unfortunately, the sun was setting and there was almost no one around. Still, Inko did her due diligence and asked the few people she could find whether it was theirs. None of them claimed the cat, though, who was now purring from her perch over Inko's chest and shoulder. Inko wasn't trying to be a catnapper, but she also didn't want to abandon the poor creature. If it really was domesticated, then it might not do well on the streets overnight. When the cat started kneading its paws against her cardigan, her mind was made up. Someone was probably missing a cat this adorable and loving, but Inko would not rely on chance. She'd take it home tonight, then put up some cat found posters in the morning wherever she could. Time to take another little detour to the pet shop for some food. Inko. Maybe with you I won't feel so lonely. Back to Izuku. He finished his cardio at 7 in the morning, and he was back in his workshop. He opened the door to see Nezu in there looking at Mark II. The beginning of Mark II, Izuku built the model of it out of styrofoam, to get a visualization of the machine. 3. Izuku. Hello Nezu. Lovely morning isn't it, Nezu? I would say so. Tell me about this model boy. Nezu asked curious, looking around the styrofoam model. Izuku dried himself a little of the sweat and walked next to Nezu. Izuku. This Nezu is my Mark II design. It won't have super strength. But what it will have is super flight. Nezu. And you believe you can build this? Nezu asked, finally looking at Izuku. Izuku just nodded without a shred of doubt in his brain. Izuku. Yes, I've already got the blueprints finished, now it's just a matter of building it. Don't suppose I'm allowed here in the weekends. Nezu. You are. So is every other student of the support course, so you'll see other people like you building things. Nezu explained, and that worked for Izuku, which just meant that he's got less reason to go back home. Which reminded him, he took out his phone and texted his mother, "I'm safe at school." Izuku. Well, I'll see other people, but nobody like me. There is no one who has my genius, my ambition, my flexibility and morality. Nezu. I would control that ego, young man, it could get you into trouble. Nezu warned, but Izuku just chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Izuku. You call it ego, sir. I call it confidence in myself. 1. Nezu. And what's fueling this machine? Nezu asked. Izuku pointed to a specific part of the blueprints where Nezu saw his next idea for fuel. Izuku. Well, I was able to improve the battery life and the source of it. So it'll be solar powered, seeing as that's one of the most available options there is. So in theory, I should be able to last longer. Nezu. In theory, Nezu corrected, dragging Izuku back to earth, but much to the rat's amusement, Izuku's smile didn't falter, just became smaller. Izuku. Yes, I'll still need to test it out, but I'm not at that stage yet. I've just finished the written design. Now it's just a matter of building it and testing the puppy out. Nezu. I believe I can help you with that. Depending on how long it'll take you to finish it, I might know of a place that you can take this suit to test it out. Nezu said in thought, that piqued Izuku's interest, as he looked at Nezu with the excitement of a little kid on Christmas, clear in his eyes. 3. Izuku. All help would be appreciated, sir. What's the place? Nezu. The Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Later, we see PL finishing his cup of coffee, while his students were busy with their first project. And safe to say, Izuku wasn't enjoying it. Izuku. This is an insult to my genius. This is fucking beneath me. Izuku muttered to himself, since in an ironic twist, his fake first invention was the thing he was fixing right now. All the students' first test was to fix broken old borderline junk devices, and make them work, with minimum materials. Mei. Done. Can I work on my babies now? Place. For the 5th time, Mei. No. If you're finished, go and help some of your classmates. PL said with a frustrated sigh. It's been like this since the semester started, all Mei wanted to do was build her babies. 9. Mei. Why should I? Place. Because it's a nice thing to do. PL said, trying to appeal to Mei's sense of humanity to do the right thing, and so she stops bothering him. Mei just gives him a blank stare. 2. Mei. Place. Because it could be the spark you need to make friends. PL said, remembering the file on Mei, and how he had to encourage her to make friends. But the blank face Mei was giving her told him otherwise. Mei. Place. How about because I said so? PL said with a sigh. At that, Mei smiled brightly and nodded, not realizing that she was causing unnecessary stress to PL. 1. Mei. Okay. Good enough for me. Place. Okay. Who needs help with their machine? Izuku. PL said. Izuku stopped working and looked at PL with disgust, as if he said the most insulting thing in the world. That's when PL realized that he had 2 problem children, as Aizawa calls them, in his class. Izuku. I'm gonna pretend you didn't just say that. Since I've been done for about 5 minutes. Now I'm just tinkering out of boredom, and because I didn't want to help the others. Mei. Oh, that. I prefer doing that, Mei said, going back to her machine and started to tinker with it, to give it an upgrade. She didn't notice the hateful stares from the rest of the class, Izuku did. But he didn't care, all of them were beneath him, in Izuku's opinion. 4. Place. Mei. No. You already agreed to help. Izuku. I mean, if they take this long to fix something as easy as a toaster, or a coffee maker. Should they really belong here? Izuku said with a raised eyebrow. Now the hate was more directed at Izuku himself. But Izuku just kept smiling. Mei nodded and looked at PL confused. Mei. I agree. I thought UA was supposed to be for the best of the best. 2. Place. You guys are gonna be the death of me, and it hasn't even been a month. PL said with a frustrated sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. Izuku shrugged and went back to tinkering on his toaster. Izuku. I mean, both of us would stay quiet. If you just let us work on our how do you call them? Mei. Babies. Mei said brightly. Izuku nodded and looked at PL with a smug smirk, just watching his teacher slink down his chair. Izuku. That's adorable. Babies, if you would let us work on our babies, we would stay quiet. Place. Still no. PL said. He wasn't about to break the rules just because 2 students were annoying. Like really annoying. All of them looked at Izuku's table. Since he somehow managed to make a tiny robot out of the toaster, he even had an eye. Toaster. What is my purpose? Izuku. You toast bread. Here, toast this for me. 4. Izuku said, giving the robot a slice of toast. The robot took it and toasted it, giving it back to Izuku, who started eating it. 1. Toaster. What is my purpose? Izuku. You toast bread. Izuku said, eating the bread. The toaster looked at his hands, and then looked down dejected. Toaster. Oh my god. 2. Izuku. Yup, and since the bread is already toasted, you have no more purpose, so. Izuku said with a shrug, and they all saw the toaster walk to the window and just jump. They all ran to the window, looked down, and saw the robot toaster broken into pieces. They turned their head to see the father of the toaster robot. Izuku holding his sides laughing at what the robot did. 9. Place. Jesus, that was dark. Izuku. You can blame yourself for that. I was bored. And I find dark humor amusing. And before you all start complaining that I crossed a line. Humor isn't humor unless it offends somebody. Prove me wrong. 5. Izuku said with a smirk, as he finished his bread, and put his head down on the table. He got around 30 seconds of his nap, before the door opened revealing Principal Nezu. Nezu. Hello Higuri, did Izuku finish his assignment? Since if he did, I would like to borrow him. Place. Borrow him. You can take him, for all I care. PL said, still looking out the window, seeing parts of the robot toaster, flinching as it slowly loses power. Izuku got up and followed Nezu, as they both walked to his office. Izuku. So, Principal Nezu. For what reason are you taking me to your office? Nezu. Well, I saw that you finished your assignment in class. Very funny by the way, I also enjoy dark humor. Nezu said with a small chuckle that Izuku joined in. Those who were walking past them were freaked out about it. 6. Izuku. Glad to know that. Nezu. Yes, now my boy. Since you finish with that, I'm taking you with me, so you can do the other pieces of work that I have for you. As my personal student. Nezu said, and at this Izuku perked up, since it was a chance to prove himself and to Nezu, but mostly himself, that he belongs in UA. 2 weeks later. 3. Place. Alright, that's lunch. You can leave. PL said, and as if they were a stampede, most of them left running. Izuku waited for all of them to leave, before he got up, and started walking out too. He stopped and looked at his table. Mei was still tinkering with one of her babies. So he walked up to her, and sat back down. Izuku. Mei, it's time for lunch. Mei. I heard PL sensei. But I have to finish this. Mei said without even looking at him. But Izuku didn't walk away. Since he started classes, he noticed quite the easy pattern. Mei never went to lunch, she always worked through it, and never ate anything but chocolate bars. 2. Izuku. Will something happen if you don't finish it in the next hour? Mei. Yes, it'll take me longer to finish, by a whole hour. 5. Mei said with a small frown. She was getting frustrated, since this baby was having a tantrum, and didn't want to come out. Aka. She was having trouble building it. Izuku. Ah, I see. You know what I think. Mei. I'm sure I don't care. Mei said in an annoyed tone. She cursed under her breath. As the part she was working on broke. She wanted to go find a new one, but she couldn't with this annoying boy in the way. Izuku. And I'm sure I'm gonna tell you anyways, I think you're concentrating too much on a tree, that you are missing the forest. Mei. You. Mei said annoyed, just wanting to get the conversation over with. She went from annoyed to mad, when Izuku took the piece she broke. That anger quickly left, when Izuku fixed it in less than a minute. He gave it back to Mei with a soft but kind smile. Izuku. And if you keep concentrating on one tree, it'll end up hurting your forest. Mei. I'm listening, Mei muttered softly, as she looked at the fixed piece. The hole she made was still there. But Izuku managed to make it work around the hole. Izuku's smile became bigger as he got up and started walking away from the girl. Izuku. Think about if you don't eat, you become weaker. If you become weaker, you'll be hospitalized. And if you become hospitalized. 3. Mei. I won't be able to make more babies. Mei muttered in realization, as her eyes become bigger and bigger. Izuku turned around as fast as lightning to face her, with an almost crazy smile. Izuku. Exactly, and I for one, refuse to let that happen. Mei. Why? Mei asked curiously. She doesn't even know the boy's name, all she remembered that it starts with A, U. Or ends with A, U, there's A, U, in there, of that she's sure. Izuku for his part, sat down. He didn't smirk, he had his default smile on, since he wasn't being arrogant or confident, he was speaking the truth. The truth from his point of view, at least. Izuku. Because let's face it. You and me, we're about the smartest people in our class. The rest are beneath me. Beneath us. But in you, I see someone who can be my intellectual equal. Mei. Equals. I've built more babies than you. Mei asked innocently. Izuku just chuckled and wagged his finger at Mei. It may be true that on numbers Mei has him beat 3-1, but Izuku has an ace in his sleeve. Izuku. Yes, but my projects don't blow up as much as your babies. Mei. But I don't want to eat in the cafeteria. Mei complained, as she let her head slink down to the table. Izuku just chuckled again, rubbing the girl's head. Izuku. Why not? The food there is actually amazing. They got an actual pro hero making the food. Mei. Well, because in my old school, whenever I went no one would let me sit at their tables. Mei said with a huff. At that Izuku stopped petting her hair completely. But then continued like nothing happened, like he didn't have a flashback of when that happened to him, in his old school. Izuku. I can promise you, that won't happen here. You can sit with me and my friend Shinso. Mei. Fine, but as soon as I'm finished eating. Mei complained as she got up and started cleaning up her area, lest her professor scolds her again. Izuku did help her clean up. Izuku. You can go back to making babies. Heck, I'll even move my exercise to later in the day, and work next to you, so you're not so lonely. Mei. Why would you do that? Mei asked confused. In all her time, unless it was family, and sometimes not even that. Nobody paid so much attention to her, like this boy which she's remembering that his name also has a Z on it has. She doesn't know how she feels about it. As for Izuku, he just shrugged with a charming smile. Izuku. Because we're human. We are social creatures. No matter how much someone may try, we need each other to survive. And being alone can be sad. Mei. Is that why you're sad? Because you are alone. Izuku. I'm not sad, Izuku said. This time it was his turn to be confused. Mei turned her head a little to the side as she spoke. She was so sure of what she said. She didn't think she was wrong. 7. Mei. Oh, you sure? Since I can't help but feel like you're sad all the time. Izuku. I can assure you, I am not. Now come on, I'll even buy you lunch. 3. Izuku said with a grin. His finances might take a hit. But it's better than this girl poking at something he doesn't want people to poke. That smiling mask he has on. Mei. Okay, Izuku. Lovely, well as always. Ladies first. Mei walked ahead of Izuku, and it happened. It was only for a few seconds before Izuku started walking, but Izuku stopped smiling. 3. Later. Izuku. Yo, sorry I'm late, but that line was outrageous. 2. Shinso. Tell me about it. I had to skip the last 15 minutes of class just to get my food. And I was still like the 45th in line. So, who's she? 11. Shinso asked, looking at the pink-haired girl that Izuku came with. Both of them placed their trays down, and sat down opposite Shinso. Izuku. Oh, this is my classmate Mei Hatsume. Mei. Hi. Mei said, giving the purple-hair boy a quick wave. Before going to eat, so that she can go back to making babies, Shinso looked at her for a second, before going back to looking at Izuku. Shinso. Hello. So Izuku, did you see those movies I got you? Izuku. Yeah, the box set of The Lord of the Rings. I've been meaning to ask you about that. Izuku said, as they both start to eat while they spoke. Shinso was having some soba as his main dish, while Izuku and Mei both had katsudon. Shinso. Shoot, Izuku. You know that giant eagle they rode in the first one and then rescues them at the end of the third one? Izuku asked. Shinso nodded, knowing completely what he's talking about, since he's seen the movies, the books, the Ralph Bakshi animated movie. There is nothing Izuku can say that will surprise him. Shinso. Yeah, Izuku. Yeah, why didn't they just fly the eagle to Mordor, instead of spending 3 movies walking there? 4. Except that, Shinso coughed a bit, as he was taken off guard. Izuku kept eating with a small frown on his eyebrows, but a smile still on his face. The katsudon was fine, but it doesn't compare to his mother's katsudon. Something he hasn't had in years. 2. Shinso. Well, that's not what it's about, man, it's about the quest. Izuku. Well, I'm not arguing that with you, I'm just saying there's a hole in the story. Izuku said with a calm smile. Shinso looked at his friend with a raised eyebrow. Shinso. Did you like the movie? Izuku. Well, that's not the point. Izuku said, but Shinso remained firm on his attack, while in the background a certain rabies-filled Pomeranian dog spotted the green color hair of Izuku. Shinso. Did you like the movie? Izuku. Of course I loved the movie, but look, I'm no writer, but if a quirkless kid like me is bumped by it, you'd think someone would have caught it. Izuku explained with a grin, seeing the small bit of sweat coming down Shinso's face, since his favorite film franchise has a hole he didn't think about, or more accurately want to think about. Izuku was so busy, he didn't sense or notice the Pomeranian dog coming his way. Shinso. You didn't like the eagle? Izuku. Well, no, I did. The eagle was majestic and beautiful, but sometimes you have to sacrifice spectacle for a coherent storyline. 1. Izuku said, and then he felt someone lift him up into the air with a growl. Izuku looked down and couldn't help but smile at who was trying to act like a big man. Izuku. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Bakugo. Deku. Bakugo growled, furious to see this quirkless in his school. He was supposed to be the only one from their old school to make it to UA. Izuku looked around confused. Izuku. Hey buddy, I think you have me confused. I'm not Deku. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I would say it's a pleasure, but you spat on my face, interrupted my meal, and my conversation with my friend. Now would you be so kind as to let me go, before things get ugly? Bakugo. And what can a quirkless loser like you do? Huh? Bakugo said, screaming on Izuku's face. Izuku remained cool, calm and collected, as everyone in the lunchroom looked at them. Izuku looked past Bakugo, and his smile turned into a smirk. Izuku. Oh no, I can't do anything. But he most certainly can. Aizawa. Katsuki. Bakugo. Care to tell me, just what in the hell are you doing? 1. Aizawa said, wrapping his scarf around Bakugo. Bakugo let go of Izuku, as his arms were locked up. Izuku picked himself off the ground, and dusted himself up, as those two spoke. Bakugo. Aizawa. Shut up, because I do not care. You are coming with me for a long talk, expect 2 weeks of detention because of this little stunt. And you? 4. Aizawa asked, making sure his demon child didn't harm the student. Last thing he needs is to piss off PL, the man makes all his gadgets. Izuku just shot Aizawa a smile. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, a pleasure, Eraserhead, quite a pleasure. I'm actually quite the fan of you. I even have the limited edition action figure in my room back home. Aizawa. I see. Well, I apologize for my student's stupidity. Aizawa said with a bow, and he forced Bakugo to take a bow as well. Though the ravenous dog growled the whole time. Izuku just waved his hand dismissively. Izuku. Oh, don't blame yourself. Blame the parents. But of course, if you want to make it up to me, you signing the box of the action figure might do just that. Aizawa. Deal. Bring it here tomorrow. Now excuse me. Aizawa said, as he dragged Bakugo away. Izuku shrugged and sat back down. He glanced at Mei, but the girl looked lost in her own little world, so he decided not to interrupt her. Just as he was going to continue his conversation about the Lord of the Rings with Shinso, a more feminine voice rang in their ears. Excuse me, did you say your name was Izuku Midoriya? Izuku. Indeed I did. Oh, it's you too, lovely to see you girls again. Izuku said with a kind smile, since in front of him was the two other girls he met in the entrance exam. Ochako and Momo were surprised to finally see the robot boy out of his suit. But Momo had one thing on his mind. Momo, gosh, he's cute. For Ochako, I forgot how cute Shinso was. The two girls thought individually as Izuku was about to ask the two to join them. Mei's voice took him by surprise. Mei. I'm done. Let's go make a baby. Izuku yelped, as Mei grabbed him and ran back to their class, dragging Izuku with him. Leaving everyone in that place shocked. In a small singular moment, they all thought the same thing. Hell. Some even said it out loud. Everyone, did she say make a baby? Everyone else, did she say make a baby? Another day passed. With Nomori we see her with bags under her eyes, her hair slightly greasy. She was not taking care of herself. The reason why, she was stressed. She lost something so valuable and had spent 2 weeks looking for it non-stop. Flashback to the end of the day of the last chapter. Nomori was having a certifiably bad night. She went home after a long day of grading papers. All she wanted to do was watch TV and cuddle with her cat. But imagine her surprise and concern, for when she couldn't find her cat in her apartment. So there she was, off in the streets looking for her. Nomori. Sushi? Too, she called out as loud as she could. She was walking along the streets, looking in every direction, trying to find any clue of where her cat might be. Nomori. Sushi? Where are you? Nomori said even louder, as a sudden distress call had made her rush out her door that morning, so she forgot to close the window in her living room. When she finally got home for the night, dead on her feet after a day of both saving the city and teaching kids, Sushi was nowhere to be found while the window curtains blew like the evidence at a crime scene. How was she supposed to know Sushi would find a taste for adventure after so many years? She was always a homebody, distinctively not prone to running for the door whenever it opened like many cats Nomori had met. She was well and truly spoiled in Nemori's apartment, with plenty of cat trees, toys, and Sushi's favorite cardboard boxes left over from Nemori's various drunken online purchases. Despite all the other accessories she got Sushi though, she'd never been able to keep a collar on Sushi successfully. She was the type of cat who pawed at it and shrugged it off as soon as possible, and since she was an indoor cat, well, Nomori thought she wouldn't have to worry about it. She shook a packet of treats as she walked. One Nomori. Sushi? Sushi baby, come here and you can have a treat. Nomori said loudly. People looked at her as if she was crazy, but she didn't care. She wanted her cat back safe and sound. But despite the temptation, no meows or little paws came in her direction. Night was fast approaching, and as pretty as the sunset was, Nomori had no time to appreciate it. She was hopelessly frazzled and her brain filled with thoughts of all the horrible things that could happen to an indoor cat getting out into the world for the first time in many years. She continued her fruitless search until around 9 p.m. As much as she loathed to give up, only for now she had to eat and sleep if she wanted to be able to work tomorrow. So she dragged herself back home, texting Shota on the way to tell him the situation. He was prone to overnight patrol shifts, so if he had one tonight he'd be sure to keep an eye out for Sushi. Despite the possible danger, she kept her window cracked open just in case Sushi came back. She desperately hoped that when she woke up, Sushi would be back and curled up on Nemori's bed, and the missing situation would be just a temporary nightmare. Back to the present, we see her in her classroom, all her students looking at her with concern. And a bit for themselves too. Since she kept muttering something about cats, and it was freaking them out a bit, that she lost a few marbles. This was truly a bad month for Nomori. All of them heard the bell ring, and Nomori was the first one to get up and leave running to find her precious sushi. She was worried to death for the worst. But sadly for Nomori this is a B-plot so. 8 With the main characters Shinso watched his teacher run away and just shrugged. He got up and left the classroom. He almost made it outside to go to Izuku's workshop, when he was stopped by 2 girls. Ochako. Shinso. Hey, wait up a moment. Shinso. Huh? Oh hey, it's you two again, what's up? Shinso said, giving a small wave to Momo and Ochako. Both of them smiled at him, although Ochako's was a bit brighter than Momo's smile, as they reached him. 3 Momo. Hello Shinso. I was wondering if you knew where Midoriya was? Seeing as you were his friend. Shinso. I was actually going to see him, so we can train together. Shinso said as the 3 of them started to walk to Izuku's workshop. Momo just nodded along, while Ochako looked at Shinso confused. Ochako. Oh? I didn't think you guys would need to train? Shinso. And why is that? Shinso questioned, looking at Ochako with a fake smile so fake, that Ochako could tell it was force, and that she overstepped her boundaries and started to get nervous. Ochako. Well, it's just that you two aren't in the hero course. Shinso. Hey. Believe me, that's only for now, Shinso said cryptically, as he went back to a default expression. He has no idea how Izuku can smile so much, without his cheeks hurting. The truth being that they hurt all the time, he just powers through it. Momo looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Momo. Oh. You piqued my interest a little, what do you mean by that? Shinso. Can't say. It'll ruin the surprise me and Izuku have going on. You'll see by the end of the sport festival. Shinso said with a small smirk. Over the time he's met Izuku, he has to admit, his confidence has become better. Momo accepted that, but now looked confused, as they were outside the school building. Momo. Very well. But where are we going? This isn't the route to the support course. Shinso. No, it is not. Izuku got his own workshop at the back of the school. 3. Shinso said, and as if he said Beetlejuice 3 times. He had no idea that he summoned something. Mei. He's got his own what? Take me with you. The 3 of them. Ah. The 3 of them looked at Mei surprised, since she just came out of nowhere. Mei just looked at the purple hair boy with a big crazy smile. Shinso. Mei, right. Where did you come from? Mei. I was walking home, when I heard what you said. Where is it? 3 Mei said so excited, that there wasn't stars in her eyes, there was a whole galaxy behind them. Shinso just shrugged and nodded. Shinso. Sure I guess. The more the merrier, just follow me. Ochako. So. Hello, we didn't get much time to talk the other day, after you and Izuku went to make babies. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Ochako said kindly, as Mei looked at her, as her tone changed to an almost robotic one, since she doesn't like to socialize all that much. Mei. Huh. Oh. Yeah. Hey. Mei Hatsume. Momo. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. A pleasure. So. You and Izuku are close? Momo asked, with a bit of a forceful smile, since she was a bit jealous of this cute girl. Mei looked at the taller girl confused as she spoke. Mei. Huh. Oh yeah. He's my classmate. Momo. So how long have you two been trying to make babies? Momo said slowly, and then they saw it. Mei's entire expression changed into a bright and chipper one, now that they were talking about something that she loved, something that she lived for. Making inventions. Mei. Huh? We didn't try. We did make a baby. Shinso, Ochako, Momo. You're pregnant? They all screamed, completely shocked that Izuku and Mei were already having a baby at such a young age. Did they forget to use protection or something? Mei for her part looked at them confused. Mei. Huh? What do you mean, Ochako? What do we mean? What do you mean? What do we mean? You just said that you made a baby with Midoriya. Ochako said, still in a state of shock. Mei, being the naive girl, she just smiled brightly, while nodding her head in excitement. Mei. Yes. And it was such a cute baby. It was this amazing pair of gloves that can stick to any type of wall. Momo. Wait, when you say baby, do you mean your inventions? Momo said, making all of them look at Mei, who just nodded. Not understanding where they got confused. What else would she mean when she says, make a baby? Mei. Of course. What else would I mean, silly? Shinso. Anyways, we're here. Yo, Izuku, you there? 5 Shinso asked as he walked inside. Instantly they were hit by the loud music Izuku was playing. Since the room was soundproof, Izuku was blasting music as loud as possible while he worked. 1 speakers. Ha! Gary hit him with the OI. Oh meow. Meow. Meow, I'm a stone-faced killer. Like my motherfucking house is diamonds, hit the do-see-do. And smack it where your mouth is heard. They want a solo. I can't do that, till we out this. Grab my clarinet and smoke them opas by the ounces. Haha, my trigger finger fast. Ramadan, I'm addicted to this cash. I want it all. Let the chopper blow his back, bend him over, said, relax. Put some lead up in his ass, still hetero, ha ha ha. Jarvis. Sir. You've got company, Jarvis said, turning off the music. Izuku took a breath and smiled before he took off his welding mask off and looked at who was interrupting him. Izuku. Ah, Shinso, Mei, Momo and Ochako. Hello, how are you all? Mei. You have a workshop? Is that a bed? Do you live in a workshop? Mei said, grabbing Izuku's jumpsuit as she spoke. She was extremely jealous. PL never lets her stay in their class at night. But Izuku can sleep in this workshop. It's completely unfair. Izuku just kept smiling and nodded. Izuku. Indeed I do. Just a small perk of being Nezu's personal student. Momo. Oh, and what is that like? Momo asked innocently, not knowing she unintentionally made Izuku have a flashback. Izuku. Flashback 1 Nezu. I'm sorry Mr. Midoriya, but that is incorrect. Nezu said as Izuku gave a small yelp. We see him tied up, hanging on the ceiling. The rope would slip every time Izuku got a question wrong, and under Izuku was a pool of electric eels. Nezu just smiled at the boy as he continued. 5 Nezu. Now I'll ask again, give me the correct numbers for pi. Izuku. 3. 1415926535 8979323846 264338327 5028841971 6939937510 5820974944 5923078164 0628620899 8628034825 3421170679 8214808651 3282306647 0938446095 5058223172 5359408128 4811174502 8410270193 8521105559 6446229489 5493038196 4428810975 6659334461 2847564823 37867833165 271201991 4564856692 3460348610 4543266483 Ah! 1 Izuku screamed again, as the rope fell a little more. Nezu was certainly amused, since his little pupil still refused to break his smile. Nezu started laughing so hard, that his tea was spilling. Nezu. The last one was wrong. It's supposed to be a 2, not a 3. Now let's start again, shall we? Back to the present Izuku. Oh, you know. Just like any other teacher in this joint. He wants to push me to my fullest potential. Which means extra homework, exams that he personally made. Stuff like that. Izuku said with a dismissive wave, as he glanced at Mei, who was busy looking at what Izuku was working on. AKA the Mark II, it got the attention of Ochako, and Momo also couldn't help but glance at it. Momo. What are you working on, if you don't mind me asking? Izuku. Say hello to the Mark II. An upgraded version of the Mark I I used on the entrance exam. Faster, lighter, admittedly less powerful in the strength department, but it'll be worth it, for what I have now. Izuku said with a crazed look on his face. He's been overworking himself ragged, to make sure he's ready for the USJ. Ochako looked at him with curiosity behind her gaze. Ochako. And what will this one do? Izuku. If everything goes right, it'll allow me to fly. I'm actually gonna go to USJ with the hero course, to test it out. Izuku said with a grin, while in the background, Shinso was pulling Mei away from the Mark I, since Izuku didn't like it when people touched his robots. Mei wasn't making it easy, as she had a tight hold on one of the arms. Momo. Oh, so we'll be going there with you. That's nice. Izuku. Agreed. And Shinso, I'm gonna need a favor from you. Izuku said, turning around, just in time to see Shinso being able to pull Mei away from it. Mei huffed and pouted, as she left the robot alone, to see what else this workshop has. Shinso. Shoot Izuku. Look after Mei for me, will ya? Make sure she has lunch. Izuku asked kindly, since ever since last chapter, that was weeks ago, Izuku has been the one who makes sure Mei eats lunch every day. Shinso looked at his friend with a raised eyebrow, but ultimately nodded his head. 3 Shinso. Okay. But, she's right there. Izuku. And is on her own world. I've seen that look before in class. She is ignoring us, so much that she can't hear us. Izuku said, pointing to her. She was now looking at the Mark II, with wonder, since it was a better made robot than the Mark I, and more importantly it was a lot more shiny. Izuku. Anyways, why are you ladies here? Since I know why Shinso is here. Momo. Oh. We simply wanted to see you again, since we didn't get a chance to speak with you, after the whole Bakugo Katsuki incident. And as class president. Let me personally apologize for his behavior. 2 Momo said with a quick bow. Izuku waved his hand dismissively, his smile never leaving. Shinso was used to it by now, Mei didn't notice it, and Ochako was a bit creeped out by it. Izuku. Oh, it's not your fault. Like I told your teacher. It's the parents who taught him like that. Besides, I did get that box signed by him, so I call the event a win in my books. Ochako. Then they shouldn't be parents, that guy is such an asshole, and he takes things way too far in training. Ochako said with a bit of a tremble, remembering what happened in All Might's class. Koda had to be hospitalized, because of Bakugo's actions. Momo frowned deeply, remembering what Ochako was implying. Momo. Agreed. It's like the boy hasn't heard of the word of restraint. Izuku. Pity. But as much as I would like to continue this conversation, me and Shinso have some training to do. You both are more than welcome to join us. Izuku said with a kind smile. He took off his jumpsuit, already having his exercises suit on, a tank top and a pair of basketball shorts. Momo blushed a little seeing the already sweaty body of this boy so close. Ochako for her part just nodded with a smile. 3 Ochako. Well, I don't really have anything else planned. Momo. Likewise, but what about her? Momo asked, with a shake of her head to get out of her head, as she pointed to Mei. Izuku looked at her and smiled with a shrug. Izuku. Oh. She's coming with us. 1 second, Izuku said, walking up to her and grabbing her hand. He walked her back to the rest of them. As they all walked out of the workshop, Mei came back to earth, as she looked around. Mei. Huh? What did I miss? Izuku. Nothing much. We're going training. Join us. The stronger you get, the easier it'll be to make really big babies. Izuku said, smiling brightly. Her father would be so jealous of Izuku right now, since he figured out a way to motivate Mei so fast. 3 Mei. Okay. Izuku. Lovely. Nezu allowed me to go to the 3rd year exercise room. Let's head there. They have the best equipment. Izuku said as they walked to that location. Izuku never let go of Mei's hand, and Mei didn't mind it. She didn't even notice it, or find it weird. Momo looked at him, with a bit of concern. Momo. Are you sure we are allowed there? Izuku. Just tell them that you are with me. They know that I'm Principal Nezu's pupil, and they are terrified of him, for some reason. Izuku said with an evil smile, that brought the fear of God to the rest of them, well except for Mei. As they all walked to the location, Shinso, Izuku and Mei didn't know it, since they never experienced it, but these girls wanted to hang out with them, as friends. The introverts didn't know that they were being adopted by 2 extroverts. With Mei 1, we see her in her laboratory, aka her family's garage. She was inventing a brand new baby, something that will surely give her a sponsor when she shows it to investors. Of course, She still needs to find investors, but details, Mei hissed, when someone turned on the lights, that being her mother Mei Hatsume. The 6th of May. Honey. It's bedtime, Mei. But Mom, I'm in the middle of making my greatest baby ever. To Mei said with a crazed smile. Mei didn't even give Mei a second chance. She took the baby she was building and put it out of her daughter's reach. Mei looked completely betrayed. Mei. And you can finish it when you wake up, Mei. Ah, come on, I bet Izuku doesn't have to deal with a curfew. Mei said, slamming her fists on the table. Normally, Mei would have punished Mei for acting immature. But the name of a boy caught her off guard completely. Mei. Who's Izuku? Mei, did you make a friend? Mei. He's my equal, Mei said with a bright smile, as she stretched, trying to get her invention back. She winced when Mei slapped her hand away, and looked at Mei with a raised eyebrow, skeptically. Mei. You're equal, Mei. UHU. We both like making babies. He also makes sure I eat in school. And he's always holding my hand when he drags me somewhere. Mei said absent-mindedly. Mei's eyes widen a lot. All that sounded like something a boyfriend would do. Especially the hand-holding, but that was impossible. Mei. He holds your hand? Mei. UHU. I like it. His hand is really warm. Anyhow, he has his own workshop. And he has a bed in there, and a shower. He lives in his laboratory. And his mother doesn't say anything about it. One Mei said with an excitement that Mei has only seen on her daughter when talking about her babies. But the idea of never leaving her lab was a big dream. Correction, a big goal for Mei. A goal that she will one day achieve. Mei shook her head a little and went back to mother mode, as she gave a stern look to her daughter. Mei. Well, he is not my child. You are. So bed, now. 8. Mei. AAAAAAAAAARGH Feeny. Mei whined, as she put her tools down and dragged her feet very slowly out of the garage, making a straight line to her room. Mei went with her, to make sure she actually went to her room. And not try to hide, and go back to the garage. Still though, her curiosity for this boy wasn't satisfied yet. Mei. Good, so you like it when your little friend holds your hand. Mei. UHU. I'm confused. I find it annoying, since when he does that, he drags me away from making babies. But I like how warm his hand feels with mine. Mei said. Emotions were not her strong suit. Not even close. If this was a program for one of her babies, she would have deleted it long ago. But Mei, on the other hand, knew what the feeling was, and she couldn't help but smirk. Mei. I see. Do you want him to hold your hand more? Mei. Also hugs. But I don't know why, I want him to hug me. Mei said, confused. Her lips pursed a little. Mei giggled softly, and as soon as she was gonna tell her daughter. They made it to her room, and Mei closed the door on her face. Mei blinked a few times, looking at the door, and shrugged, walking to her own room. Mei. I'm sure she'll figure out her emotions on her own, hopefully. 5. Meanwhile with Izuku, it was late at night. Izuku's in his 4th cup of coffee. As he looks at his creation, he couldn't help but start laughing, in part from lack of sleep, and in other parts, because he finished just before the deadline. He looked at the huge monitor with an almost crazed smile on his face. To Izuku. Jarvis. Status report. Jarvis. All systems are functional, Master Izuku. Jarvis said. Izuku's laugh became louder, as he looked at the completely finished Mark II model of his suit. Already a major upgrade from his previous one. On appearance alone, but Izuku did notice something, a tone in Jarvis's tone. 1. Izuku. By the tone in your voice, I take it that Tony did it better? Jarvis. Yes, but to be fair to you, he had a much better energy source. 3. Jarvis said. Izuku pursed his lips, as he looked at the empty hole in the chest. There was no doubt that that's where the energy source was supposed to go. An energy source that Izuku doesn't have. So he looked at the monitor with a raised eyebrow. Izuku. Better than the unending energy the sun brings us? Jarvis. Quite, it's called Vibranium, Jarvis said. Izuku looked confused, almost perplexed, since that was the first time that he heard that element. Izuku walked to the monitor and started doing research on it. Izuku. Vibranium. That's not in any of the books and articles you've given me. Another point in my favor, since you can't blame me when I'm working with partial information. Jarvis. There is some truth to that. But worry not, sir. My programs allows me to give you the blueprint of it, if and only if the Mark II is a success. 3. Izuku surmised, since he couldn't find anything on the World Wide Web. Whatever this Vibranium is, like Iron Man, it was lost to time. And that excited Izuku, since it meant something he can bring back into the light. Izuku. I see. So like a final test of sorts, Jarvis. That is one way of looking at things, yes. But I must warn you. That Master Stark has been the only person who could build it in his time. Jarvis said. Izuku just chuckled, taking that as a challenge. Izuku had done the work, he has made the sacrifice. There was nothing that was gonna stop him from becoming the new Iron Man. Izuku. Why? How hard could it be? Jarvis. See for yourself. Jarvis said, taking another piece of secret blueprints from his databank. Izuku looked at it shocked. That shocked quickly turned into confusion, since what he was seeing couldn't possibly be real. Izuku. Wait. That's a fusion reactor, and seeing how it works, that's impossible. No such technology should be able to exist, given our understanding or the laws of the universe. The closest approximation to this would be like a nuclear reactor. And that's just all types of trouble. Jarvis. Indeed. And yet, Master Stark managed to create it with a box of scraps in a cave while at the jaws of death. 4. Jarvis said. Izuku just nodded, almost half listening, as he kept looking at the model on the monitor. The more he looked at it, the more confused he became on how someone could build something so advanced, thousands of years in the past. Hell, so advanced that even today it couldn't be built. Izuku. How powerful would my suits be, compared to if I'm able to build this? Jarvis. More powerful than you can possibly realize. But of course, you are not Tony Stark. You may need to rely on outside help. 2. At that, Izuku stopped everything that he was doing, and looked at the small icon that is Jarvis. He couldn't help but plaster on his default neutral smile, as he gave a bitter chuckle. Izuku. I would rather die. I'll crack this code by myself. Jarvis. Sir. I recommend you swallow your pride on this project. 3. Jarvis said. Izuku just kept chuckling and shook his head, a gasp that Jarvis thought this had to do with pride. Izuku pressed a couple of buttons and printed the unfinished blueprint, as he spoke. Izuku. Pride? Pride has nothing to do with this. I learned a very long time ago that you can't count on anyone, not childhood friends, to stick with you. Izuku said, as he thought how quickly Bakugo Katsuki changed, from his best friend to his bully who told Izuku, if you want a quirk, take a swan off a roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. And somehow people still love him. 4. Izuku. Not parents to love you unconditionally. Izuku growled softly at the end, thinking of his father, who abandoned them when he was told that Izuku was completely quirkless, and his mother, who never once supported him or believed that he could make it. Izuku. Not teachers to protect you, Izuku said, thinking of how every single teacher he's ever had turned a blind eye to him and his struggles, how they just let Izuku get bullied, all because he was quirkless, because he was different, and giving Japan's views on disabilities. Izuku had no teacher on his side whatsoever. Izuku. Not heroes to save you. You can't count on anyone, especially your heroes. 8. Izuku said, as he stopped smiling, remembering that day, the day that solidified his belief. In this world, the only person you can rely on is yourself. So with a sigh, he looked at the monitor and smiled. Izuku. So no, Jarvis. I'm not being proud to ask for help. I'm being realistic. No one can help me with this. Jarvis. That lovely borderline villain monologue aside, what about your classmate Mei Hatsume? Surely she would be able to lend a helping hand. Jarvis suggested. Izuku looked like he wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. He thought about it for a second. If there was somebody he could convince into seeing things his way, it would be Mei. So with a scratch of his chin he spoke to the self-aware intelligence. Izuku. She could. But then I would have to share the credit, and now I'm being prideful. Jarvis. Indeed. I highly recommend that you ask for her assistance. 2 heads are better than 1. Jarvis said, Izuku shrugged, and walked to the blueprints. He stared at them for a second longer than he should have, before folding it, and putting it in his pocket for now. He glanced at the monitor and smirked a little. Izuku. I could. Or you could just give me the complete blueprint to make the thing. Jarvis. Sorry sir. But that is beyond my programming. To become the Iron Man, you have to earn the name and legacy. Master Stark's orders. Jarvis said. Izuku nodded with a sigh. He still has to try, but he's not gonna let this stop him. He'll figure out the secret that no one else apart from Stark figures out. He will find the other footstep of the giant he's been following. Izuku. Worth a shot. I'll try to crack the code myself. If I can't do it, then I will take your advice and ask Mei to help me. Jarvis. Now that's a splendid idea, sir. But for now, the Mark II model is ready for tomorrow. But you are not. I highly recommend you get some rest. Jarvis said. Izuku looked at the clock and nodded. It was already 4 a.m. He walked to the bathroom to wash up all the filth and grease from his body before he went to sleep. Izuku. I suppose you're right. Night Jarvis. Jarvis. Good night, sir, and good luck tomorrow. 7 Jarvis said, as he shut himself down for the remainder of the night. Izuku nodded as he went to the bathroom. Before that, he grabbed his phone and shot his mother a quick, "I'm safe," text. Before he turned off his phone, he needed to go to bed soon. For when he wakes it'll be a big day, another step to his goal of becoming the first quirkless hero in the modern era. And he'll be damned if he has a setback, all because he couldn't stay awake. It was early morning. The sun was up, people like Inko were getting ready for work, and others like Nomori were taking a day off to mourn. And then there's others like Izuku, who were currently dreaming. 7 Izuku's dream. We see him inside a castle, sitting on top of an iron throne, made out of the swords of the people Izuku has beasted in battle. He was currently looking down with a smug smirk, as his soldiers brought him his most recent targets. Izuku. Ah, yes. Katsuki of House of Bakugo. Oh, how I've waited for this day to come. Any last words, for your last fleeting moments of life? Katsuki. Hey, put on a happy face, then everything's okay. Put on a happy face. Katsuki sang out of nowhere as the world turned to black, and Izuku woke up. Izuku opened his eyes and looked around. There was no castle to speak of. No iron throne, and worst of all, no Bakugo chained up on his knees for him to execute. Izuku's phone. Flip the switch, flip the stove, world gone mad. Let's start the show, get your kicks and let's go. If you're sad, don't let it show. Izuku grabbed his phone and turned off the alarm. He yawned and stretched until he heard a pop. He twisted his back until he heard another pop and got up. Jarvis. Good morning, sir. Was it the Hamilton dream or the Lord of Rings dreams tonight? 5 Izuku. Neither. It was Game of Thrones. The strangest thing is that I've never watched the show. Izuku said as he stumbled through the workshop. He cursed loudly when he hit his toe on a counter. Jarvis didn't say anything about that, and continued the conversation. Jarvis. Well, maybe you absorb information through cultural osmosis, sir. Izuku. Could be. Or, more likely, I read all the books. Shame the author never got to finish it. 6 Izuku said, talking absent-mindedly. He was thinking of those old books he found on a junkyard one day, a crying shame that someone would just throw away books like that. But it was Izuku's gain. Speaking of Izuku, he was taking out his thoughts when Jarvis spoke again. Jarvis. Quite the shame. But nothing that can be done. Well, now, sir. I do believe it is time for your pre-bath workout. Izuku. You're right. Thank you for the reminder, Izuku said as he took off his pajamas and put on his workout clothes. Grabbing his phone and earphones, he was almost out the door. Before Jarvis spoke again, to recommend something. Jarvis. My pleasure, sir. I was programmed to please. And when you come back, would you like to test out the Mark II? Make sure all systems are functional before you leave for the USJ? Izuku. Well, it would be better if I test it out now and don't suffer and be embarrassed if it doesn't work. So yes. Have everything ready, for when I return. Izuku said as he closed the door and put on his earphones, hitting random on his workout playlist. He was about to enjoy a run when a call stopped him. He looked around, and when he was sure that no one was looking, Izuku dropped the fake smile and frowned deeply, seeing who was calling him. but he leaned against the door and answered.
Izuku. Mrs. Bakugo, how the fuck did you get this number?
Mitsuki. First of all, if you ever curse on me again. Mitsuki started to say. Her tone extremely angry that her nephew would speak to her in such a disrespectful manner. But Izuku gave no shits about her, so he interrupted and spoke over her. Izuku. You will do nothing, since I am not related to you, and if you hit me a minor, it'll look bad for your business, since I will 100% call the police and CPS on you. Now again. How did you get this number? Mitsuki. Your mother gave it to me, she told me to call you, in case of an emergency. Mitsuki said, gritting her teeth. She was holding so much the urge to yell at this boy, who at one point she helped change his diaper. Izuku for his part, raised an eyebrow. Izuku. Is she in the hospital? Mitsuki. No, Mitsuki corrected, she didn't want to worry the boy, or she hopes he would worry if his mother would be in the hospital, but she isn't sure he would. For Izuku, when he heard his mother was okay, he stopped frowning and put on the fake smile he has on every second of the day that he is in public. Izuku. Then I don't care. Do not call again, Mitsuki. Hold on, you little shit. Mitsuki yelled, but again. Izuku did not give her the satisfaction, he spoke over her, and much louder than her. But it still looked like as if he was speaking normally, since his voice was raised, not his voice. Izuku. I would. But I'm not a spineless bottom bitch like your husband. Now I'm hanging up, and if you call again, immediately after, I'll block your number, and never unblock you. Izuku said, hanging up, before she could speak again. He took a few calming breaths, before he texted his mother. With Inko we see feeding her new companion sushi, when she flinched, hearing Mitsuki screaming, and the woman was on the apartment complex next over. 1 Mitsuki. I'm gonna kill that fucking kid. 1 Inko wondered what could Katsuki possibly has done to make his mother so mad. It only took a few moments for Inko to figure out that it wasn't Katsuki who made Mitsuki livid, as she grabbed her phone and looked at the text message. For once it was more than, I'm safe, but that didn't mean it was good. Izuku's text. Never give out my phone to anyone else, period. Inko. I'm sorry. It's just that you weren't answering my calls, and I got worried. I need more than just I'm safe, Izuku. Inko wrote and waited nervously, but a response never came. She sighed sadly, as his son left her on read. She sighed sadly, but smiled a little, when Sushi started rubbing herself on her legs. Inko kneeled down, and scratched Sushi behind her adorable ears.
Inko. I know it's selfish, but I hope that your owner doesn't find the poster I'll put up of you. Sushi. Meow. Sushi meowed, as she started to eat. Inko kept petting the cat, and looked offended, as if the cat could understand her, and was having a conversation with her. Inko. I know, I said I would do it yesterday, but the day flew me by. I promise, I'll hang them up when I'm free this weekend. Sushi. Sushi didn't respond, she just kept eating. Inko looked rather miffed at that, and pointed an accusatory finger at the pure white fluffy cat. Inko. Oh, so now you're giving me the silent treatment. And I'm talking to a cat. God, I've lost my mind. Mitsuki. Inko, you will not believe what that son of yours did. 4. Inko heard Mitsuki scream, as she opened the door without waiting for Inko to invite her in. Inko sighed and gave a crooked smile, as she walked to Mitsuki, seeing her absolutely livid. Inko. Hello Mitsuki, you would like some tea? Mitsuki. Yes, thank you, and that son of yours is completely out of line. He has no respect, I tell you, no respect at all. 3. Mitsuki yelled, but unlike Nimari, she was smart enough to close the door behind her, so she couldn't run away again. Inko. Mitsuki, lower your voice, remember the meeting with the Wa. Everyone but me and your husband. Writing a petition for you to lower your voice. Mitsuki. I'm still pissed about that. I don't talk that loud. 2. Mitsuki muttered, as she sat down on the table. Sushi jumped on her lap, and started purring. Mitsuki smiled a little, the cat's energy helping her calm down. Inko. No, but when you do, it's like a tsunami. Just take a few calming breaths, and tell me what's wrong. What did my son do? Meanwhile with said son, Izuku finished his morning exercise. he finished having his breakfast, and he finished his shower and brushing his teeth. We see him now, just looking at his suit. Jarvis. Problem, sir. Izuku. No, just taking it all in. Super strength is one thing. But being able to fly, it'll really prove that I belong here. Izuku said breathlessly as he walked to the suit, and started with putting on just the legs. He heard the door opened, and he instantly put a fake smile on his face before he turned around and saw Shinso there with a fire extinguisher. Shinso looked at his friend confused. Shinso. Hey man, brought what you asked me. Why did you need this again? Izuku. I'm testing out the Mark II, in case of an emergency. I'm gonna need to use that. Okay, let's get this right. Izuku said, walking to the center of the workshop. He looked at the monitor, that had a video of himself. He was filming this, to check out what he did right, and what he did wrong later. Shinso heard the boots of the Mark II starting to be turned on. It sounded like the sound of a small jet airplane. Izuku. Okay, we're gonna start this nice and easy, and start this at 10% thrust capacity to achieve lift. And 3, 2, 1. Izuku said, as he turned them on, and he did fly, but he flew into a wall. The thrust was so strong that it flipped Izuku over, and he hit the wall on top. He was groaning in the ground, as Shinso ran to him, and shot him with the fire extinguisher. To make sure he didn't cook himself. 2. Izuku. Okay, I might need to build thrusters in the hands too, to make sure this doesn't happen again. Shinso. I have no idea if that's a good idea or not. But if you say so. Need help getting up? Shinso said, giving his friends a hand. Izuku nodded and took it. Shinso helped him up, and Izuku went straight to the workbench. He started making blueprints, and muttering to himself, while Shinso just stood there. Shinso. Dude, you do know class is about to start, right? Izuku. I do, but I'm on a time limit. I've got to test and build the thrusters on the hands. Why the hell did the blueprints not say that? 1. Izuku said. Shinso could tell Izuku was talking to himself at that point. He just shrugged, and patted his friend on the back. Shinso. Well, good luck man. I gotta go. Izuku. Yeah, thanks. Izuku muttered. As he kept working, Shinso left. And when he left, Jarvis finally spoke again. Jarvis. Sir, I feel compelled to tell you, that Mr. Stark did out thrusters on the palm of his hands. Izuku. What? Then why hasn't that on the blueprints? Izuku yelled outraged, that the machine gave him only half information, and now he has so little time, to actually finish it. Jarvis though remained calm, as he spoke again. Jarvis. Mr. Stark thought it would be funny, if the next Iron Man, failed the flight test, a similar way that he did. 4. Izuku. Tony Stark sounds like a fucking asshole. 3. Izuku said, with a frustrated sigh, as he grabbed an eraser, and started using it. Erasing parts he got wrong. If Jarvis was alive, he would be nodding right now. Jarvis. He was, by his own admission. But I should warn you. With the time crunch you now are on, you'll only have time to build one thruster. Izuku. Fuck. Izuku said with a loud groan, as he thought on what to do. Thankfully Jarvis has the solution. Unfortunately it was a solution that Izuku did not want to take. Jarvis. Yes, so I would recommend, either you miss out on the USJ experience, or you ask Mei for help, building the other thruster. Izuku. Izuku thought of his options, before he put down his tools, and started walking away. Jarvis watched him go through the cameras. He couldn't help but ask a little smugly. Jarvis. Sir, where are you going? Izuku. To find Mei before she heads to class. Izuku said, as he opened the door. And much to his surprise and relief, Mei was there with a crazed smile. Mei. Hey Izuku. Izuku. Mei. Just the girl I wanted to see. Come inside, I am in need of your assistance. Izuku said, not wanting to admit he needed help. Of course not, he just needed her assistance. Mei, hearing that, smiled even brighter, happy to help, especially since it means that she'll be able to stay in the workshop. 3. Mei. Oh, sure, I can help you. Izuku. No, hee. Not help, assistance. Completely different. 3. Izuku said with a small awkward chuckle. It was almost forced, as his smile became paper thin. He did hear Jarvis speaking to him, on his earphones. Jarvis. Sir, you are on a time limit. I would recommend keeping the talking to the bare necessities. Izuku. Fuck. Okay, Mei, you see here's my problem, and what I need you to do, with me. We'll be making babies all day today. 3. Izuku said, as he explained what they were gonna build together, and how much time they had to do it. Mei wasted no time, and went straight to work. Izuku smiled in appreciation and went to work himself. For the first time since UA started, PL is gonna have a quiet and peaceful class. And he couldn't be happier. We see Shinso walking to Izuku's workshop. He was supposed to be eating lunch right about now. Instead, he's walking there to keep his promise to Izuku. He opened the door and was hit by a blast of heat. He took a few steps back, being taken by surprise. But then went inside, with his eyes squinting from the heat. 2. Shinso. Yo, guys, Shinso yelled as they both stopped working with the welding part of building the suit. And they looked at Shinso. Shinso blushed a bit seeing Mei, since well the girl was sweaty and wearing only a tank top and the school skirt, and Shinso is still a teenage boy. He coughed and concentrated his gaze on Izuku, who was only wearing pants. And was also sweaty. 2. Shinso. What the hell is going on here? Izuku. Work. So what's going on, my friend? It can't be lunchtime already. Izuku asked while he looked at the clock in the monitor. Sure enough, it was lunchtime, which made Izuku want to frown. But he kept that permanent fake smile on his face. Shinso. Yeah, it is. Izuku. I see, oh dear. That's quite the pickle I'm in. Well, got no choice. I'm gonna have to take it as is. Izuku said with a chuckle, acting calm about the whole situation. But in reality, he was quite nervous. Mei looked at Izuku, surprised, and she was not shy in sharing her concerns. Mei. What? But it's not finished. We haven't tested it out yet. What if a wire is mixed up, or if it's not properly secured? 2. Izuku. I'll have to run that risk. I can't afford not to go. Izuku said, as his smile became a little more genuine and a little more like a smirk, as he spoke. Izuku was more than willing to gamble with the suit and his well-being, if it means success. Izuku. This is a big opportunity for me to take another step to prove that I belong on the hero course. That I belong in the limelight. I mean, I do have the smile for it. 7. Shinso. Well, I'll keep you in my prayers and all that. But can we go? I want to eat while the food is still hot. Shinso said, looking at Mei. Instead of talking, she was working as fast as she could. Before Izuku told her to go, she needed to complete this baby, or else it would be in the back of her mind, all day and night. Izuku. Yes, Mei, go with Shinso. I'm gonna have to suit up and go to pick up the spot. Mei. Okay, but I need you to tell me everything of how it operated. This is my hand, baby. Mei said with a huff, as she puts her school uniform on, without taking a shower first. Izuku nodded and shot her a smile, not a real one, of course. It was his default permanent smile. 7. Izuku. You have my word. Now take Shinso's hand, and go eat. Shinso. Wait, what? Shinso said surprise, looking between Izuku and Mei. Mei didn't even second guess it and grabbed Shinso's hand, taking him with her as if she was waiting for him. Mei. Okay, well, let's go, Mei said as they disappeared from sight. Izuku looked at the suit and gave a nervous chuckle, finally alone. He finally stopped smiling and showed a real emotion. Fear. Jarvis. Are you ready, sir? Izuku. As I'll ever be. May God bless my soul if this works. With Shinso and Mei, we see them walking inside the school, still hand in hand. Mei didn't see anything wrong with it. And Shinso didn't have the social intellect to ask Mei to let go. Mei. Your hand is weird. Shinso. What makes you say that? Shinso said, taken out of his mind when Mei decided to speak up. He looked at her, and she was just looking at their held hand. She shrugged as she kept talking. Mei. It doesn't feel the same as when I hold Izuku's hand. Shinso. That because we have different hands. Shinso said with a sigh, wondering if this is what it means to have friends. Could he call Mei a friend? She doesn't really talk at lunch with anyone other than Izuku, and even then, it's only about whatever invention they're making. But Shinso didn't have time to think on this when Mei explained herself, or her version of explaining herself. Mei, I like Izuku's hand better. It's full of calluses, and it makes my heart race, for some reason. I don't know why, but I like it. 3. Shinso. Then stop holding my hand. Shinso said with a sigh. He winced internally since he didn't want to seem rude. But Mei let go of his hand and smiled brightly, feeling better about it. Mei. Okay, Mei said, and they walked in silence the rest of the way. Or at least for Shinso, it was in silence. Hey. Shinso. Well, we made it. And the line doesn't look too bad, right? Shinso asked but didn't get a response. He found that strange, so he spoke again, this time louder. Shinso. Mei. Shinso asked again. He turned around and inhaled sharply since it was only quiet since Mei was gone. And Mei was gone, since if someone doesn't hold her hand, she tends to get distracted with something and wander off. Something that Shinso is quickly realizing, making him groan. 2. Shinso. Ah crap. Meanwhile, with Izuku, we see him inside the Mark II. His heart was pounding, and his body was covered in sweat. Since he just remembered what he had forgotten. He forgot to put a cooling system. Now the poor boy had to deal with that for the rest of the day. His only consolation was that the public couldn't see his face, so he could give his face a break from smiling. 5. Izuku. Okay, you're fine. You are totally fine. You can do this. Just a quick test flight, and then you can come back here. Just don't think about it. Quote. Izuku thought to himself, as he made it to the site, where Class A was already there. They all looked at him, but then back to their teacher when he coughed angrily to get their attention. Aizawa kept talking to his students, as he waved for the robot boy to walk next to him. Aizawa. As you all can see, we have a guest with us today. This is Izuku Midoriya, Nezu's personal student. Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet most of you. For the one who isn't a pleasure. You know who you are, and you better leave me alone. Izuku said with a grin inside the helmet, since he could see Bakugo in the back, about to have an aneurysm, before Aizawa could calm him down. A certain blue-haired boy raised his hand and spoke before he could even deny him the permission to. 1. Iida. Sir, why is Nezu's student doing here? Izuku. God, he's loud. He must be a treat for you in the morning. Izuku muttered softly, so only Aizawa could hear him. Aizawa glanced at his whole class of troubled children, and the reason why he drinks so much coffee is. 4. Aizawa. They're all loud. And he's here. Because he's gonna. Why are you here? Izuku. Oh, I'm gonna test out my new suit model. The Mark II. Instead of super strength of the Mark I that I used in the exams. This puppy is gonna give me the ability to fly. Izuku said as he took a breath and activated the palm that Mei built. He let go of the breath when he and everyone else saw it working. Some were impressed, and some didn't care. But 2 students got closer to him to see the hand in awe. Kirishima. Yo, that's so awesome. Denki. Hell yeah, how fast can you go? Denki asked excitedly, the yellow-haired boy being a mecha anime fan. Izuku chuckled as he turned the palm off, already feeling the heat surrounding that hand. This needed to be a quick test, or else he'll be in danger of being dehydrated. But Izuku ignored that and continued to talk, in a chipper mood. Izuku. No clue yet. Hence why I'm going to USJ with you guys. While you all are doing whatever it is you are doing, I'll just be in a corner testing this puppy out. And if it works, I'll be in the sky around the building, trying to learn how to fly. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna crash a lot, but that's part of the fun. Aizawa. All right, that's enough talking. Everyone into the bus. 3. Aizawa said, and the kids listened. Well, they listened to Aizawa. They completely ignored Iida, saying something about assigning seats. They all say where they wanted. Izuku sat in the back, with a boy with red and white hair sitting next to him. Izuku looked at it in surprise. Izuku. Man, aren't you lucky? Todoroki. Shoto asked as he looked at the robot boy looking back at him. Izuku, for his part, could see what Todoroki's powers were. And to say he was jealous would be an understatement. Izuku. Oh, nothing. It's just that you were born with 2 quirks instead of 1. You really hit the jackpot, huh? Todoroki. And how do you know that? Todoroki asked with squinting eyes. Izuku just shrugged and pointed to his mask, more specifically the eyes of his mask. Izuku. Oh, it's the mask, it analysis a person telling me their quirks, yours being fire and ice. Honestly, I'm not really a fan of fire. I much prefer ice. Todoroki. So do I. Shoto Todoroki. By the way, nice to meet you, Nezu's student. Todoroki said calmly, glad that someone sees things his way. Everyone else in his class wants him to use that man's fire. But all Shoto cares about is his ice. 3. Izuku. Ah, please call me Izuku, I'm not much for formalities. Mina. Hello, Mina said, popping her head up from her seat. She was seated in front of the 2, with a girl with cords for earlobes. Mina looked at the robot boy with a bright smile, while Izuku nodded at her as he acknowledged. Izuku. Why, hello there. Nice to meet such a chipper person. Mina. Thanks, I'm Mina Ashido. What's my quirk? Mina said excitedly, with stars coming out of his eyes. Izuku chuckled and looked at her for a moment. He got the information instantly, but he remained quiet for dramatic affect. 1. Izuku. Well, let's take a look over here. Acid generation. Your quirk, acid, allows you to generate acid from your body. You can manipulate the properties of the acid, too. Man, that's pretty cool, not gonna lie. Mina. Oh, to Jiro next. And so it went on. Mina asked Izuku to use his mask on most of the students, until he reached Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki clicked his tongue and crossed his arms. Bakugo. Don't you fucking use that parlor trick on me, Deku. Izuku. Deku, you must have the wrong guy. My name is Izuku Midoriya. But fine, if you don't want to play along. I'm not gonna force you. Izuku said calmly, which only pissed Bakugo off more. Since in his mind, Izuku was trying to make him look bad. Which wasn't really that far from the truth. Izuku went back to his seat. While some like Mina, Denki, and others kept looking at him. Mina. Hey, can we see you without the mask on? Izuku. Maybe some other time. It's a bitch and a half to put all this on. To put my mask off, I would need to take off the whole upper half of the suit. Izuku said, lying through his teeth. Since he didn't want them to know that he made a mistake, and was completely covered in sweat. Mina was about to insist that he do it anyways, but Momo stepped in, being seated next to Jiro. 3. Momo. Mina. That's quite enough. Please sit back down. Mina. Fine fine. Geez. Mina said with a huff. As she sat back down normally, Izuku moved his head to Momo and gave her a nod as thank you. Momo smiled at him. And sat back down normally. Now that things were quiet at the back, Shoto decided to keep talking with Izuku. Shoto. So, what's your quirk then? Izuku. I have a highly advanced robotic suit. What does that tell you about my quirk? Izuku said in a fake teasing tone. He was in the lion's den. He wasn't about to expose that he has meat under his shirt. Without showing that he can defend it. That weird analogy aside, Shinso thought about it for a second, before he said his guess. Shoto. A high intelligence quirk, like Principal Nezu. Izuku. I have high intelligence, yes. That is my ability that I was blessed with. Izuku said in a smug tone of superiority. It wasn't technically a lie, he didn't have a quirk, so he spent his childhood on the books, to find a way to overcome that shortcoming, since he found the Ironman designs. Of course Bakugo didn't like that, and he clicked his tongue loudly. 1. Bakugo. Tisk. He's nothing more than a fucking Deku. Izuku. Is he okay? He keeps calling me Deku. When I've said repeatedly that my name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said confused, acting as if he didn't know Bakugo, as if he didn't know the monster who tormented Izuku so much, that he was ready to take his own life, and would have if it wasn't by luck, and his curiosity. Shoto looked at Bakugo, glaring at them and then shrugged, looking back at Izuku. Shoto. I don't know. He's always loud in general. Momo. I am so sorry for his rudeness. Moko apologized to Izuku, and just Izuku waved her off, saying she's not to blame. Just as Bakugo was about to scream at him again, the vice president of the class stepped into the plate. Iida. As am I. Bakugo. Apologize for your rudeness, you are harming Class A image with that attitude. Bakugo. Fuck off, Four Eyes. Bakugo yelled, feeling furious about so much right now, that he couldn't calm down if he tried. And of course, Izuku was egging him on, to make his temper worse. Izuku. Not just loud, but rude too. I imagine that he doesn't have many friends. Can't imagine who could deal with that level of disrespect. But like I told y'all's teacher in the lunchroom, you can't blame yourselves. Izuku said in a calm tone. He had a real smug smirk behind the mask, seeing how mad Bakugo was getting. So Izuku decided to go for the jugular. Izuku. The blame lies in his parents. If he's like that, I can only imagine what his parents are like. They absolutely failed him as parents, never teaching him that there's a time and a place to yell. 3. Bakugo. What you say you? Bakugo tried to yell, since no one insults his parents but himself. He was stopped however by Aizawa wrapping his scarf around him, and giving him a terrifying glare. Aizawa. Bakugo, shut up. I'm trying to sleep. One more peep out of you, and I'll show you what happens when I'm not so chipper. 1. Class A. This is him being chipper. After that not so veiled threat, everyone in the class shut up real quick, and didn't talk until the bus stopped, and everyone got out. As soon as Izuku got out, he felt someone on his back. Surprised he looked who it was and was even more surprised. Izuku. Mei, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in lunch. Mei. Shinso, let go of my hand. Mei said simply. Izuku instantly understood, since he too learned the hard way, what happens when you let go of her hand. Meanwhile with Shinso, we see him running around the school, looking for Mei with the seriousness of as if he lost a cat. 3. Shinso. Mei, where the hell did you go? Back to USJ. Izuku. Ah, wait, were you in the roof of the bus this whole time? Izuku asked confused. Mei just smiled brightly, as she took off the back panel of the suit, and started working, with tools she had in her pockets. Mei. I held on with my newest baby. Magnetic gloves. Aizawa. A gem. Izuku looked at Aizawa, who did not look pleased in the slightest. Mei of course didn't care, and kept working. Aizawa. What exactly are you doing here? Mei. Oh, so that me and Izuku can finish building the robot baby. Mei said in a giddy tone, since she likes working alone, but there's something about working with Izuku that she likes so much more. Aizawa looked at Izuku with a raised eyebrow, making Izuku give out an awkward chuckle. Aizawa. Izuku. It was my understanding that the suit was already completed, hence the reason you are here. Izuku. It is. I assure you, that it's functional. All that Mei means, are the cosmetic. Nothing more, I assure you. Izuku said, again not technically lying, since the suit was fully functional. It was just hot as hell inside of the machine. Mei looked at Izuku confused. Someone like him should know the importance of a cooling system. Mei. A cooling system is not cosmetic. If it gets too hot in there, you could have a heat stroke. 3. Izuku. Come now, that's just the worst case scenario. I'm not gonna have a heat stroke, that's simply ridiculous. Izuku said with a booming laugh, trying to trick the teacher that he was fine, but Aizawa wasn't buying. Thankfully Izuku got lucky, since before Aizawa could respond, and tell Izuku to take the suit off. Since he's not gonna let a civilian student be in danger, a huge purple portal appeared, with a group of people coming out of them. Kirishima. Cool, we're gonna be fighting fake villains. How manly. Aizawa. They're not fake. Last time. 1. Kirishima. Cool, we're gonna be fighting fake villains. How manly. Aizawa. They're not fake. Now, the group of villains began to pour out of the opened portal, dozen upon a dozen of them, climbing out. Izuku, on instinct, put Mei behind him, being the person he cares the most about. That's when a last person came out of the portal. A boy around their age, with dead hands all over his body. The light blue hair boy looked around slowly. 3. Shigaraki. I see 13, I see Eraserhead, but I don't see All Might. Where is the raid boss? Izuku. This guy ain't all there is he. Izuku thought as he heard the boy's raspy voice. His body filled with LS as decorations. Next to him was another villain made out of this purple gas. The man was dressed as some sort of butler. Izuku glanced at the hero students. All of them were in a fighting position, while Aizawa was leading the charge, being in front of everyone. The purple guy was the first to speak to all of them. Kurogiri. Greetings, students of UA. I am Kurogiri of the League of Villains. We are here for 2 purposes. One of them is to kill All Might, and the second one is him. Izuku. Of course they're for me. Can't have a normal day, can I? Izuku thought, as Kurogiri pointed at me. Everyone looked at me surprised, most of all Aizawa and 13, since in all the excitement they forgot that there were civilians on this trip. Izuku chuckled softly. Izuku. Me, why, whatever you want from me. Kurogiri. We don't want anything from you. But your father. Now that's another story. 1. Kurogiri said. Izuku flinched and squinted his eyes, his hands balled into fists, as he gave an annoyed chuckle, to make them all believe he was still smiling. Izuku. What the fuck did you just say? Kurogiri. You heard me quite clear. Your father is paying us to bring you. And that suit of yours to him. 3. Kurogiri explained, which just made Izuku feel more annoyed. Of course what that bastard wanted. The man who always said his big break was coming, was ready to steal his. He wondered how he found out. And then a thought came into his head. 3. Izuku. Oh, I swear to God, if my mother told him about this. Well anyways, what makes you think that I would ever go with you all willingly? Shigaraki. Can we take care of the side mission later? Shigaraki said with an impatient whine. The heroes prepared themselves again, as some of the villains stepped forward. Izuku clicked his tongue, and gave a big fake laugh, bringing the attention to him. Aizawa and 13 understood what he was doing. Izuku. Now wait a minute. You could. But I'm a time-limited time mission. If you don't take care of me, I'll disappear and you won't get any experience points. Shigaraki. Damn it, I hate those. 1. Shigaraki said loudly. Some of the villains looked at him, with a look that said, is this really the guy in charge? Kurogiri sighed, with a small shake of his head. Kurogiri. Master, please control your temper. This boy is clearly just buying everyone time, for All Might to arrive. Izuku. What? Fuck no. Fuck All Might. I would rather get captured by you all, than to be saved by him. Izuku said with a dismissive wave, that brought Class A attention. While Eraserhead just chopped it off, as Izuku lying to keep the villains talking, until All Might does arrive. When in reality, Izuku was talking the truth. Kurogiri. Oh, well this just got interesting. Izuku. Not really, what I'm really doing is distracting you all, so that I can analyze all your quirks. And I must say, your weakness was the quickest to find. Izuku said with a chuckle, keeping his eyes on Kurogiri. He was the main target in Izuku's mind. If he's defeated, the rest won't have their escape plan. Kurogiri. You're bluffing. Izuku. Omega Lambda 7XL9. That sounds like a bluff to you. One Hellsport can turn an entire planet into a fire pit. What'll happen to Apocalypse when 500 go off simultaneously? 3. Izuku said seriously, but they all looked at him, totally confused of what he just said. Especially Kurogiri, and he made his confusion known. Kurogiri. That sounds like gibberish to me. Izuku. Oh, right, Shinso isn't here. Shame, he would have gotten that reference. Anyways, your quirk is called Warp Gate. It grants you the ability to create and manipulate a dark fog from his head and hands. This fog acts as a portal to another location. Hence why it'll be difficult for Eraserhead to beat you. Izuku said, as he started to pace as he walked, when in reality, he was making sure that Mei was behind the hero's student, so that she would be safe. Kurogiri shook his head. Kurogiri. You know my quirk. But that does not mean you know my weakness. Izuku. Eraserhead, when you fight him aim for his metal neck plates. They are solid and can be used to pin or hold him down. Izuku said casually, with a sinister smile on his face. Seeing the yellow eyes of the fog man squinting, he was angry. Aizawa for his part, gave a short nod, never taking his eyes away from the villains. Eraserhead. Thank you, but I'm gonna need you to grab Mei and go. Izuku. I don't see that as an option. If I go, he can just make a portal under me, and bring me back here. The best bet for success, is for them to be taken down, until All Might arrived. Where the fuck is he anyways? I heard Nezu speak that he was supposed to be here for protection. Eraserhead. He's running late. Now get behind us. That was the last thing they all heard as they felt the ground under them go out. Kurogiri made a big portal under them, making them all scatter inside USJ. Izuku as he was falling grabbed Mei, to make sure she didn't get separated. With Izuku and Mei, they landed in the abandoned city part of the USJ and looked around. While Mei went back into tinkering the suit. Izuku. Oh dear, it would seem that I pissed Kurogiri off, by finding his weakness so fast. Well, better now than ever to test this out. Mei get on my back and grab my neck hard. Mei. But it's not finished yet. Mei complained as she kept working. She almost had the cooling system installed, she just needed a few more minutes. Sadly they didn't have a few minutes, since more portals appeared, with villains coming out, and making their way to them. Izuku. We can deal with the consequences later. Now come on. Me. Arg fine, Mei said, as she hugged his neck tightly. Izuku gave a short nod and activating his suit, at full power. Big mistake, since he was shot into the air like a rocket, without control. Izuku. Shit. Mei. Woo-woo, this is so much fun. 10. Mei screamed, with her fist pumped into the air, while Izuku felt like a baby bird kicked out of the nest. He needed to learn to fly this machine and fast, so he positioned himself up and flew out of the skyline of the building, quickly crash landing next to the bus. Izuku grunted by the impact, already feeling hot inside the suit again. But he had bigger things to worry about in his mind. Izuku. Mei, are you okay? Mei. I'm dirty, but I'm okay. Now let's install that cooling system. Mei said brightly, as she almost got the whole backplate out of Izuku's suit. But Izuku got up and turned around. He took out his helmet, and placed his hands on Mei's shoulder. Mei looked at Izuku, his face was drenched in sweat, which gave him more reason to install the system. Izuku. Not yet, I gotta rescue Class A from that place. Mei. But it's almost done. Mei complained, mostly because she can't just leave a baby unfinished. A little bit because she was worried about her equal's well-being. Izuku just chuckled and gave her a small smile. Izuku. Mei, Momo and Ochako could be in danger. You like those girls, don't you? The ones that eat lunch with us. Mei. Well, they're not mean to me, about my babies. Mei said softly, with her finger on her chin. In Mei's admittedly low bar, that was reason enough to call those two friends. 4. Izuku. Good, and before I go, because I know you, I need you to do 2 things for me. Mei. Okay, what are they? Mei said excitedly. Izuku pointed to the bus, while he smiled. Internally he was frowning deeply, since he didn't want Mei to do thing number 2, but he knows it'll be the only thing that will keep Mei still. So with a deep breath, he emailed the blueprints to Mei. Mei looked at her phone and looked absolutely surprised. Izuku. First, get inside the bus and hide. Then, God, I can't believe I'm doing this. I need your help with this blueprint. 3. Mei. Arc reactor. Oh, this baby already looks like it's gonna be an awesome one. Mei said, as loudly as she runs inside side bus, to hide and start studying the design. Izuku took a breath, and started walking back inside. Jarvis. That was a good plan, master. Do you think she'll be able to crack the code? Izuku. I'm not worried about that right now, I'm just trying to keep her safe. Jarvis, report. Izuku said, as he took a running start and jumped, activating the thrusters, and flying into the air. He looked down at the USJ, seeing villains all around, while Jarvis gave him a report on his suit. Jarvis. The suit is functioning completely, Battery around 89% already, a vast improvement from the Mark 1 in battery. Well done, sir. Izuku. Thanks, now let's hope it lasts till I get everyone else out of there. I need you to find me Momo Yaoyorozu, find a quirk called Creation, in the USJ. Izuku said, as the mask showed him where that particular quirk is. So he flew there, trying not to crash on something, or someone. With Momo, we see her with a metal hat on her hand. She just managed to break someone's jaw with a swing. Momo managed to fight her way to Jiro, taking down 36 villains. I'm her search, but now she was exhausted. She created so much stuff that she was starving to the point of pain. And now that she found her friend, she was slowly backing away, glaring at them all. When she saw the 6 smirks on their faces, Momo tried to create something more powerful, but she didn't have the energy for it. 8. Momo. Jiro, any ideas? Jiro. 1. Duck. Jiro said, as she jumped to the floor. Momo looked confused, until she looked up. She paled as something shiny and big was coming her way. She jumped to the floor, saving herself a painful rescue by a hair. Izuku, on the other hand, crash landed on top of a villain. The impact of the crash was so strong that it broke the man's concentration, and all his clones disappeared. Izuku got up and looked around. Izuku. Okay, so I might need to practice how to drive this thing, huh? Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyoka Jiro. Get up and jump on top of me, we're leaving. Jiro. How do we know you won't crash? Jiro asked. It was a legitimate question, which Izuku could only shrug in response. As he kicked the man as he was trying to get up, the metal foot in his stomach making the man puke up his lunch. Izuku. You don't, but what other choice do you have? Jiro. Fair. Jiro admitted as they both climbed on top of him, and screamed when Izuku blasted off, with more energy in the thrusters than last time. Izuku tried to keep himself steady, and not crash into something, which he almost did 5 times, before he managed to position himself up and fly outside the USJ back into the bus. He managed to land on his feet this time, but not on his own. Jarvis won't be telling Izuku that he assisted just a little on his driving. Izuku. Okay, both of you, inside the bus. Momo 4x4xxxx, that's Nezu number. He'll bring reinforcements. Jiro, call 911, tell them what's going on. Momo. Got it. Good luck. Please hurry. Momo said, as they both walked inside the bus, surprised to see Mei scribbling advanced mathematics on the wall. Izuku nodded and flew off again. Izuku. Jarvis. Invisibility quirk. Jarvis. Right away, sir. With Hokage, we see her hiding behind a wall. She tossed a rock next to her, making the villain she was fighting look at the source of the sound and walk to it. Omori. Come out, stupid girl. I'm not gonna hurt you too bad if you just come out. Omori said, frustrated, as he made it to the source of the sound and found nothing. He gave a frustrated yell, but then a painful one, feeling someone kick and break his fibula. When the man was in his knees, Hokage grabbed him by the hair and slammed his face to the wall, breaking his nose. She jumped back, as the men fell to the fetal position, rolling around in pain. She was about to run away, when a wall broke. When the smoke cleared out, he saw Izuku, the robot boy, there getting up, and the man he was fighting groaning under the rubble. 2. Izuku. Toru Hokage. I know you're around here. Come on out, so that I can help you. Toru. Geez, that was right in my ear. Toru complained, as she touched Izuku's arm so he knows where she is. Izuku nodded, but then realized something that made him blush inside the suit, and brought a bit of the old Izuku back. Izuku. Wait. You can't make things invisible. So does that mean? Toru. Yup, so, how are you gonna help me? Since I kinda already beat him. And a couple others while in this building. I'm like a real-life camper. Toru said with a small laugh, talking about those assholes in video games who don't move and just wait for their targets. Izuku shrugged and turned around. Izuku. Hop on, I'm taking you out of here and back to the bus. Momo is already there, she can make you some clothes or something. Toru. Sweet, Toru said, as she jumped on top of Izuku's back. Izuku took a run and jumped out of the hole he created, flying away. The more he flew the easier it became. I mean yes, he was crash flying more often than not. But he was getting better, and more hot inside the thing. But he managed to not have a crash landing next to the bus. Toru got up and walked inside, while Izuku flew off. Toru. Hey guys. Momo, can you make me a shirt and skirt? Momo. Sorry Toru, but I don't have the energy for it. Momo apologized, as they all looked at Mei, who just took off her shirt, and threw it perfectly at Toru. Mei was back on only wearing her black tank top, as she kept muttering to herself. Toru. Is she okay? Momo. She's making a new baby. With Zero, we see him swing across the USJ dodging the attacks of a flying villain. He winced when one of the attacks got to him. He gave a big swing, and as he was free falling, he turned around and wrapped his tape around the villain's wings, making him fall with a scream. Zero smirked, as he used his tape again, and swung himself to a roof, sitting on the edge like Spider-Man. Zero. Okay, that's 5 down, how many more to go? Izuku. Incoming. Zero turned around, and saw the robot boy crash on the roof, causing a small crater. Izuku groaned as he got up in pain, since his skin made contact with the hot internal metal. He turned around and looked at Honta Zero, who waved at him. Zero. Yo, I'm gonna guess that Aizawa-sensei sent you. Izuku. You would guess wrong. But still, I'm sure he would approve what I am doing. Get on. Izuku said. Zero nodded and taped himself to Izuku. Izuku looked at him weirdly but shrugged, as he flew off, with Zero holding his tape looking like was windsurfing. Izuku looked at the battery left on his suit. He had around 73% and still had more schoolmates to get out of the building. Izuku. Fuck. 1. Izuku muttered to himself, as he landed, letting Mina Ashido off of him. The suit was overheating, to the point that even the outer layer of the suit was warm. Inside, it was absolutely scorching. 3. Jarvis. Sir, I should warn you that you are getting dangerously dehydrated. Izuku. A hero worries about others before he worries about himself, Jarvis. Now, how many left? Izuku said breathlessly, as he fell to one knee to take a breath. He couldn't even take off the head of the suit, because if he does, he won't have the strength to put it back on. Mina and the other people on the bus were looking at him with concern. They could tell he was tired, but he stood up and started running back in. Jarvis. 4, sir. Izuku. Let's fucking go. 2. Izuku said as he jumped and activated his thrusters, flying inside to rescue the other 4. He followed the map Jarvis was showing him, where he saw the quirk signature. Kirishima. We see the red-haired individual running to the group of villains that were shooting at him. Kirishima was in his full rock monster mode, as the bullets weren't doing any damage. The smartest of the villains stopped shooting and just started to run. As Kirishima made it to them, grabbed one and used that villain to ram into the others. Kirishima looked at the villain running away, just as he was about to throw the one in his hand. The robot boy came crashing down on him. Kirishima dropped the unconscious man and ran up to him. 5. Kirishima. Yo, Izuku, right, you should get out of here. This is no place for a civilian. Izuku. But it is, for a hero student with, what? 1 month of hero training. Please, I'm not here to fight anyway. Come on, and get on. I'm getting you out of here. Izuku said as he got up and kicked the villain to make sure he was unconscious, which he was. Kirishima shook his head and gave a manly pose with an even manlier expression on his face. Kirishima. I can't, not yet, I need to find Mina. Izuku. That pink girlfriend of yours. I already saved her, she's on the bus. Izuku said dismissively. He looked past him, and saw Hero 13 taking care of a group of villains, by using her quirk, which a small part of the old Izuku that still lives inside of him found awesome. Kirishima, for his part, turned back to normal and blushed. Kirishima. She's not my girlfriend. Izuku. Don't care. Get on. I still have 3 other of your classmates to get out of here. Izuku yelled firmly. He was dying in this suit. He didn't need this boy's lip right now. Kirishima winced and nodded, hugging Izuku's neck, as they flew off. As they were flying, Kirishima saw something. Kirishima. Hey, yo. There's Bakugo. Izuku. I'll get to him later. Save you now. 2. Izuku lied since he wasn't about to deal with that man until absolutely necessary. He made it outside and landed next to the bus. His body was shaking, and as he fell to his knees and took a big breath, the heat was becoming unbearable. Correction, the heat was unbearable. 1. Kirishima. Yo man, you good? Izuku. Alive. Tell. Holy fuck. Ask Momo about the reinforcement. I gotta go, still a few more to get out of there. Izuku said, as he got up, and did another running jump, his suit turned on and he flew back inside. Kirishima looked at the distance, and saw the police already making their way to them. Kirishima. Well, that's good. With Izuku. Izuku landed on a field that looked as if a lightning storm hit it. He looked around and found the yellow-haired boy. He ran up to him and grabbed his shoulder. Izuku. Hey man, we gotta go. Izuku said, but Denki was talking gibberish. Izuku moved him, to look at his face, and he had some stupid look on his face, giving out thumbs up on both his hands. 1. Izuku. Damn it, his quirk must have fried his brain. Not good, I need something to tie him to my back. Izuku said to himself, as he looked around for something, like rope, or anything that would stick Denki to the suit, when suddenly Aizawa crashed near them. Izuku's eyes widen as he looks at the teacher. Izuku. Mr. Aizawa, are you okay? Aizawa. What are you doing here? You should be hidden away in a safe location with the other support course students. Aizawa growled, his eyes extremely red from overuse of his quirk. He got up and walked in front of the 2 students to protect them. Izuku looked at Aizawa's direction, and his eyes widened at some bird-like beast of a monster. Izuku. Yeah, little time to explain, so to cut it short, I've been using the suit to fly up through the ceiling, where the purple mist isn't reaching, taking your students to safety. Almost everyone is safe. Aizawa. Good job. Get Denki and get out of here. I'll cover you. Aizawa said as he squinted his eyes, looking at what the leader of this terrorist attack called a nomu. Izuku winced and took a step back, as the monster was getting closer to them. Izuku. I need something to tie him to my suit, I need my arms and feet to fly. Aizawa. Here, Aizawa said, tossing his combat scarf to Midoriya. Izuku wasted no time in taking it and started to wrap it around Denki. Aizawa cracked his neck and ran to the nomu so that he wouldn't be near the students. 6. Aizawa. Come back quickly and bring it back. Izuku. Yes, sir. Izuku said as he managed to tie Denki to his back and flew off. Izuku grunted as he felt like he was in the ancient Greek torture device, the brazen bull. But he powered through. 1. Jarvis. Sir, your vitals. Izuku. Jarvis, ignore all warnings of my vitals. It takes too much energy. Izuku said. He knew it was a lie. But if he didn't see it, it wasn't real that he was in the red, vitals-wise. He saw the multiple police there, trying to find a way inside, even some heroes. But no sign of All Might. Izuku. Hey guys, catch. Izuku screamed at the top of his lungs. The police looked at Izuku and scrambled to catch Denki. They did. Izuku gave a short nod and went back to USJ. Izuku. Jarvis. Analysis of the quirk of that beast Aizawa-sensei was fighting. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Done. Sir, this creature has multiple powers. Here's the list. Jarvis said, showing all the abilities of the monster. Izuku thought about it for a few seconds until an idea came into his head. And instead of going with Aizawa, he went to find 2 other people that he'll need to make his plan work. Later, Aizawa grunted, blood coming down his face, as he felt the nomu's hand squeezing his head. All Aizawa could do is hope that Izuku Midoriya got everyone out safely. Shigaraki was in front of Aizawa, and he was having a tantrum, since there wasn't nearly as much destruction, and worse, the raid boss hasn't come yet. Shigaraki. No, fair. How much longer till he gets here? Shigaraki complained. Aizawa looked up and his eyes widened a little, something shining was coming towards him, and coming fast. Before the nomu or Shigaraki could react, Izuku crashed his body on the nomu. The speed plus force of the crash was enough to send the nomu back, and release his grip on Aizawa. Izuku didn't wait for a response. He grabbed Aizawa and flew off. Shigaraki looked up at the retreating side mission. And pointed at it. Shigaraki. Nomu, stop him. With Izuku. Aizawa. Fuck, this thing is ridiculously hot. Izuku. Trust me, sir. It's 5 times as hot inside of the damn thing. Izuku said with a wince. Aizawa looked at the helmet of the suit while taking his scarf back. He wrapped it around his neck before he spoke up. Aizawa. Then stop this. You've done more than enough for someone in the support course. 2. Izuku. The only way bad things happen is if it's good, guys, do nothing. So sorry, sir. No can do. There are still a few people that I need to get out of here. Starting by you. Izuku said as they made it out of the USJ. Aizawa didn't like this at all. Like Izuku said, some of his students were still in there. He couldn't leave them there without protection. Aizawa. Kid, no. Izuku. I wasn't asking a question. You're 1 punch away from dying. Now shut up. And brace for impact, since for obvious reasons, like not having tested this beforehand, I don't know how to safely land. So when we get close enough to the ground, do a rollout. Izuku said. As he flew down fast, Aizawa jumped away from the suit and rolled himself into safety. He turned around to make sure the boy didn't keep going inside. But his eyes widened. What Izuku said was a lie, well, half a lie. Izuku just needed an excuse to make Aizawa jump so that Izuku doesn't have to land. That way, Aizawa can't stop him. Izuku turned around and flew back inside. He touched the ear part of his helmet and connected it to the 2 Bluetooth headset he gave the 2 boys. Izuku. Okay, your sensei is out of the building. Just us versus that thing. Are you both in position? Mineta, Shoto. Yes. They said, as Izuku landed inside, and started walking around, waiting to get the attention of the animalistic monster. He heard the nervous voice of the purple-haired boy. Mineta. Do I really have to do this? Izuku. Yes, you were crucial for this to work. Time to prove that short kings can be heroes, my grape-color-haired furry. 7. Izuku felt the air get knocked out of him, as the nomu did find him, and hit him hard on the stomach, sending him flying to a building wall, breaking it. Izuku groaned loudly. Izuku. Found the monster. Fuck my stomach, ow. Get ready. Izuku grunted, as he got in. In his mind, he was already planning on making the Mark III padded, so that punches don't hurt so much. With a breath, he took off with the monster following him and gaining fast. Izuku. Okay, we made it to the lake part of this place. Mineta should be right about. There he is. Izuku thought as the nomu jumped, and just as it was about to grab Izuku's leg and crush it, a sticky purple ball hit his eyes, blinding him. Izuku used more power on the thrusters, moving out of the way as the nomu fell to the ground and started thrashing around violently. Mineta didn't let up. He kept throwing his balls at the nomu, over and over again, making the beast get more stuck, his mobility becoming more restrictive. 1. Izuku. Okay, Phase 2. Jarvis, all power on the thrusters. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Izuku said as he turned around and flew past the full speed of Mark II, at the monster's back. When Izuku made contact, the force of the impact was enough to push the nomu into the water. Izuku flew out control on the ground. While he was falling, Shoto appeared on the scene, and placed his hand on the lake, and took a deep breath, before he froze the entire lake into a solid block of ice. Mineta. Did we do it? Shoto. I believe so. Midoriya. Shoto asked, as both boys went to check on the robot boy. They saw him getting out of the suit, with a weak smile on his face. He looked at the other two and shot them a thumbs up. Izuku. All according to plan. Now Todoroki, got any ice left? 'Cause for fuck's sakes, do I ever need it? Izuku said with a chuckle, since he looked as if he was sunburned. Shoto made a small mountain of snow, and Izuku wasted no time and fell into it, screaming a sigh of relief, feeling the coldness touch his body. Their moment was interrupted by complaining. 6. Shigaraki. No, this wasn't the plan. All Might was supposed to beat the nomu. Izuku. Then it was a pathetic plan. Since All Might is not the end, all be all. Anyone could have beaten that thing if they used their brains. Izuku said to the boss villain. Todoroki, and a Mineta with a bit more confidence in himself, stepped forward to protect Izuku. While Shigaraki growled, his hands aimed at their necks. Izuku. Don't let him touch you. His quirk is a decay-type quirk. Fight from a distance. Shoto, Mineta. Got it. Shoto and Mineta got ready for a fight when the ceiling on top of them was broken. And in came All Might with a superhero landing. All Might. Ha ha ha, I am here, Izuku. At the end, when everything is already finished. Izuku screamed in the snow. But All Might ignore him, he dashed towards Shigaraki, to deliver a Texas smash. When a portal appeared under Shigaraki, making him fall and escape from the fight, since without the nomu, there was no way the remaining villains could win. 1. Izuku. You know, I could really go for some shawarma. 15. Later, we see Izuku in the hospital, with the recovery girl looking at his injuries. But she wasn't the only one looking at something. Izuku was looking at the boots part of Mark II, with a frown, and Nezu was in the seat next to him, looking at the video and report of the event. Izuku, as he always does when he is with company, has that permanent smile on his face, as he looks inside one of the boots, wincing at what he saw. Izuku. Damn, this thing is fried, it's completely unusable, I'm gonna have to make a whole new Mark II entirely. Or maybe I'll just make the Mark III. Nezu. You'll have more than enough time after you're out of the hospital, Midoriya. Nezu said with a smile. Honestly, the attack could have been a lot worse if it wasn't for Izuku taking almost everyone to safety. So the media vultures weren't so bad. Mostly, everything was just reporting it as a failed attack. Izuku nodded and looked at Recovery Girl. Izuku. So, how does this work, Chio? Well, for your skin and the big bruise on your stomach, one of my special kisses should do the trick. But as for the dehydration you've suffered by that suit of yours, that you'll have to get healed the old-fashioned way, so you'll be staying in the hospital for 2 to 3 days. 5. Chio said as she kissed Izuku, making him feel a little sleepy, but otherwise great. Izuku nodded at the information as he looked at Mei, who came with him. She was still muttering, writing non-stop. In a notepad, she was still only in the mathematic part of the power source. Izuku looked around and sighed. He knew what he had to do. Izuku. Nezu sir, would you be so kind as to hand me my phone? Nezu. Certainly boy, any reason why you need it? Nezu said as he gave the phone to Izuku, who took it and went to the call icon on his phone. Pressing a contact on it and calling it. Izuku. I suppose that I should inform my mother of my whereabouts. Since I don't think saying I'm fine will work this time. Hours later. 2. We see Inko walking as fast as humanly possible to the hospital. Her boss was a huge jerk who didn't let anyone have their phone out while they worked. So, Inko didn't get the voicemail message until her shift was over. But when did she get that message? She all but had a heart attack. She made it to the door, and made a straight line to the receptionist. 2. Inko. Hello, I got a call that my son is here. Izuku Midoriya. Receptionist. Okay, one moment, please. The receptionist said that as she clicked on the keyboards, as slow as humanly possible, each click felt as if it was a minute long. In reality, she was writing at a normal pace. It was all just Inko's nervous jitters making her feel like she wasn't fast enough. 4. Receptionist. Here we are. Ah yes, it says here he was brought in for dehydration, skin burn, and a gut injury. He's currently resting on room B-3. 2. Inko. Thank you, Inko said and walked as fast as she could to the room. She didn't even take the elevator. She took the stairs since they were taking too long. She made it to the room and was about to open the door when she froze. Her hand was on the doorknob, and she just froze. Panic started to grow inside of her, thinking of what she'll say, what he would say if anything at all. She pulled her hand back a bit and held it in her chest, taking a few steps back, until her back hit the wall. She was having an internal panic attack. Inko. Mitsuki. Hey, you okay? 2. Mitsuki asked gently, next to Inko. She's been there this whole time. She was even the one who drove Inko to the hospital, but Inko was so out of it with fear that she could barely register her into her mind. The only thing that brought her back to reality was when she felt Mitsuki's hand on her shoulder. 2. Mitsuki. Hey, talk to me, Inko. I'm scared. I'm scared of what I'll see. I'm scared of what he'll say to me for taking so long. I'm so scared. 2. Inko said softly. Mitsuki hugged Inko's shoulder, and just stayed like this till Inko felt good enough to go inside the room. So, with a confident breath, she walked to the door and opened it. Inside, she saw a smiling Izuku, talking with a pink-haired girl and the principal of his school Nezu. Nezu was the only one to look at the two mothers and smile at them. Nezu. Ah, hello Inko Midoriya, and Mitsuki Bakugo. So nice to see you as well. I must say, it took you longer to get here than I first thought. 2. Inko. Yes. My boss doesn't allow phones in the workplace, so I didn't get the message until just now. What happened? Inko asked, looking at Nezu, knowing better than to expect Izuku to respond, or even spare her a glance. Which he didn't. He just kept talking with Mei, writing on the journal, and both of them were lost in their own world of invention. Nezu. Nothing, really. Your son just showed that he had the heart of a hero. I'll explain more when I return. I'm gonna grab me a cup of coffee. Mei. Coffee, Mei said with her eyes bright as a star. It made Izuku chuckle looking at her. Nezu nodded and smiled at her as he started walking away with Mei following him. Nezu. I suppose I have to buy 2 cups of coffee. Izuku. Make sure to hold her hand the whole way, or else she'll wander off. Izuku said loudly as they left. Before the door closed, Izuku saw Nezu hold Mei's hand, which brought him a bit of reassurance. Before he looked at his mother and Mitsuki, having that permanent fake smile on his face. Izuku. It's so nice to have visitors. Even if it is less than desirable ones. Mitsuki. Rude little shit aren't you? And by the way, care to tell me why I got a call that you knocked my son out cold? Mitsuki asked with a deep frown on her face. Izuku just chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. His smile became a little bigger, and a little more sincere, thinking how much he enjoyed putting that Pomeranian in his place. Izuku. To be fair, Bakugo. The only reason I did that was because your son refused my help to get out of there, screaming that he didn't need the help of a Deku. Of course, he used a much more vulgar vocabulary to say it. I had no choice but to knock him out cold so that I could bring him to safety. Terrific job raising him, by the way. Izuku said as a smirk appeared on his face looking at Mitsuki, without fear behind his eyes, as he spoke. As always, when talking to the Bakugo family, he attacked where it hurts. Izuku. I'm sure you must be so proud of the racist child he turned out to be. You truly are such a great mother. Mitsuki. What you say, you little. Mitsuki yelled at Izuku, furious at what he said. She walked up to the boy, about to teach him some manners since yes she was still very much pissed about the phone call and this just made this worse, when Inko stepped in between the two. Mitsuki. Inko, get out of the way. I've had it with his attitude. Inko. Oh, okay. Mitsuki, why don't you go see your son? I'm sure he'll be happy to see you. Inko said nervously. She shot her son a glare when he started to chuckle, but Izuku ignored her and kept looking at Mitsuki, never breaking eye contact. Izuku. Yes, he's in the room next door. Go ahead and visit him, I'm sure he won't scream at you. Not that I can blame him for that particular aspect. Since what kid would love to see the mother who thinks discipline and physical abuse are the same things? I mean, that's why you still visit your daddy, don't you? 5. Izuku said with a low cackle that one seemed to hit home. Since Mitsuki didn't respond, she just walked away, slamming on the door. Inko sighed and shot her son an angry look on her face. Inko. Izuku, that was uncalled for. You should be appalled with yourself. 2. Izuku. And yet I'm not. Funny how that works, huh? Since, in any case, it wasn't untruthful. Even with that bias of yours, can you even see that what I said wasn't the truth? Izuku said with a smile on his face and a finger on his chin, as if he was in thought. Inko sighed at her son's antics and crossed her arms, feeling a small headache coming. Inko. That's not the point. You can't just say such a thing. That woman is your auntie. Izuku. Last I checked, she didn't share a drop of blood with either of us. She hasn't been family to me since my diagnosis. Just like so many other people haven't meant anything to me, in such a long time. 3. Izuku said in a raised tone. Inko could tell he was angry, even with that fake smile on his face. He couldn't hide his anger that once again, his mother was ignoring his feelings, for the feelings of the Bakugo family, the feelings of somebody else, the feelings of people with quirks. And just like his mother, who also sucks at communicating, Izuku had a similar idea of how Inko sees him. Izuku. I don't know why I'm surprised, she has a quirk. She's no different than the rest. As soon as I'm 18, she'll kick me out. So she never has to see me again. Quote. Inko. Izuku, please. You have to know that what you said was out of line. Especially for Mitsuki, her father. He used to hit Mitsuki with a belt and 8. Inko started, but her words were caught in her throat when she heard Izuku laugh. It wasn't a natural laugh since nothing that comes from an Izuku's lips is ever natural, like everything else. It was a fake condescending laugh. Izuku cleaned a fake tear from his face as he controlled his breathing. Izuku. I'm sorry. Did I give you the inkling that I give 2 cents about anything from the Bakugo family and their backstory? Something you already told me about, but I honest to God couldn't care less, to what happened in her childhood. Because if I did make you think, that I would care about something like that. I'm sorry, but no, I couldn't care less about her. Or anything to do with that family of racists. 5. Inko. Izuku, they are not racists there. Again, Inko's words were caught in her throat when Izuku interrupted her. Izuku, for his part, just gave an overly dramatic sigh and gave an exasperated smile to his mother dearest. Izuku. You know, I find it funny. I find it so unbelievably funny that this is the longest we've talked in years. And yet you choose to waste the opportunity talking about the neighbors. Inko. How are you feeling? Inko said softly, holding her hands together. Izuku took a small breath, as his fake smile became a little smaller. He stopped looking at Inko and just looked out the window. Izuku. Okay, all things considered, I just feel lightheaded with dry mouth, lips, and tongue. But apart from that, I'm fine. Thank you for taking an interest. 1. Inko. Izuku, what happened? Inko said gently, but very genuine as she walked closer to his bed and sat on the chair next to it. Izuku hummed a little, as he thought a way to explain the events of the midday. Izuku. A number of things happened. But what's important, best if we wait for Principal Nezu to return with Mei. But before that, I need something from you. It is also the reason I've called you here. Inko. And what is that? Inko asked, not surprised that for Izuku, this was more of a transaction than anything else. In reality, Izuku was just saying that to protect himself emotionally. Inko, from his perspective, has chosen her side. So he sees no reason why to stay attached to her. Izuku. I've got questions about Hisashi Midoriya. Inko. What? Why ask of him now? Inko said, shocked. Izuku had never asked about his father since the day he disappeared, getting some milk. Honestly, the best thing he could have done, in Inko's opinions, for reasons that she doesn't want to say, since Izuku for all intents and purposes appears to have forgotten that night. Izuku. Because, in the attack, the main villains are in charge of it, told me that they came here for 2 things. 1 to defeat All Might, which is irrelevant to this conversation, and 2 to capture me. Apparently, Hisashi wants me. More specifically, he wants my inventions. Inko. I see. I don't know much about him. Ever since he left for America to make it big, all I know is that he sends money every month. I guess I could give you the envelope where he sends the check. It should have an address, but that's about all I know. Inko said, wondering just what the hell that man got himself caught into now. Izuku nodded as he got comfortable on the bed. Thinking of what his father wanted almost made him frown. And if Inko wasn't here, he would definitely be frowning. Izuku. Well, he clearly didn't make it big and is trying to take what I worked for. I worked too hard to let him or anyone else steal it from my grasps. I'm gonna have to add new security to my workshops and equipment. When I leave the hospital. 1. Inko. Yes, definitely. All that can wait, for now rest. How about we watch a little TV? Inko said as she grabbed the control and turned the TV on. But it was all static. She looked confused until Izuku clarified it for her. Izuku. It's one of those TV that charges you $5 to turn it on. Inko. $5. That's highway robbery. 5. Inko said loudly. The gall of this people, trying to take money from them, when the healthcare is free. Izuku, for his part, just shrugged and took the journal Mei was writing and analyzing what she has so far. 4. Izuku. Yup. Besides, I'm busy with this invention I'm cooking up with help from Mei, the pink-haired girl you saw. Inko. Oh, she seemed nice, Inko said with a nervous smile, as she could tell the conversation was at an end. And Izuku went back to all but ignored her, giving only one more verbal response before he shut up. Izuku. After that, Inko just sat there, reading a book on her phone, just keeping Izuku some company. They didn't say a word until the door opened up, revealing only Nezu. Izuku. You let go of her hand. 1. Nezu. Number. Her family called and told her to come home. She asked me to give you her number so that she can video chat and keep working on whatever it is you're collaborating on. Nezu said simply, as he gave the napkin with the number to Izuku. Izuku nodded and marked it on his phone. Nezu then walked to Inko and sat down next to her. Nezu. Now then, Mrs. Midoriya, I'm sure you have some questions on what happened that brought your son to the hospital. Inko. Yes, I thought that my son being in the support course would mean he wouldn't get hurt. Inko said with concern clear on her tone as she spoke. Nezu just hummed as he took a sip of his coffee before he spoke back in a gentle soothing voice. Nezu. Oh, well, that's not really possible. He's an inventor, they get hurt all the time, testing their creations. Inko. I suppose that's true. But then, why was he with the hero course students? He doesn't belong there. 8. Inko said softly. Izuku's eye started to twitch in anger by those words, he doesn't belong. Oh, how angry did those words make him? But he stayed quiet and kept working. Nezu just chuckled softly. Nezu. He needed a big space to test out his latest invention. The location they were going to was the perfect place to test it out. The terrorist attack was troubling. But no students were injured, all thanks to your son's actions. Inko. I see, but what were those actions? What was that invention? 1. Inko asked. Wonder just what the hell could her son have invented that could have brought him to the hospital, and simultaneously saved a group of students. Nezu. I'm afraid I can't say yet, by law. Since the USJ terrorist attack, it is now an active investigation. But I assure you that there will be a press conference in the coming days about it, where I'm sure all your questions will be answered. After that, if you still have questions, you are more than welcome to come see me, and I will personally answer them. 2. Inko. I suppose that's okay. Inko muttered softly. Honestly, Nezu was talking out of his ass. He knew Izuku didn't want Inko to know about the robot suit yet, so he was covering for his student. And with that solved, he got up and started walking away. 1. Nezu. Lovely. Well, I only stayed to make sure we could chat, and now that we have, I'm off. Oh, and Midoriya, don't worry, I'll have somebody deliver your work assignments and homework while you are in the hospital. Izuku. Thank you, sir. Have a nice day, Izuku said with a nod before going back to work. Inko took a breath and got up. She wanted to kiss her son in the forehead as a goodbye. But she didn't have the courage to do that, so she just started walking away. Inko. I'm gonna go talk to your doctor, then I'll leave you be. You need to rest. Izuku. Izuku didn't even hum as a response and kept working. Inko looked sadly at him. Now that he wasn't talking to her, all the things she should have asked came rushing into her brain, so with a heavy heart, she left Izuku's room, leaving him alone. Izuku finally dropped the smile, wincing at the pain of his cheeks. He started massaging them, until he got a call. He answered it on speaker. Izuku. Yo, Shinso. Hey man, I fucked up. I kinda lost that Mei chick. Flashback. 1. We see a man on his hands and knees crying. He was saying, "Please," over and over again, as a hitman had a gun to his head. The person who hired the hitman was looking at the pathetic excuse of a gambler, crying in front of him. Question mark question mark question mark. 1. I'm a patient man. I like to believe that I am a patient man. Do you believe the same? Question mark question mark question mark. 2. Why? Yes, sir. Very patient. You've been more than patient with me, please. I just need more time. That's all. Just give me a month, half a month, a week. And I'll pay you back. The desperate man said he pissed himself in the most literal fashion. When he heard the click of the gun, it was just seconds away from shooting and ending his life. He couldn't die here, not like this. 3. Question mark question mark question mark. 1. I agree. You've got a life debt with me, and a huge financial. You said you could pay it. But here you are, begging on your hands and knees for an extension to the extension I already gave you. So unless you've got something that will save you in the next 5 seconds, I would make peace with whatever god you believe in. Hisashi. Ua. My kid made it to Ua. He's got this suit of robot armor that he built. Imagine what he could build you. Imagine your workers with said suits. No hero would be able to stop them. 6. Hisashi Midoriya yelled in a desperate attempt to save his own skin. Shima Shigaraki, aka All for One, snapped his fingers. He made one of his workers walk up to him and showed him what Hisashi meant. Sure enough, there was the boy in the entrance exam, with a suit that he hadn't seen in centuries. Shima. An Iron Man design. Now, that would come in handy if the boy knows how to build them. Especially if he's got the energy core of those suits. Hisashi. He does. He knows his stuff. All you guys gotta do is bring him to you. I'm his father, and I can give consent to any work or whatever it is you need from him. Hisashi said, feeling so much relief when the gun left his forehead. He was then picked up by 2 dinosaur humans by his arms. Shima looked at Hisashi for a moment. He didn't say anything as he was thinking of what to do. Hisashi was sweating bullets. This could very well be his final scheme to save his hide, and thankfully, God blessed him with a nod from Shima. Shima. Very well, this is an acceptable offer. But until that boy is in my grasp, you will be staying with us. With Izuku. It's been a few days since Izuku was hospitalized. He was almost fully recovered from his dehydration problem. We see him in his hospital room, with a welding mask on, as he was building a second mark. 2. With some music while he worked. 3. Izuku phones. I've got a game I wanna show you. If I tell you my name, you'll have to play too. I've been here for years, biding my time. Waiting and primed until I could find you. Izuku sang as he kept working. Honestly, he was just distracting himself. He needed a break trying to figure out the Vibranium challenge, and what better stress relief than singing, and doing something you actually know how to do. Izuku. Just sign on the line, and we can be friends. I'll be here for you until your world ends. Enjoy all your toys, I will supply you only live once and you'll be mine. Izuku sang as he finished the helmet and took off his welding mask. He put on the Iron Man helmet and blinked a few, activating the eyes. Izuku looked himself in the mirror, seeing the small screen analyze him. Izuku. The day you die, I'll have my payment. Your eternal soul's enslavement. Did you divine our dark arrangement? You were lovely entertainment. Izuku wanted and then frowned deeply when all it said was one word, quirkless, but he didn't let that stop him. He took the helmet off, and went to work on the hands of the suit. Izuku. The dark desires you've been serving. You can bet that you're deserving. No regret for who you're hurting. Why, it's almost like you're flirting. Just as the rock part of the song was about to play, Izuku felt someone touching his shoulder. He instantly put a fake smile on his face and turned around. There, he saw Shinso there, with a messenger bag that no doubt had his work assignments. Izuku turned off his phone before he spoke. Izuku. Ah, my cat-obsessed friend. How are you, Shinso? Seeing as I'm getting paid $50 every day by giving you the work assignments. I can't complain. That's cat cafe money. 3. Shinso said with a chuckle, as he placed the worksheets on the table, and looked at the suit with a raised eyebrow. Shinso. Are you even allowed to build this here? Izuku. Oh, you know what they say. It's better to seek forgiveness instead of permission. Izuku said with a chuckle. As he went and installed the cooling system, he sure as hell not making that mistake again. Shinso crossed his arms with a raised eyebrow. Shinso. And the non-smart-ass answer. Izuku. Yeah, I'm allowed. Nezu spoke with the hospital director. He can be a very convincing man. Izuku said with a cryptic smile that gave Shinso a small chill down his spine. Izuku and Nezu always managed to freak him out. But $50 is $50, so he just chuckled. Shinso. So he blackmailed the man. Gotcha. Izuku. Pretty much. So, how is Mei holding up at school? Izuku asked. Shinso didn't notice a change, but Izuku's smile became smaller and more real, other than the fake bright smile he gave till his cheeks were burning from the pain. Shinso thought about it for a second before he shrugged. Shinso. She's okay, I guess. I mean, I make her come and eat with Momo, Ochako, and myself. But she doesn't really talk. I think she's uncomfortable when you're not there to talk about robotics. Izuku. Well, it's a good thing I'm getting out tomorrow. Izuku said with a nod. Since he can relate so much to Mei, he's been that person. He used to be the kid at school that always ate alone, which was another reason why he always smiled so that people wouldn't see how much that hurt him. So he will be damned if he lets Mei eat alone or not eat at all, since it is unlike himself. Mei smiles all the time, and her smiles are genuine. Shinso just nodded at the information. Shinso. Yeah, should warn you, though. Our table's gotten bigger. Momo and Ochako brought in a few of their friends to hang out with us. They're decent company. One's called Mina Ashido and the other is Kyoka Jiro. Izuku. Ah, more extroverts. Yay. Izuku said in such a dry, flat tone that it made Shinso snort in amusement and give an emphatic nod, in agreement. Shinso. My feelings exactly. So, how much longer does this thing work? Izuku. A few more hours of work. And I'll leave this place with style. Izuku said with a smirk, thinking of how cool it'll be to finally use his Mark II properly, without risk of him dying from the heat of it. Shinso just gave a short nod before he asked something that was itching at the back of his head. 1. Shinso. I'm surprised that Mei hasn't come to visit you yet. I mean, she clearly misses you, and it's been 3 days. Izuku. I mean, we have been talking on the phone, so that's more than fine. She just doesn't like hospitals. She said that she's been to hospitals a lot and hates them. 2. Izuku said with a shrug, as he finished the Mark II faster than the first Mark II, seeing as he already knew where everything went. He nodded in approval and sat back down on his bed to enjoy the AC at max powered, hitting him right in the face. Shinso. Have you ever wondered what happened there? Izuku. No clue. But that's not our business. So let's not force her to tell us unless she wants to. Izuku said sternly. Shinso nodded in agreement even if his curiosity wanted to know, but before he could speculate, Izuku beat him to the picky to continue the conversation. Izuku. Anyhow, what does matter is that the sports festival is a few months away. Hero students will be training. So we have to double our workout routine. Shinso. Fuck. You are one sadistic fuck, you know that. Shinso complained. As he sat down just to sling down on the couch, Izuku rolled his eyes and gave Shinso an angry smile, for his laziness. Izuku. You flatter me. But I would prefer the word, determined. I'm one determined individual. Now are you with me, or are you gonna give up? And prove those assholes right. Shinso. Doubling our workout, I got it. I got it. Since it's raining outside, mind if I just chill in here for a bit? Shinso said with a sigh, it was such a hot day outside. So staying inside of AC-filled room was so welcoming. Izuku just nodded, making Shinso grab the controller for the television. Izuku. Be my guest. Their control for the TV is right there. Shinso. Sweet. Wait. $5 to make it work, what the shit is that? 4. Shinso said, absolutely insulted that this hospital was asking $5 just to turn on the TV, over something that should be free. Izuku shrugged and passed Shinso, his laptop. Izuku. They need to make money somehow. Anyhow, I've got Lupin the Third parts 1 through 6 on my laptop, plus all the dubbed specials, movies, and all that crap. Help yourself. Shinso. Big Lupin fan. Shinso said with a chuckle. Izuku just grinned and nodded as they started watching the Castle of Cagliostro together. Well, Shinso was watching, Izuku was just listening to it while he kept writing in the Vibranium journal. Izuku. A man without any powers, and yet is able to find a way to always come out on top and outsmart his enemies. Lupin is my fictional hero. Meanwhile, with Mei, we see her walking out of her classroom when she hears someone scream her name. She turned around confused and saw that pink-skinned girl that sat next to her during lunch. Mina made it to Mei and smiled brightly at her. Mina. Hey Mei, going home? Mei. Yeah, why? Mei asked curious. She took a step back when Mina took a big step forward with a huge smile on her face, her eyes being transformed into stars. Not her pupils, mind you, her whole eyes turned into stars. 1. Mina. Oh, I was just wondering, so, wanna make a small detour with me? I'm going to a smoothie shop, I would love to listen to your inventions. 3. Mei. You wanna listen about my babies? Mei said softly. The nod Mina gave her made a big crazy smile to appear on Mei's face, and her pupils turned into stars, excited to finally have someone to talk to about it, with being hospitalized. Before Mei could speak, Mina spoke before her, as they walked out of the school. 3. Mina. Yeah, robots are awesome. Have you ever built one that looks like a mecha? Oh, have you ever made one that looks like a Gundam? That would be so freaking cool. Like the one in Iron-Blooded Orphans. That's my favorite in the franchise. 1. Mei. I tried, but my dad said no. Since it was too big. Mei said with a puff of her cheeks. Since she wanted to build a real-life RX-93 vs Gundam, which was around 22.0 meters tall in the show, and that's how tall Mei wanted it to make it in real life. For obvious reasons, her parents told her no. Mina, for her part, gasped since she thought Mei meant a human-size version of the robot. Mina. That's just straight up unfair. But hey, that's then. You're in UA now, right? Why not try again? I'm sure it would be so awesome. Mei. Maybe, but that's gonna have to wait. I'm helping Izuku with this project of his. Mei said with a thoughtful expression on her face, in the back of her mind, thinking of making the Gundam Barbados. Mina, at the mention of the robot boy, got excited. Since the girl was a huge mecha fan, she loved all things robots. Mina. Oh, Izuku. How is he, by the way? Shoto told me how his skin was completely red because of the heat from his suit. Mei. The recovery girl healed him, but he's gotta stay in the hospital because of dehydration. I told him that the cooling system needed to be installed first. Mei said with a small frown. She wondered why she cared so much. She never cared before if a classmate of her got hurt. Mina, for her part, out her hands at the back of her head as they kept walking, the smoothie shop already in view. 9. Mina. I guess, but he did rescue the lot of us because he took the risk. Kinda sucks that he's in the support course. He would make such an amazing hero. Way better than Mineta or Monoma. Mina said with a shudder, thinking of those two creeps. Mei, on the other hand, felt a little sad, but she didn't understand why. She didn't know why the notion of Izuku going to the hero course made her feel sad. When the truth is that Izuku made Mei not feel so alone in the world. With Nezu. Morning. We see him, Aizawa, 13, and Toshinori with him in a press conference. As always, the vultures were trying to make Ua look back, while Nezu just kept smiling at them. 4. Sonata. Sir, how can we be sure that UA is the safest hero school when it's been the only one that's been attacked? Nezu. Because none of the students were harmed in the terrorist attack. And not to be smug, but of course UA has been the only one attacked. We are the greatest hero school on this side of the world. It's only natural that we get a lot of enemies. Nezu said with a smile, as he started fantasizing about experiments on this reporter, experiments that were against the Geneva Convention. But another reporter came into the line of sight of Nezu. The rat god pointed at him to speak. 9. Fuji. Sir, reports show that the number 1 hero was not there till the very end, and that by then, the students of Class A already took care of things. Is this true? And if so, where was All Might in all of this? Toshinori. I can answer that, as the number 1 hero's representative in this press conference. 3. Toshinori said nervously. He could feel everyone look at him. He could feel the cold glare Aizawa was giving him, for putting his students in danger. He could feel the evil smile on Nezu's face and tone, as he spoke. Nezu. Then please do. I am also curious, why in fuck did the number 1 hero put the children in harm's way? Toshinori. Right. You see, All Might was on his way to the USJ when he saw another fellow hero in trouble, so he decided to help them. It admittedly took longer than my employer would have wanted. But he wants you all to rest assured that the children's safety is his first priority. 1. Toshinori lied, since if he told Nezu that he had a time limit on his quirk, he would never hear the end of it. More terrifyingly, he knows Nezu will call him. Toshinori's legs start to shake under the table at the thought of him finding out. He was taken out of his thoughts when a reporter spoke, not believing Toshinori's words. 5. Shig. How can it be his first priority when he wasn't there? It sounds to me that the number 1 hero is putting his title as number 1 over his newest title of being a teacher. Aizawa. Because he is. Aizawa said, shooting Toshinori a hateful glare. He may not have Nezu's imagination for torture, but he's cooking up things so vile in his brain, for Toshinori being late, that even Nezu would be impressed. Not scared, mind you, since the rat god is never scared, but definitely impressed. Toshinori started to sweat bullets as he continued to speak. 1. Toshinori. A gem. Yes, well, that's more your opinion than anything else. I can only reassure you all that my boss cares deeply for his new students and will protect them next time. If God forbid that there's another attack. Yokata. Sir, we can all talk about the failures of the number 1 hero till we're blue in the face. But my boss wants to know about the robot person in the video. The one who spends his time getting students out of there. Who is he? My readers would love to know. Nezu's smile changed to a genuine one, as he stood up, though no one could tell with how short he was. He put his hand on his chest and spoke up, with a grin. Nezu. Yes, now you are asking the good questions. That dear robot person is my personal student and representative. The boy's name will stay anonymous for now, but rest assured that he will reveal himself in the sports festival. Yokata. But is he a hero student? Normal students, please, my readers will want more than that. Yokata asked, moving closer to the podium. Already he was pushing his luck. Since it's supposed to be one question for a reporter, but Nezu indulged him. Nezu. He is a student of the support course. He was with the hero students to test out his robot suit in an open field when the terrorist attack happened. When the attack happened, he couldn't just stand there and do nothing, so he put himself at great personal risk to rescue the students who were trapped there. Kyo. Risk. Is the boy okay? He's not a hero student, so he couldn't have been prepared for such an event. Another reporter asked, as in the background Toshinori was frowning deeply, as they spoke about this quirkless boy. He shouldn't have been there in the first place. He shouldn't be trying to be in the hero course in the first place. This line of work is too dangerous for a quirkless. 1. Nezu. He's perfectly fine. He's just as Nezu was gonna continue to speak, they all heard the sound of someone landing. They looked and saw Izuku Midoriya, aka the robot boy, crash landing on the ground close to them. Izuku and Shinso, who was on the back of Midoriya, both groaned softly. Shinso was the first to get up and look at his friend with a scowl. Shinso. I thought you said you could ride this thing. Izuku. I said it was like riding a bike. It's probably a bad time to tell you that I never learned to ride a bike. 5. Izuku said with a soft groan at the end. Shinso helped him up and even dusted him off. Since he helped Izuku with the waxing, he didn't spend 2 hours on that just for Izuku to dirty it up, 30 minutes later. Shinso. You're shitting me, aren't you? Izuku. Peef. Yeah, just thought it was the right thing to say, for a comedic effect. And besides, you're not hurt, so quit your complaining. 1. Izuku said dismissively as he turned around and started walking to his shop. Shinso followed him but felt like they were being watched. He looked, and his eyes paled at what he saw. Shinso. Dude. Izuku. Yeah, Izuku asked as he turned around and saw a group of reporters making their way towards them, or more specifically towards him. And making their way fast. Izuku. Oh, well, like the mediocre Jedi Master once said. Hello there, Shinso. I think we should better start running. 12. Shinso. You did not just say Obi-Wan is mediocre. Shinso said, absolutely insulted by what Izuku said. Both of them started running for their lives, as Izuku cackled softly and nodded his head. Izuku. I did. Obi-Wan is overrated as fuck. I can't tell you how much I wanted Anakin to win on Mustafar. 7. Shinso. And let me guess, you're an Anakin fanboy. Go suck his cock, he got what he deserved for trusting that man. 5. Shinso said, as they took a corner and ran inside the school. The security system managed to stop some of the reporters, but not all of them. Izuku gasped, looking at Shinso absolutely outraged. Izuku. Hey. Anakin was the chosen one. He was the best Jedi in that order. And none of that would have happened if Windu would have given him the rank of master. Since last I checked, at that point in time, Anakin was the only one to kill a Sith Lord. Not an apprentice like Maul, but a Sith Lord. What more did they want from him? Shinso. To follow the rules and train a student completely. What kind of Jedi can't train his student? Shinso said smugly. As they jumped out an open window, Shinso grabbed Izuku's neck as he used his suit to fly and land on the ground. Badly, mind you, but at least he didn't fall on his face. He was so deep in the conversation that he was able to fly better since he wasn't overthinking. Izuku. Last I checked, Ahsoka survived, Order 66 because of Anakin's training. How is it his fault that she had no loyalty? 10. Shinso. Okay, but that wasn't her fault. Would you? Okay, a bad example. You were an insane man with more determination than should be possible. Shinso muttered as they looked up. No one else dared to jump down. An exclusive story with the robot boy wasn't worth a visit to the hospital. So they both walked at a normal pace back to his workshop. Izuku. And I wouldn't call me insane. I'm a visionary, I see the world as it should be. Not as the cesspool that it is. And I'm gonna spend my life reaching that vision. Shinso. Nah, you're just insane. Shinso said with a chuckle. Izuku shrugged and took off the head part of the suit, as his workshop was within eye distance. Izuku. Semantics. Anyways, wanna grab a shower before you go to class? Shinso. Please, and thank you. Shinso said, as they walked inside the workshop. Both of them ignored Mei since she was in her own little world, mumbling as she wrote. She was in the zone. She doesn't like it when people take her out of the zone. Not even Izuku. 3. Decades in the future. Shinso was taking a long slow sip of his coffee, when the wall in front of him broke, and the source of the damage made his way rolling towards him. Izuku was groaning loudly, as Shinso kept drinking his coffee, completely desensitized with this. Shinso. I take it she didn't like her anniversary present. 3. Izuku. She did, but I kissed her cheek, taking her out of the zone. She did say she loved it before he used the All Might Buster on me. 5. Back to the past. Izuku slapped his hands together as he started working on the huge monitor of his shop. He pointed Shinso to the bathroom. Izuku. All right, you know where everything is. I'ma go back to work on this project I'm doing with Mei. Shinso. What is it anyway? Shinso asked, as he looked at Mei, who looked like she was gonna have a meltdown. Just like Izuku, she couldn't get the math to work. She was loving and hating this project at the same time. Izuku just gave a short chuckle, his ever-present smile not even glancing at his friend as he spoke. 2. Izuku. It's a surprise. But if if we can pull this off, not only will I become the real Iron Man, but we will be able to make humankind take the next step for our species. Shinso. Again, insane. Shinso said as he left. Izuku shrugged and kept clicking away on the keyboard, the thoughts of his father making him almost frown, but he didn't. Never when there's people around him. Izuku. Jarvis. Did Mr. Stark had a security system when he was alive? Jarvis. Yes, sir. Top of the line, so much so that even 3,000 years later, it's still top of the line. Jarvis said as he showed Izuku the blueprints. Izuku inspected it, and it made him chuckle at the pathetic display of technology the current world has to offer. Yet this one man is still better than anything else available at the moment. Izuku. That's more a commentary on how the world stopped caring in the advancement of technology than anything else. But can I have the full blueprints? Jarvis. On this, yes. I'll start the printing process for you. Jarvis said as Izuku walked to the printer. Once he had the papers in hand, he wasted no time into getting to work. Since he'll be damned if anyone steals his inventions. He was at the start of building the system when Mei suddenly screamed out in frustration. Mei. Arg. Mei yelled, throwing the book she was writing on to the wall. Izuku looked at her with a raised eyebrow as she screamed. Mei. I don't get it. How the fuck was Tony Stark able to build this? In a cave, with a box of scraps. 7. Izuku. No clue, my dear, and yes, we are not Tony Stark, so alone we might never be able to build this arc reactor. But together, we will figure it out. Since I'm not giving up. Izuku said in a calm tone, even if internally he was feeling just as frustrated as Mei was. He walked to the book and picked it up, giving it to Mei with a genuine smile on his face. Izuku. Are you, or maybe I was wrong to call you my equal. Mei. Never. I want this baby to come out. I'm gonna make it come out or die trying. 5. Meanwhile, with Nezu, after the whole press conference, he was finally back in his office. But of course, he couldn't just rest up. There was someone there waiting for him. Nezu. Madam President Sayaka Minako. I would say it's a pleasure, but we both know that would be a lie. Sayaka. True. I'm simply here to give you a report on what we found with this nomu creature you gave to us. Sayaka said, not even looking at Nezu. She kept looking at the screen on Nezu's computer. I'm looking at video footage of the USJ incident. Nezu nodded and grabbed the file in question. Looking at it and what they found. Nezu. A creature with multiple powers, what a terrifying bioweapon to unleash to the world, if these scientists can copy its DNA. Nezu. Ah, but you could have given this role to some unpaid assistant. Why come here to deliver this personally? Nezu asked with that smile that the president hated so much. She sighed and turned the monitor around. The video was paused, at the frame of Izuku pushing the nomu into the water. Sayaka. Call it curiosity. I've seen the video of the fight. More importantly, I've seen that student of yours. One Izuku Midoriya. Let's talk about him. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.